Hasan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
We won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker? Even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Malak Heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh.
What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed that, yeah. How you been?
He's trying to get that out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the day I'm back. That's right, folks. Came back naked. Not in the way that you would expect me to, in a different way. Naked, nonetheless. Naked in the face, of course. I'm Hasan Piker, and I shaved. And I know when I usually do that, people freak out, unfortunately, for some strange reason. But I'm back. They cloned me. This is a new me. New year, new me, baby. Anyway, I'm live. I'm alive. We have a lot of news to cover. But of course, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's my birthday. Or it was my birthday yesterday. I turned 35. And because I was out getting sun, as you can probably tell, I thought to myself, well, might as well get shaved up. Unk status. Totally officially unk status at 35. And yeah, I am unk. I'm unk. I'm chunk. I'm chopped unk. I'm chopped huz. I'm all of those things. In any case, we're live. We're alive. There's so much to talk about. And I'm not going to lie to you. Normally, when I take a day off, when I take 1 day off or 2 days off, which is rare, I often think to myself, like, what's my comeback stream going to be like? What am I going to talk about? What am I going to discuss? Feels good to be back, all that sort of stuff, right? Well, this time is a little different because I officially did a complete and total vacation with the family. And by that, I mean I completely checked out. I brought my Pelican case with me to fire off an emergency stream if necessary. And there were definitely moments where I thought to myself, this is a crisis worthy of coverage. Gretchen Whitmer endorses Abdul El Sayed. World War III is imminent. Ukraine struck an Iranian ship, expanding on the conflict, possibly opening a new front for Ukraine and maybe a new front for Iran. White House Correspondents' Dinner was put together and the president bombed in his horrible speech that he delivered. And yet I didn't cover any of that. I paid attention to it. I paid attention to it from afar. I monitored the situation as always, as I like to do. And I kept my comments to myself. Instead of going live. What is happening? Hello. instead of going live, I just, I left these nuggets of truth and wisdom inside of my own mind. Now, I obviously feel, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good. The world kept ticking without you. You can take a hollybob. Okay, yeah. We had after school daycare instead. Great. Phoenix emoji, thank you for the 35 gifted subs. Yeah. So to get to what we're all wondering, are you gaming today? I will say this. I'm already annoyed. Okay. I took 4 days off, and normally I feel very refreshed. Normally I feel very good coming back. Normally this is when I'm like, oh, this is exciting. I'm back. I love my job. I love my community. And I'm already fucking annoyed because for the last 4 days, I didn't have anybody chirping at me. Okay. Nonstop, endlessly whining like little babies, So that definitely took, a lot of there was a lot of mental strain that I was not even considering, that the average person would say, no, duh, no shit. Of course you have a lot of mental strain too. But, people being like, why did you shave your facial hair? Why? You look like a child. You shouldn't have done that. I'm unsubscribing. Why? When are you going to get to gaming? All of this stuff was not a part of my journey for the last 4 days. And it felt pretty good. I won't lie to you. I got a little bit of sun. I was in a beautiful tropical destination with the family. I treated them to a phenomenal experience. I'm so fortunate to be able to do that. And, it felt good. It felt good. I read the Mao book again, trying to put a dent in that. It's been quite difficult, as you guys know. It's become a bit of a meme at this point. I have a wedding coming up. Want to be my +1? No, awkward Meredith. But in any case, it'll take a little bit of getting used to the facial hair. I know, I understand. My family was also annoyed with it. My mom was annoyed with it. My dad liked it though, so that's cool. Yeah. Are you going to quit and go part-time now? Of course not. I'm back into the groove, baby. This weekend, I'm going to be in Michigan, and then also Wisconsin, and then Michigan again. So obviously, we're going back into the full swing of things. But I did not play pickleball. I'll talk about my vacation experience. Vacation, all I ever wanted. Vacation. I don't even know how that song goes, but yeah, I'll tell you all about it. But yeah, we're full steam ahead. A lot going on in the world. I'm back in LA. Vacation recap. Trump backs down. White House Correspondents' Dinner. Speech bombed. Fuentes. Channel 5. Collab ? We'll talk about that. I got some thoughts on that as well. I feel like we're just rehabilitating the image of a neo-Nazi. It's very strange, but I shaved. Get in now. You should have taken more me time. No, I would have probably lost my damn mind if I took more me time than the amount of me time I've taken so far. Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? Okay, I'll use this one. This is good. Did you see the trailer for Neuromancer? No, I have not. I used to hate the shave, but this time is hot as hell. Shaving took off like 8 years. Yeah, I mean, I'm 35, man. I'm 35. I'm old. I'm an old man. So you gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, I'm gonna grow the beard back immediately. Like I said, I needed to shave it so I get an even tan on my face. Fox News did a piece on me. I mean, the hit pieces keep coming. In any case, here's the blast off. Let the people know. Also officially fallen off. 4 days of not streaming, 10,000 subs. Officially fallen off. HasanAbi will maintain like 80,000 subs when he hasn't streamed for like 6 months. My community goes, nope, you're done. LeBron to Philly will address it. Yeah. They're like, oh, you took a day off? Fucking, you took 4 days off? Kill yourself. I thought you got banned. No, I normally, the only time I've ever taken 4 days in a row off is because I've been banned. That's it. Filleting hit pieces. You are now Joe Rogan. I guess. All right. So let's get it started. So where do I begin? First and foremost, got on a flight Tuesday night, passed out, woke up, did not want to start the vacation. I brought my Pelican case with me just so I could possibly rip a desktop stream if necessary, right? I wanted to potentially monitor the situation. I wanted to, because the Trump side was possibly agitating for war, right? Trump was posturing in the direction of expanding the war in Iran. And if he were to do the big bomb, possibly bombing Pickaxe Mountain, this new target that Israel has decided will potentially continue the conflict. The paper tiger American empire would potentially do something crazy, right? And I obviously had to offer full spectrum coverage if that were to take place. Now, it didn't happen. That did not happen, luckily, and we're going to get to that in a little bit. There's a good reason for it. It's all of the warnings that I've been talking about have been realized and actualized by the administration for the first time ever, but we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, first day, slept for the most part. Beautiful hotel. Food is decent, and everything was great, you know. My brother was actively trying to get me to go and dive with him. He's a certified scuba diver, and he really wanted me to do this. And you guys know I'm a little bit afraid. I'm a little bit afraid of the ocean, big bodies of water, fish in general, right? These are the types of things that I am fearful of. Famously, I couldn't even finish Subnautica, if you recall. Here we go. Let's blast this off one more time. This is the blast off memes. And so, you know, this was a big deal for me. I know for many of you, you're like, what? Fish are friends. They're chill. You're so stupid. Why are you even afraid of fish? What's wrong with you? Well, there's a good reason. I've just always been afraid of the ocean, big bodies of water. Always been afraid of big bodies of water. Always been afraid of fish in general. And I was also worried about diving as well. Part of the reason why I was worried about diving is because I was, there's not only am I underwater, what if I panic, right? What if a fish comes up to me and freaks me out, and then I panic, and then I get the bends because I go up too fast? You know, it's an uncontrollable environment. We're not supposed to be in that environment, right? As human beings, we can't breathe underwater. It's an uncomfortable situation to be in. A lot of pressure too. So first day we go 12 feet, easy peasy. First day we went down 12 feet. It was easy peasy. And I got my diving wings. I got used to it. It's a very, it is a very calming experience, ironically enough. You are effectively monitoring your breathing manually, which is very funny. It's like a Twitch meme for those of you who don't know, when they go, you are now manually breathing. You are technically manually breathing at first until it's meditative for sure. It's fine, but it's kind of hypocritical because you often make fun of people who have social phobias. Yeah. You know who else I make fun of for having a stupid phobia? Myself. Okay. And everyone makes fun of me for that too. So what's the point? Yeah, I make fun of everybody else, and I make fun of myself, and others make fun of me as well. So, wait. Oh, David, what did you do? God damn it. What is happening here? He changed all of my fucking presets. So I don't even know. Is this... Oh, there it is. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I was gone for like 4 days. So, of course, David flipped everything. I just realized I didn't have any of the alerts or anything like that. Anyway, so soundboard is dead. No, it's not. It's still here. But yeah, the diving experience was great. The first day, saw octopus, saw fish. It was whatever. It was chill. The next day we were going on a deeper dive. This time 40 feet, right? And I think like once you get used to the 10 feet, like the 0 feet to 10 feet, there's not much difference between 10 feet and 40 feet. But the next day we saw stingrays, which was a cool experience. And we saw sharks, which was a cool experience. And I mean, the sharks were super chill too. And basically I realized, like, you know, fish are chill. Fish are just guys. Okay? Fish are just guys. I didn't think about I always thought fish were like this alien species, right? And it does have an alien quality when you're underneath when you're in their habitat, all of the coral reefs and all this shit, right? All the different things that are down there. It does have a alien quality to it. But I always thought fish were just like nervous, panicked, alien-like. But when I was in their environment, they were unbelievably chill. Okay? They were unfathomably chill. They would just come up and be like, "What's up?" Literally, they would just like come over and they were curious about who I was. We had a cultural exchange. I had a cultural exchange with the fish. Same with the octopus too. The octopus still scare me a little bit because they're too smart. You know, they have a almost human-like quality to them. It's like fucked up. Did I pet them? Yes, I fed them too. I fed a fish by hand underwater. It was pretty cool. But yeah, it's official though. I was at the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Yes, I traveled down to the Gulf. I could not go. First, I was going to go through the Turkish-Iranian border, go to Iran, go to southern Iran, and dive in and basically pry open the strait by hand. But instead, I had to go through the Gulf side, through Oman, dove in through Oman, and all I got was these aquatic experiences. I was trying to negotiate. I was trying to pry it open. I'm a hero. I'm a hero for that. Okay? No, I was not in Singapore in the Malacca Strait because the Malacca Strait is always open. It remains open. Yeah, did you talk to RGC Basijis? Yeah. Unfortunately, my efforts amounted to nothing. I was not able to open the Strait of Hormuz. But while I could not deliver peace between the Islamic Republic and the beautiful nation state of Singapore and the United States of America, I was able to make peace with the fish. So, it's not the worst possible thing. Other than that, there's really not much going on. There's not really much going on in my life. I just, I feel refreshed. I feel pretty good. I shaved, which is apparently a big deal for some. As always, whenever I shave, y'all turn into like little babies seeing their father shave for the first time. You start crying. Did you get cool birthday presents? I did not. But yeah, I'm glad I did it though, because obviously there is a lot going on in the world, a lot going on in the universe. And there's going to be even more stuff coming up this week. So I took that 1 yearly break that I take with my family, which I usually stream through, but the only difference this time was I didn't stream through it. But I certainly wasn't as up to date with everything that was going on. I mean, I followed along from afar. I saw the ups and downs, but I will say it's good to be back. It's good to be back. And yeah, what is this? That's crazy. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Bro, that is okay. Okay, fair. Birthday food review? What food review? What birthday food review? There's no birthday food review. What does that even mean? The comments say his girlfriend brought the pig to the bakery. Yeah. No idea what people are saying. You look hot as fuck, shave. Keep it up. Thank you. Does your new relationship with fish make you more or less likely to eat them? I am not going to eat them. The taste of it still freaks me out. All right. We're going to get to the news. Do we have a playlist, or is that gone too? Is that over now? Now that what is this? Hasan used to have fun.
I'm doing a birthday.
What is this? I mean, yeah, I used to, and I don't anymore.
Festivity for like
birthday
a week.
You didn't do anything for your actual birthday.
True.
Yeah, we got helium balloons. Did you know helium's going extinct?
I have heard that. Yeah.
The decor is immaculate.
Well, in any case, today we're going to be making my favorite type of cake. It's called the Tres Leche cake. Triple milk.
Triple milk.
Triple the milk, triple the fun. Judy has made this for me before, but this time I get to learn how to make it myself. And I'm very excited to absolutely fuck this up. Yeah, I just nutted everywhere after eating your cookie. It was awesome.
He's not a retainer. Do you know what a retainer is?
A cum retainer?
Yeah, he's like a gooner, but much better.
No.
Because he just never comes.
What are you doing back there, girl?
She's finding stuff.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, while you're preparing, we can talk about. Can we like pull clips up and stuff, or we can't, right?
It depends on how nice Nico feels.
Oh, okay.
Nico, do you feel nice? Do you want to pull clips up for him?
Did someone say Hasan is such a basic bitch for liking Trey Leche? That's crazy. I feel like it's not the most basic build in terms of. Is it a basic? Is it a basic bitch cake? It is? Oh my god.
Tres Leches is good. It's good. It's delicious. Also, I'm Mexican. I think it's crazy that people are denying me my Mexican heritage by shitting on my favorite choice of cake. The way he pronounced it, Tres Leches. Is it Tres Leche? I don't know how you're supposed to say it. Whatever, it don't matter. I got the playlist. Thank you, chatters. I got the playlist right here. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
What is this? Happy birthday.
Tres Leche
Thank you.
and Red Velvet.
Bro.
This may be an unpopular take, but I like the no facial hair today. You're looking skinny too. Thank you. Yeah, I used to have fun, man. I used to have fun. People are saying Red Velvet is their favorite cake, but Red Velvet is just chocolate cake. Hasan Piker's controversial rise divides the Democratic Party. Can you unshave, please? Yes, it's called just not shaving for a couple days. Don't worry. I'm on like day 2 so far. So in like 3 days, my beard will be back. Fox News went crazy. They talked about you every day. Hannity had you in the opening monologue 2 days in a row. Oh my God, they must have missed me. Did they miss me? If there's one community that missed me, it's got to be my haters, right? Like I know you guys are like, oh, you didn't give me the news boy. Fuck you, right? I'm sure that's like a primary concern for many of you in this community. But let's be real. I think there's a community that missed me a lot more, and that was Fox News and my haters on the internet. Haters on the liberal side, haters on the Republican side. Doing a devastating handshake of hell, getting together and finding new ways of yelling about me, even when I wasn't making new content for them. So, yeah, this was very funny. This was a very funny outrage. Hasan Piker framed the 9/11 front page. This is an enemy of America. It's like, first of all, it's called Never Forget. Okay. Hey, Twitch, you okay with this? I don't mean that to be funny. I'm actually asking, are you actually okay with this? Why would Twitch ban me for having a framed newspaper of 9/12 of the New York Times? That would be fucking insane. It is probably the most singularly important historic event of all of our lifetime. That is insane. You know? Hasan Piker now displays a framed 9/12 newspaper showing the Twin Towers in flames behind him on stream. History enthusiasts when it isn't World War II or the Roman Empire. Yeah, that was really funny. Dave Rubin, I can't even begin to explain how evil it is that scumbag Hasan Piker has the September 12, 2001 New York Times framed on his set. You know what's really funny about all this, by the way? They all complained about this. And then one day later, Donald Trump came out and was like, hey, you know that country that had the most to do with 9/11, Saudi Arabia? I'm going to give that country nuclear weapons, potentially, a pathway to develop nukes. There is nothing funnier than watching the entire conservative sphere lose their collective minds and try to manufacture outrage over a non-issue that most normal people will be like, yeah, it's a fucking profoundly important historic event. And then the next day, Trump is like, you know what? Actually, 9/11, the country that had a lot to do with it, they deserve nuclear arms. We are going to give them civilian nukes, but also potentially a pathway to nuclear enrichment. It's hilarious. It is fucking hilarious that they went and try to manufacture and farm outrage only to then turn around and get outdone by Donald Trump. Yeah, whatever happened to Never Forget? Well, for them, it's like, I should forget it immediately, I guess. And that's what they're frustrated about. Anyway, what does Saudi Arabia do with it? 17 of the 19 hijackers were of Saudi descent, Saudi nationality. And not only that, but also there were members of the royal family that had directly funded the hijackers. Also, Al-Qaeda is, a collaborative effort between the CIA and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So they had a lot to do with it, a lot more than Iran did, for example. Iran had nothing to do with 9/11, even though Americans think it was Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan that had everything to do with 9/11, which is hilarious because they had nothing to do with it at all. So, yeah, in any case, that was a farm operation, manufactured outrage operation that I think kind of fell flat, and we moved on. What is this new Haley Stevens soundbite from when you were gone?
I told you, Dustin, I left.
I mean, this is, I don't know what to say about Haley Stevens. We'll get to that in a second. Okay, there's a lot to talk about on the Haley Stevens camp. I think all of this like cutesy, folksy, exaggerated accent of Haley Stevens, unironically, is a shield, is a way for her to basically, hide the fact that she is an establishment politician, not dissimilar to what you expect from the likes of, Pete Buttigieg or any number of different like establishment Democrats. And it makes her come across like a harmless figure when she is, her policies, her agenda, her worldview is very harmful. Yeah. Yeah, this is a great example of this. Two cool kids on the internet doing cool kid chatter. Some of them might be coastal elites making fun of how I talk. They're making fun of Michigan. It's like, bro, you literally endorse Michael Bloomberg. Like, what are you talking about? You endorse Michael Bloomberg for president in 2020. The fuck do you mean about the coastal elite? She is just a corporate suit and nothing else. I guess no jokes are allowed when you turn 35, huh? No, I'm getting acclimated, chatter. I just got back off of, I traveled for like basically 15, almost 20 hours, okay? And immediately came home and immediately fucking fired off the stream. So I'm a little bit all over the place. I'm a little discombobulated, even though I'm actually feeling unbelievably refreshed because I took 4 days off. But yeah, I traveled a lot. So and instantly got off the flight and went live. So yeah, excuse me if I'm a little bit frazzled. Okay. Are we just gonna ignore the level 10 hype train earlier? Level 20 hype train, because all of the people are coming back to subscribe today because I wasn't live. So level 10 hype train price went up for carrying the flame. We're doubling it. You look refreshed. There's a light in your eyes that I find unsettling. Okay. Anyway, let's get started. Fox News missed me a lot, it seems. We'll start there. There's a lot to talk about. We're going to talk about the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to talk about situation monitoring. We're going to talk about the American war efforts. We're on day 14 post MOU. And as last night or this weekend, Trump signaled that he was going to do something crazy and then chose to pull back from it because of the reasons that we've mentioned already. There's like a lot of structural and logistical limitations. There's limitations in the procurement strategy of the American side. They don't have enough interceptors. They've depleted their standoff munitions. They've depleted their interceptors, and it's not a great situation for the American side. And on top of that, I think the Iranian regime's efforts in increasing the, what is this other Fox News article? Hassan far-left figure erupt over subpoenas in $39 million Singham probe. McCarthy trials. For the far-left allies slammed the subpoenas as a witch hunt while fundraising campaigns were also initiated. Yeah. It's kind of funny that they're trying to tie me to Roy Singham so hard. Like, I have no connection to this man. Not that it matters, because it's still, as a commentator, as an analyst, as a leftist, as a socialist, yeah, of course I'm very frustrated by the federal government engaging in this like fascist witch hunt, regardless of my lack of direct relationship or involvement with Roy Singham. You finally got subpoenaed? No, I did not get subpoenaed, chatter. You both wear glasses. It's true. We both do wear glasses. Anyway, we'll get to all of that and more. There's a Netanyahu forceful rebuke and more. But first, let's start here.
Deserve 9/11, dude. It. I'm saying it.
It will inevitably turn Israel into a nation that is entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-Orthodox psychopaths with a nuclear arsenal. Mao Zedong is a yeah, facts, by the way. Again, this is so funny. Like, it's really funny that these guys will clip this and be like, see, look at how frustrating this is. It's like, yeah, you should hear what the more liberal Ashkenazi Jews have to say about where Israel is headed. What, I can't make a fucking assessment about where Israel is headed, given its like demographic increases exclusively coming from some of the most far-right elements in Israeli society? Yeah, that's what this argument is, and it's where Israel is headed. What, am I not supposed to tell you the truth? I don't give a shit. Does this fake outrage even work? No, it doesn't. It's just like, it's unbelievably silly. Like, what I'm referencing is that Israel is inevitably going to turn into a country run exclusively by Itamar Ben-Gvir's and Bezalel Smotrich's, right? That's it, which is exactly what's going on. And that's a real concern, even in Israeli society broadly. Whether we give a shit about what liberal Zionists, whether we give a shit about what liberal Zionists are concerned with or not, there's a separate demographic concern amongst liberal Zionists in Israel, amongst the more liberal elements that want to maintain a close relationship with the West. And that is the fear that they're being outbred. There's two different demographic concerns in Israel, broadly speaking. One is the non-Jew population, the non-Jewish population potentially outbreeding the Jewish population, which is not that big of a concern for Israeli society broadly, because the Orthodox population, the ultra-Orthodox population are actually keeping the Israeli demographic concerns at bay because they oftentimes will have a lot of children, right? But this presents a unique demographic concern for some of the more liberal elements in Israeli society because a lot of these guys are very right-wing, okay? That's it. So while Israel has taken the initiative to ensure, and this is eugenics for the most part, let's be real, but while Israel has taken the initiative to try to stave off some of these demographic concerns coming from the Arab population, the other side of the story is something that they haven't been able to deal with at all, which is that the Israeli demographic replacement is not actually coming from the non-Jews that live in Israel or live outside of Israel but have a right to return technically, but it's actually coming from the replacement coming from West Bank settlers for the most part, ultra-Orthodox and Orthodox Jewish sects that tend to be far more right-wing. Now, there's obviously no monolithic understanding of any religious entity in this country. Or in all countries. So obviously there's some ultra-Orthodox that are, anti-Zionist as well. But ultimately, these are more fundamentalist sects of this same religion. And, they are going to be the only generation, like the next generation is going to be entirely comprised or overwhelmingly comprised of more far-right elements in Israeli society. We've already seen the Israeli politics change as a consequence of this. When you look at the when you look at the youth vote in Israel, the youth vote is actually further to the right than the elderly vote. It's unlike anything else. It's unlike any other country. If you look at the youth vote in Israel, the youth actually vote overwhelmingly in favor of Itamar Ben-Gvir over Bezalel Smotrich, for example. There's this distinction between the two because they think Bezalel Smotrich is not radical enough. Isn't that crazy? Anyway, that's what my reference was to Israeli society and the demographic changes that are taking place in Israeli society. Orthodox psychopaths with a nuclear arsenal. Mao Zedong is one of the great leaders of this world. I finally framed the Cutie Cinderella newspaper from 9/11, the morning of 9/12, the newspaper right there.
That is controversial and far-left streamer Hasan Piker, who has built a platform on anti-American, anti-Israel rhetoric and has amassed a massive following in doing so. But who is Hasan Piker and how did he get so much influence? Let's take a look. Hasan Piker is born in New Jersey to Turkish.
This is crazy. They dedicated the power wall. They dedicated the power wall to my rise into power like I'm like I'm a fucking faraway dictator, okay, in a Marxist-Leninist party that seized power over with like military means or something. Like we did a coup d'etat and we took over, and you know I run Burkina Faso or something. Like what the fuck? I am an American Twitch streamer, okay? I'm not running for office. I'm just an American Twitch streamer who has a political perspective that some, especially in the halls of power, find to be threatening, okay? And it's understandable that they consider it to be threatening because they're not exactly up to share any of that power, any of those resources. They want to continue to consolidate, okay? So there is a threat to them. And if you are a servant of capital, like Fox News is, like many in mainstream, in many of our mainstream outlets are, of course, you find this to be a significant threat, a real existential danger. I don't think it has to be that way. But if you're wondering why this is happening, if you're wondering why Fox News is covering me like this while I'm gone, oh, there's a reason for it. It's because their bosses and their bosses' bosses, I guess, find the level of influence that I have in American politics to be an ever-present danger to their, profit margins, of course. But it is very funny.
Parents, but raised in Istanbul. He has family ties. You'll recognize this guy. He entered political media as the Young Turks co-founder's nephew. That's Cenk Uygur, who you remember very much following in the footsteps. Hasan Piker starts building an online empire, turning his daily stream that everybody from Ro Khanna to Abdul El-Sayed wants to be on, AOC, and he turned these live streams into an audience of 10 million followers. Part of why he is so front and center as a voice of young Democrats. His political access with major progressive stars appear on his show. They're literally like, it's like Joe Rogan trying to get on his show if you are a far left progressive Democrat. His radical record, though, cannot be denied. He's called religious Jews inbred, defended Hamas, continues to do that, and apologized after saying that America deserved 9/11. In the latest firestorm, addressed college Democrats in a Mao-style suit. Look at that. And it's interesting, guys.
How was that? He went from implying that I appreciated 9/11 to, and he wore a suit, and it's fucked up. What a high note to end it on, man.
Because just think the list of pro-America conservative speakers that have been booted from college campuses across the country is too long to list. It would take a half an hour to lay them out. And yet here, college Democrats want this highly controversial, anti-American, anti-Semitic person to address them.
Well, so how did Hasan Piker become a leading voice for young liberals? Well, our next guest is a young Democrat.
That's what
Katie calling on his generation for platforming Piker. He says that it is reprehensible. He's also the president of Young Democrats of Massachusetts. Jack Perenick joins.
There's something really funny about this because I have no idea who this guy is, and I assume this guy is not even like part of the College Democrats of America. This is like an entirely separate group, right? I don't know who this guy is, but it is very funny that he's just like going on fascist news, going on the reactionary MAGA propaganda apparatus to disavow his left flank. Okay. I mean, sure. He's a DGG guy. Awesome. Great. Who cares? You guys have to understand something. Okay. Young Democrats of America is different than the College Democrats of America, first of all. Young Democrats are part of the DNC. They're funded by the Democratic Party. So is the College Democrats, even though they're not very well funded by the DNC. But what you have to remember, it doesn't even matter that this guy is a orbiter of a sex pest or anything like that. I don't even give a shit about the DGG sex pestiny affiliations. What he's doing here is going on Fox News as the face of a young Democratic Party organization, a part of the DNC apparatus, to attack their left flank. You're never supposed to do this, okay? You're not supposed to do this. You should, under no circumstances, find yourself, especially if you feel like you want to have a future in the Democratic Party or if you want to have a future in any kind of opposition party, you should never genuflect to MAGA. You should never cede on their framing, your opposition's framing in general. You should never turn around and collaborate with them. You should not do that at all. As a matter of fact, one of the few people that does this consistently is John Fetterman. You don't want to be in the ranks with John Fetterman, especially if you feel like you have a future in the Democratic Party. Okay?
Now, Jack, welcome to the show. So you say that young Democrats should be careful about, as you call it, platforming Hasan Piker, inviting him to universities. Why do you say that? Or should we have more open discussion and on both sides? Or you're saying he shouldn't be allowed on campus?
Well, I totally believe in going places where you have to talk to people that don't necessarily think the way that you do. That's why I'm here on Fox News this morning. But I think the most important thing to understand about Hasan Piker is that he is someone who is just totally reprehensible. But he does have this large following. And I think one of the most important things that Democrats can do, go out there, talk to his followers, talk to the people who are disaffected with both parties and are listening to him. But platforming him, I think, was something that was almost immediately met with severe backlash. Why do you think he's popular, Jack? There's a lot of people right now who don't feel comfortable embracing either party establishment, and we see that on the left and the right. I think Hasan Piker sounds a lot more like radical figures on the right, like Nick Fuentes, than he does like a lot of Democrats. And I think he said it best himself. He came to this convention to speak and used half of his time defending why almost everyone hates him, and the other half of his time.
This doesn't make sense. You can't on the one hand say I'm unbelievably popular and I've been able to capture the attention of a lot of disillusioned young people that do not like either party, and then turn around and say everybody hates him. Actually, like, which is it? Do I hold the levers of power? Am I this unfathomably popular person, or am I a guy that everybody hates? It doesn't really make sense. There are. This is I would say this is the last gasp of a dying movement in general. Like, liberalism is cratering in support, in popularity. It's been the lay of the land for almost the past century, right? And that's part of the reason why it's kind of falling apart. The reason why it's kind of falling apart is because people understandably attribute all of the current struggles that they're experiencing back to liberalism, because liberalism has been the monoculture. Liberal capitalism has also been the only game in town. So even if people don't have the political education to fully comprehend that they might personally not be liberals, they might be something a little bit more radical, quote unquote radical or whatever, it doesn't really matter. They just look at it and they go, this is the establishment. The establishment has not delivered for me. May have even voted for an anti-establishment candidate in the form of Donald Trump to break this duopoly with the false assumption that Donald Trump was going to be different. And my point always has been that there is a collaborative effort in certain instances between some in the establishment on the Democratic Party and the establishment on the Republican Party. This is proof in the pudding. This basically proves the argument. When you go on Fox News to attack your left flank and say, oh, his politics are odious, he's very popular, but also very, very unpopular at the same time, and we should listen to him, we should talk to his audience, but we shouldn't actually platform him, you're not making a coherent through line. You don't have a coherent through line in your ideology. It's just simply attack the left flank, and you will go to unbelievable lengths to do so, including directly collaborating with the fascist, reactionary, MAGA, Trump news outlet. You are now going on the same news outlet that defends the Epstein class. You're going on the same news outlet that defends robbing people of their health care, that defends going to war, endless wars. All of a sudden, you find yourself aligned with some truly toxic, truly odious people and some really reactionary politics. And that's the issue, right? That's the issue. The question is very simple. Do you think I am a bigger threat to American politics than the entire MAGA machine? Because now you're going to the belly of the beast. And for many liberals, I think the answer is pretty simple. They've already chosen which side they're on. They do not want to be on the side of the working class. They do not want to be on the side that centers the needs of the working class at the heart of their politics. They would much rather, what is this? Oh, thank you. What? Okay. They would much rather side with the fascists than they would with their left flank. And part of the reason why, I mean, this is part of the reason why the Democrats have been objectively unpopular, right? Like, in many respects, those to our left that routinely criticize us, and tell us that we are actually rehabilitating the liberal Zionist genocidal Democratic Party's image, there is a little bit of truth in that criticism. Okay, not entirely correct, obviously, because like, what kind of Democrats are you electing is the real question here. Who are you electing? Are you using the Democratic Party as a platform to reach a broader consensus, reach a broader audience, reach the masses with your politics, or are you actually rehabilitating the Democratic Party is the real question. Now, aside from that, though, the criticism is somewhat not unfounded, partially because there is an element of breathing life back into the Democratic Party through these grassroots movements that we have been able to build. Not only are we establishing a base, not only are we establishing a machine, but we're also, associating these popular politics with the Democratic Party, even if the Democratic Party fights back tooth and nail. So from that perspective, this is unbelievably stupid. You're attacking the grassroots mobilization that's taking place, that's like unironically rehabilitating the image of the Democratic Party a little bit, right? The association with democratic socialism for Democrats is not a negative one. It's actually a positive one for the broader national party. Okay? Anyway, I got to pee.
I'm attacking the Democratic Party. And I think that's, the kind of speech that isn't helpful to the Democrats, but it is helpful to get an even larger number of people disaffected. But I think that the desire to go out and reach out to the people who are listening to him right now is a good one. And the college Dems, if they continue that approach of talking to people who are very skeptical of the Democratic Party, are on a good path to regain more supporters.
Well, Jack, first of all, we are grateful to you for coming on and talking about this, and we appreciate your willingness to engage. It's a very important part of our country. And I get what you're saying about how there are a lot of people in the world who feel disaffected, but this guy talks about very specific things. What is it that from, a lot of young people, obviously, what is it that draws people to the specific things that Hasan Piker talks about that we all find so repellent?
Yeah, I mean, I think so many people have lost faith in the ability of the American political system to effect change that his calls for a revolution become appealing because people feel that that's the only way. And I think that this goes to the need for Democrats to really show that they're delivering. But I think, Hasan in particular, part of the reason why he's just such an awful speaker and a messenger for this voice, particularly for college Democrats, one of the things I heard a lot about there was his objection to, this is someone who thinks date rape on college campuses is hilarious and something to be joked about. And it was a message that, particularly to young people, it was really helpful to so many of the people who didn't know who he was before.
Oh, he's this makes sense as to why he's a fucking sex pest in the orbiter. That's not true, obviously. No, he is using my criticisms of Liberty University, which Fox News has defended over and over again, saying, yeah, this is a sex pestiny mutant talking point. One of those talking points that mutates into something totally ridiculous. Liberty University did an anti-Title 10, created an anti-Title 10 college campus. And my criticism of that turned into Hasan Piker wants white, rich college girls to be date raped. Bullshit. It's completely fucking made up. It is completely made up. Or Title 9. Sorry, not Title 10. I apologize. Title 9. That's what it is. It was my criticism of a college campus that was expressly designed around not allowing Title IX, not allowing any sort of like date rape or rape investigations to take place on college campus, to basically cordon off all the rapists that are self-selecting and self-identifying to go there. I wonder if that space even stops and thinks about why they can only get their slander on Fox News. No, I don't think they care. I don't think they care about it. I think they are actively collaborating with the fascists to clean up their left flank. Like, this person's entire purpose here, stop sending me videos about Israeli tourists being evil. Okay, I'm not going to watch that right now. Steve's for real. Please, just take a day off, okay? I just got back. There's a million things that I'm going to cover. I'm not going to look at that right now. Yeah, no, this is cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds in real life, okay? This is what's going on. This is precisely what's taking place. For these guys, they only care about destroying their left flank, and they will go to any lengths they can. They will collaborate with the fascist administration, as they are doing here, okay, with the hopes that the Trump movement only focuses their animosity, their enmity, and their ridiculous legal pursuits that are objectively illegal when they prosecute political dissidents to communists, socialists, anarchists, to these guys' left flank. They don't realize that this actually will inevitably turn on them as well. This machine historically has turned on the liberals that have collaborated and cooperated with the fascists, and it will once again, but they're too stupid and they're too short-sighted, or perhaps they're just straightforwardly fascist and will become loud and proud advocates of the fascist movement, and they won't remain Democrats once that turn takes place. Okay?
Seeing him come out dressed as Mao was really helpful to a lot of people to know that this was not someone serious that was there to talk. And it was, people streamed out of the room. You can't see it in that shot there, but the people streamed out of the room so much so they had to close the doors to the auditorium.
Yeah, he's just making shit up, which is so crazy. Like, none of this happened. None of the things that he's saying that I have said are real. None of the things that happened in that room. Like, I got a fucking standing ovation you can see in the shot. But this is make-believe, okay? Yeah, everyone that was off camera was actually in agreement with me. They were really frustrated about the way Hasan was talking about the Democratic Party. But yeah, they did show the crowd. It's on the stream. Not that it matters. Why? Because, again, I am criticizing the form here, okay? I'm criticizing the function, and I'm criticizing the form. I'm criticizing the medium that this person is choosing to lean into, okay? Because it's fucking unbelievable. It's unbelievable and utterly unacceptable that someone who chooses to associate themselves with the youth wing of the Democratic Party would actively go on Fox News to criticize another youth wing of the Democratic Party and to criticize a person to their left flank. Okay? It's completely unacceptable.
Stop the mass departure. Four whole state delegations walked out in their entirety. And it was funny that, congressional candidates in R+30 districts got 10 times the applause that he did because people kind of know that he's a hackster, not to be taken seriously.
But does that matter? The fact that he is a fraud, does that matter if you've got millions of people who are listening to him and following him?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You have to go out and talk to the people who think that, right now there is no hope in the Democratic Party. So they're looking for figures like Piker.
Yeah. What's really interesting about this is, like, are you going to present that hope? Is the hope for new Democrats charting a new path forward going to be doing the exact same thing that, Hillary Rodham Clinton did, doing the exact same thing that the establishment has done over and over again to varying degrees of failure? Do you see what I mean? Like, you don't have a vision in the affirmative, so much so that you are choosing to collaborate with fascists. Okay, you're choosing to go on the fascist platform to rail against your left flank. What is your vision? What is your vision for a better future? How are you going to chart a vision in the affirmative for a better path forward that will get people excited, that will get people off their asses and go out and vote, go out and actually push the Democratic Party? What's the vision? Better things are not possible? Would you ever critique moderate Dems? Of course, I critique moderate Dems all the time. But my criticisms of moderate Dems and the right wing of the party is the same exact criticisms that I have for the Republican Party. It's not about the aesthetics. It's not about the fact that I said on Fox News, if I ever went on Fox News, I would have a lot more to say about Fox News, even if I were to actually critique the moderate wing of the party. I would not agree with the Fox News criticisms of the Democratic Party broadly because it's inappropriate, because it's not true. As much as I have, and I would love to go on fucking Fox News, they just won't have me on. They would much rather have people like this on. You will not find me agreeing with Fox News on Fox News. Okay? That's the problem. Like, what he could have said here if he was an actual, if he was actually invested in like a big tent or something like that. What he could have said here is this. Hasan says a lot of things that I don't agree with, but he says a lot of things that are, truthful. For example, he says that the Republican Party is a firm and committed defender of the Epstein class. And this is exactly the kind of odious politics that Fox News actually defends vociferously. Okay, so let's not talk about a Twitch streamer that has a grassroots momentum backing him, or a movement that is actually breathing life back into the Democratic Party, even if I don't agree with everything that they're saying and doing. Ultimately, the real problem is those who control all of the levers of power in this country, which happens to be the Republican Party, right? The Republican Party controls every branch of the government. They've actually filled the courts all the way up to the Supreme Court with some of the worst, most reactionary judges. They are dominating American politics, and Americans are sick and tired of it. And they're now finally recognizing that voting for the Republicans, voting for the anti-establishment, the fake right-wing sloppiness, is not actually going to change the system, is not actually change the system for the better at all. And Fox News has been defending this system, defending the establishment. Republicans, for the longest time, have been able to present themselves as anti-establishment. Democrats, I think, need to learn from that. They need to figure out how the Republicans have been able to do this. Like, there is a way to critique me, even if you went on Fox News, okay? But he's not doing that. He's just there to rip apart, slander, smear the left flank movement, okay? That's it. He wants to be, his lifelong dream, I suspect, is to be a corporate stooge, a Haley Stevens type, propped up by the establishment and moneyed interest, and never understanding why the Democrats keep losing. You are being played a fool. You're a useful idiot for the right.
Who are talking about the ability to affect broad change. I think the reality is, though, that there could not be anyone less politically influenceable right now. And it's funny, even in, I've talked to a lot of people. I called his comments reprehensible. A friend of mine reminded me that Zoran Mondami said the same thing about his comments, and I really think that he's, been a very successful person in uniting the Democratic Party against his.
Yeah, they're like, no, Zoran is good, Hasan is bad. True. Fine, I'll take it. AOC's good, Hasan is too radical. Keep pointing to all the. Next up, they'll be like, Abdul El Sayed is good, Hasan is too radical. It's fine, I'll take it. No, I'll take it. Yeah, all of these guys. All of these people that I work with actively, that I've propped up, that means that they are becoming undeniable within the system, within the ranks of the party. They've become so unfathomably popular amongst the base that he can't actively shit on them. I'm sure before Zoran ran, I'm sure before Zoran became the winner of the Democratic Party, or even after Zoran became the winner of the Democratic Party, he still probably had his opinions on him, his negative associations, his negative opinions with Zoran and his politics. But now he can't say anything about it. Why? Because DSA is becoming undeniable. Okay? That's it. Yeah, John Fetterman and Jared Polis, Fox and the GOP's favorite Democrats. Every Democrat that falls out of favor will then go to Fox News to run there and to say, oh, we hate this left flank shit. We hate this stuff. We hate it so much. It's like, if you did, and if you actually had the overarching approval of the entire Democratic Party's base on your side, you wouldn't have to go to Fox News and cry. Okay? These candidates would not even win. My dad even called this out. He thought it was strange that Fox News was praising. They hated like 3 months ago. Exactly.
Anti-Semitic and hateful comments.
Well, and Jack, as you mentioned, he said in his speech to the Democrats, college Democrats, that he is coming for the establishment. And with such a following, as Charlie points out, we'll see where this goes. Jack Pernick, thank you for joining us. We want to have you come back as we continue to follow this. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
All right.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all.
In reality,
his negative views, Zoran probably continued for months, even after he got elected mayor, until his record was undeniable. Yes, these guys are all fraudulent, but it's good. That means we are fucking winning. Okay? That means we're winning. It's that simple. I'm one person. I don't give a shit if I'm the tank. Yeah, I saw the News Nation DSA co-chair was asked about me as well.
Let's move.
Okay. It's so funny that they were like demanding that the Democratic Socialists of America disavow me as well, which I find very funny. What about this comment? What about that comment? Do you disavow this comment? Do you disavow that comment? DSA co-chair, why don't you disavow Hasan Piker? It's like, here's the thing. Okay. We have to remain strong. We have to remain consistent. We have to be disciplined. Okay. That's part of the reason why, even if I hear something on the DSA platform that I don't, fully agree with or think is like optically not the best or whatever the fuck, I will still stand by my allies. Okay. You are not disciplined. Yes, I shaved. I am not disciplined. Exactly. The reason why I stand by my comrades, my allies in the Democratic Socialists of America is because they are far closer to me, if not damn near identical with my worldview, than even the right-wing centrist Democrats are, and certainly the reactionary right. We have to have a principled stance. We can have our minor disagreements. But ultimately, if we start disavowing one another, then there is no movement. Okay? I think that kind of stuff is silly. It's one of the most toxic aspects of the left. Okay? One of the most toxic aspects of the left is constantly seeking some semblance of purity by those who never even demonstrate that purity or demonstrate the same moral standards that they're applying to you. Okay? You think I'm going to sit there and listen to a goddamn fascist demand that I disavow people who are closest to me politically? Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you insane? Are you out of your mind? That's ridiculous. That's why we should stop calling people ultra. It's exactly like the calling the left hankies. Yes, the problem is there are wreckers, okay? There are wreckers. If they just shut the fuck up about how reformist the Democratic Socialists of America are, then I would never, there is, for years and years, okay, people have called me a tanky. I don't care. I don't care about that. People have called me an ultra. People have called me a tanky. They still are doing it. They're doing it every day. They're trying to turn me into a boogeyman. The problem is the people who consider themselves to be further to my left don't recognize what's going on, and they just constantly are trying to destroy what exists of like left mobilization in this fucking country. Okay, that's the problem. So I am consistent on this. There are those law wrecking the DNC. Yes, dude, the DNC. That's what we're doing here. This is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. Come on, man. The DSA left is not trying to destroy the left. What? No, I'm not fucking criticizing the DSA left at all. What I'm talking about are people who, instead of like the other guy, that wasn't the DSA left that I just banned. Okay. What I just banned in that situation is someone behaving like a fucking wrecker. When DSA itself has the entire federal apparatus constantly surveilling everything that they do, when I have the State Department actively calling me out, and there are people who still come in here and they go, no, you're actually not a true revolutionary. Fuck you. You're actually fake and phony. Focus your sights. Train your sights on the fascists. What the fuck are you doing? Immediately choosing to attack your closest fucking friends, your closest ideological allies in this moment where the fascist government is actively trying to basically throw every single political dissident into concentration camps, is unbelievably annoying. It's friendly fire. Of course I'm going to yell about that. I just gave you an example of people to my right within the DSA right that I do not oppose or criticize publicly, even if I have my disagreements with them. And the same goes for people on my left as well, people to my left flank, the Maoist third worldists and whatnot. The only time I ever apply criticism is when they, whether they be to my right or to my left, are coming after a broad anti-fascist coalition. That is what they are wrecking. Do you understand? It is those who are deeply unserious and do not recognize the necessity for as broad of a movement as possible that will oppose fascism in this country that is growing, that I criticize no matter who they are. I mean, look, I just criticized a liberal Democrat who's actively coming after the entirety of the left flank. They don't make any distinction between you or I. Neither does the Republican Party. And the Republican Party doesn't even make a distinction between liberals and people on our side. Okay? It's that simple.
Democratic socialism and radicalism is simply a vessel to overthrow the U.S. of our country from within. The plan, as stated in the DSA's chapter, win elections, throw out the Constitution, abolish the Senate, abolish the Electoral College. Of course, you want to stack the courts, strip away all powers from the White House and Supreme Court, and then, boom, democratic socialism / communism, just, regular old, that'll be the end of America as we know it.
Where is this? There was someone talking about the point of wrecker. You're wrecking the DNC. You're wrecking the organization within the DNC. If you don't understand what we're trying to do here, and if you can't even comprehend why the Republicans are losing their goddamn minds over this, and why the center of power in the right wing of the Democratic Party is losing their goddamn minds, and they're cooperating with the fucking fascist right in this country, that's not our fault, okay? If this movement was unimpactful, if this movement was simply posturing from the outside, okay, and offering constant critique instead of trying to do something to make this change, then yes, this wouldn't be happening right now, okay? I've been saying the same things for a decade now. Why am I getting constant round-the-clock coverage from Fox News? Okay, there have been moments that I've been featured on Fox News, but never to this degree. Why? Why is it that only now are many of the organs of propaganda on the mainstream right and the mainstream center right, from CNN, CBS, and Fox News, why are they coming after me as aggressively as they can? Because they're not coming after me, they're coming after all of us, okay? I'm just a figurehead. Even if I don't choose that moniker myself, even if I disavow that, it doesn't matter. That's the way they're presenting it. They're not talking about me when they say this stuff. They're talking about anyone that wants to progress in this country, anyone that wants to pull back the Overton window closer to the left, anyone that wants to fight for healthcare, anyone that is even capable or invested in criticizing Donald Trump. Okay? That is what they choose, what they want to destroy. That's their goal. And if you can't comprehend it, I don't know what to tell you. That is their goal, though. Their goal isn't to just section off different aspects of the left and offer a critical lens. Their goal is not to make the Democratic Party more competitive. You can't be stupid enough to believe that, right? Do you genuinely believe that? Do you think that these guys are actually invested in making the Democratic Party a strong Democratic Party by cutting off their left movement, their left flank? The Republicans, you think the same Republicans that have been calling Nancy Pelosi a communist for the last 2 decades, all of a sudden now are making that distinction between Nancy Pelosi and people like myself? Where is that coming from, you think? You think Fox News cares about having a strong Democratic Party? Or do you think they're actively trying to foment discontent within the left by targeting the base, by picking DSA, its platform? It's too radical. Someone like myself saying that I'm too radical, I'm too crazy.
Now, you can vote your way into socialism, but you can't vote your way out of it. Sounds extreme? Yeah, because it is. And don't forget, Democratic Socialists, they don't love this country. One of their core leaders, Hasan Piker, said America deserved 9/11, this in the 25th anniversary year of 9/11/01. And now, in his podcast, he proudly displays a framed newspaper. Take a look at this from 9/12/01, showing the Twin Towers on fire. Take a look.
Also, you might have noticed some changes behind me. I finally framed the Cutie Cinderella newspaper from 9/11, the morning of 9/12, the newspaper right there. The newspaper that covered 9/11. It's now officially sitting behind me, and I moved the North Korean poster
Recently, the college Democrats invited Piker to speak at their annual convention. He showed up dressed like a Chinese dictator and delivered a hate-filled rant against all of his political enemies, including Israel, Donald Trump, and other Democrats. The speech was kind of insane, so insane that the University of Kansas Democrats, they actually got up and walked out, later condemning.
This didn't happen, but I like that they're making shit up. They are merging different groups that are not a part of this organization. They're saying like, oh, Kansas Democrats actually got mad. Oh, young Democrats got mad. These are not the same. These are not the same organizations. But of course, Fox News lies about everything. They lie when ICE guns down another American citizen or someone with a legal permanent residency in the country. Why would you think that they're being honest in this moment, right? They lie about everything. So the question I have for like the dummies that still refuse to comprehend what's going on, they lie about everything. Why would they be truthful about this? They hate you, even if you are a liberal. Even if you're a liberal Democrat and you're like, oh, I just want like moderate changes to take place at a reasonable pace. They make no distinction between you. Okay, they make no distinction between you and I. There will come a moment where you will have to pick a side. Okay, that incrementalism is not going to save you. It's not. It's not going to save you at all.
Piker's extremism in a statement. Of course, Piker, well, wasn't just dressed like Chairman Mao for fun. He actually reveres one of, well, history's most evil and murderous dictators ever to exist on this planet. Take a look.
They clipped me talking about Mao Zedong, up by a cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would and never will. Mao Zedong is a one of the great leaders of this world, okay? A man who changed the entire universe, the entire planet. He did. He changed the trajectory of history. He is the founding father of the People's Republic of China. Mao Zedong gets the same level of credit that the founding fathers do for America.
Now, tens of millions of Chinese citizens.
It's true. Facts. Here, post this clip too, Sean. Why won't Sean Hannity have me on to discuss this stuff? He said he was supposed to, and instead he chose not to have me on and talk about me instead. It's very interesting. What are you afraid of, Sean? We can discourse back and forth on this issue, whatever issue you want to talk about. Dude, this is actually concerning. It's not fucking normal that Fox News is reporting on everything you say or do and portraying you some scary villain. I swear to God, they want someone to harm you. They know what they're doing. Yes, they do. Chinese citizens don't have a problem with Mao. Why are they portraying it like he's feared and hated by the Chinese people? Yeah, well, for them, it's 1.4 billion Chinese people actually are brainwashed or too terrified to say anything about Mao Zedong. That's what it is. Like, you can't have a sober assessment of his contributions and also his excesses at the same time, which is the Chinese government's position as well, ironically enough. And it's, they're less critical than I am, as far as the Cultural Revolution goes. But even they recognize the harms that took place, and so do I. But again, for these people, they don't want to have like a real assessment. They don't want to have a real tabulation. They don't want to look at the complex historical figure that was Mao Zedong. They simply want to say he is Chinese Hitler. And what's really interesting about that is whether you hate China, whether you actively want to foment hatred towards China or not, it doesn't matter. If you see China as a foreign adversary, you must still understand China. If you see China as another great power in the world that you want to cooperate with rather than constantly saber rattle against, you must still understand China. And that's what's really interesting about this. So I listened to the Ezra Klein conversation that took place on my flight back, okay, where Ezra Klein had the former Prime Minister of Australia, Kevin Rudd, on. Kevin Rudd is probably one of the best China understanders in the Western world. This man has obsessively studied contemporary Chinese history all the way from college, and then he has had a direct relationship with Xi Jinping as well at his time in the Australian Foreign Service, and then later on as an Australian diplomat, and also the 26th Prime Minister of Australia from 2007 to 2010. Like throughout Like, he has personally experienced Xi Jinping's rise to power. He has personally a decent understanding of China. He was China maxing before anyone else was. Now, he's not the biggest fan of China by any means. However, unlike many of his counterparts, he recognizes that in order to develop even a critical understanding of China, in order to develop the best defenses against China, if that's your goal, you still have to understand China. You still have to understand Marxist-Leninism. You have to understand Xi Jinping's rise to power. No one in the Western world, many of the Western analysts actually fail to do this adequately, which is why they constantly they constantly find themselves lost. Okay, that's it. It's unbelievably stupid. It's in a way, it's no different than what the right wing was saying about Mark Milley when Mark Milley came out and was like, "Of course I've read Mao Zedong. Of course I've read formative Marxist literature, and we continue to teach that to our officers. We continue to teach that to people who end up becoming generals." The reason for why we do that is because we must understand the enemy. We must study the enemy if we choose to understand it, if we choose to fight back effectively. Okay? So my argument here in this circumstance, regardless of my difference in opinion with the likes of Kevin Rudd, right, who is arguably no fan of China, my argument for those who just simply go, "Oh, dude, you're a fucking silly radical, shut the fuck up." My argument always is, no, you have to read. You have to understand. Even if you hate China, you still have to understand China. Otherwise, you're going to be like, how did they become this behemoth? How did they become this superpower over the course of 3 decades? How did that happen? You'll get lost. And I don't understand why. I have studied fascists as well. Doesn't mean I like fascism, but I have to understand it. I have to understand where these guys are coming from. That's the reason why I watch Fox News as well. I'm a student of the right as well. And the reason for why I do this is because I need to understand how they galvanize the base, how they organize, what issues they organize around. Okay? This kind of thought-terminating fake patriotism is simply to delude your base, to make sure that your side never even develops any understanding of how China became this modern behemoth, this titan. Okay? It's very stupid. It's so stupid that I'm not even saying you need to be a Marxist-Leninist. I'm simply saying just read, please, and develop a better understanding. Okay? And ironically enough, this interview was pretty solid. I mean, all the way up until the end. Like, there's a lot of there's fear mongering at the end of the conversation, of course, but I will stand by this. Kevin Rudd, unlike any other Western analyst, which is, again, low bar to clear, Kevin Rudd understands China. Okay, he disagrees, and he has plenty of critique, some valid, some I think exaggerated, but he absolutely understands and takes seriously the way that the People's Republic of China formed. He talked extensively about dialectics, dialectical materialism, historical materialism. He talked about Xi's rise to power. He talks about Marxist-Leninism. He talks about Leninism in general. He talks about the direction that Xi Jinping took the PRC, took the Communist Party of China, which is, again, there have been transformations with each formation. And Xi Jinping has done a lot in the direction of he completely misrepresented Marxist-Leninism in that podcast. I think in comparison to the average person's understanding, it was crude, it was reductive, but it was absolutely far better than the average Westerner. I am, again, grading Kevin Rudd on a fucking curve, okay? In comparison to the way that most Western analysts frame China, the very notion that he recognizes that these guys are committed Leninists, committed Marxist-Leninists, is automatically going to place you far above the rest. Okay? I think ultimately his critique of China stems from his liberal worldview. He was much better on China when he was in government. I think he's pandering for clout nowadays. I mean, ultimately, My point wasn't about, he's great on China or I agree with him. My point was that he, at the very least, is a person whom I disagree with, who still has done the fucking reading. If you are a Western analyst, if you are a Western politician, and you openly say, look, we must not underestimate China, and that they are committed to their understanding, their own interpretation of where China is on their socialist development, but they are still nevertheless committed to developing socialism, okay? You are far above almost every other Western analyst, because Western analysts look at this and they go, China is capitalist. China doesn't care about anything other than just like, being... other than the CCP controlling the government, and, they harass everyone endlessly. They fucking destroy and kill political dissidents. There's mass surveillance, all this stuff, which Kevin Rudd also points to, right? Ultimately, he still understands China far better than the average Westerner does. I'll give you a more contemporary example of this, even though the Chinese one is obviously still very relevant because it's our major adversary, right? Our major adversary as the great power, this behemoth that's like destroying the world from the assessment of Western analysts. It's Iran. The reason why so many of my counterparts got the Iran situation wrong is because they were blinded by ideology and they were blinded by Western primacy, okay? They had a bias. They could not fathom that a middle power could potentially effectively control the Strait of Hormuz, use the geographical limitations of the Strait of Hormuz, which is only 21 miles wide, to their advantage with a relatively low-cost strategy of just drone striking commercial vessels. The reason why we got that wrong, or the reason why we got that right here, is because I understand and take seriously the things that foreign adversaries say, okay? A year ago, Iran would not have been considered a possible global superpower. It's not a global superpower still, okay? But it's very clear that it can project power beyond its immediate borders, or rather, they are capable of projecting power right next to their borders, which happens to be one of the most important geographical locations for the global energy trade. My point is, if you underestimate Iran, you find yourself confused 200 days in, where you think to yourself, how the fuck did this happen? Why can America not militarily destroy Iran? Why can't the United States of America force Iran to heal? It's because we underestimated the Iranian capabilities, okay? You could fill a book with pro-war pundits who were embarrassingly wrong about almost every aspect of the Iran war and led Trump and the U.S. into disaster. Here's a thread of just some of the worst offenders and the utter tripe they want you to forget that they were peddling. Max Abrams. Abrams was really feeling himself after Trump's attacks on Iran last year, which largely avoided spiraling into disaster only because of how limited U.S. involvement was and because of Iran's restraint at the time. He decided to take this as confirmation that the risks were non-existent and that anybody who had ever warned about them was wrong, kicking off a months-long victory lap aimed at war skeptics. In a debate over the war at last year's National Conservatism Conference, Abrams assailed mostly conservative critics of the war as empirical embarrassments and mocked their delusions, which included the idea that a war with Iran would become a regime change war, that it would necessitate U.S. ground troops, that it would be a protracted conflict, that it would kill Americans, that hurt the U.S. economy, and that it would deal a mortal blow to Trump's presidency. That was wrong. That was laughably wrong. By April, Abrams was arguing that the United States has enhanced its military capability through this war, continuing the nonsense that there was some benefit to the United States of America here, when everyone that was reasonable, everyone that was conducting sober analysis, including people who are previously American exceptionalists that may have demanded this kind of dangerous military escalation, had recognized, like the Atlantic Council, Danny Citrinowicz at the Atlantic Council, a NATO Atlanticist in every way, shape, and form, someone who is not aligned with me at all in the way that they see the world, okay? They were early in recognizing how big of a disaster this was becoming for American dominance around the world, for American force projection capabilities. Okay? Some recognized it early on. There are those who did not. Part of that was because they were ideologically invested in advancing the Greater Israel Project. Some of them were too ideologically invested in the idea that American military dominance is absolute, okay? And that a country like Iran would never be able to push back. A country like Iran would never be able to fight back. This is what happens when you underestimate your enemy. This is what happens when you underestimate your foreign adversaries. Many of these guys on the Republican side, and maybe even some on the liberal side who are collaborating with them, will turn around and say, Hasan, you're pro-Iran. You're pro-China. You love China more than you love America. You love Iran more than America. I live in the United States of America. I am an American, okay? My point always has been there are things that we can learn from these supposed foreign adversaries and that we should always give peace a chance. That's my attitude on this, okay? So you could turn around and say, oh, you're posturing, you're actually fake, you're phony, you're IRGC defender all day, every day. None of that matters, okay? What matters is we were right and these guys were wrong. So one must understand why we were right and they were wrong. That's it. Do you want to keep being wrong over and over again until your force projection capabilities diminish even further? Or do you want to get back to the drawing board and maybe restrain yourselves? Former 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia Vega said CBS News executives pressured her to make several stories appear more politically slanted, calling some requested edits driven by misinformation and politics. Vega was asked to describe Iran as being outgunned by the United States and Israel, which she called an administration talking point. This doesn't actually serve anybody. When you delude the base, when you lie to the base, you only basically win some time for yourself, for your movement. It's unbelievably selfish, okay? But at the end of the day, the truth prevails, right? That's how we arrived. That's how we arrived at the situation this past weekend where Donald Trump was signaling further military action in the Strait of Hormuz, only to then restrain himself by force. And when asked why Donald Trump did not do the big military conquest over Pickaxe Mountain that's even deeper than the previous facilities that we had bombed into oblivion, he turned around and said, we're running out of interceptor missiles. The U.S. government is now allowing some of the Iranian missiles to go through, especially if they calculate that the Iranian ballistic munitions are not supposed to hit direct targets. They're allowing those missiles to go through and strike. Some of those missiles have killed American active duty service members at this point, 17 of them to be exact. I believe it's 17. The real number is probably far higher. But the number that we know right now is, I think, either 16 or 17 or 18. The calculations are changing. Why is the American government now deciding to chart a different path forward? Well, it's because the truth always prevails. There's nothing you can do if at the end of the day, Iranian missiles are striking U.S. military bases and killing American active duty service members. There's not too much you can do about, changing the dynamic of that by yapping. You can't out-propagandize U.S. soldiers dying, okay? And why did I talk about all this? Because what's important is always to understand. What's always important, even if you want to have a tactical advantage over your foreign adversaries, even if you disagree with me vehemently on this issue, okay, you still need to read. You still need to study. You still need to internalize and identify how other people think. That's why I said the Kevin Rudd conversation was very good, in my opinion, because he does. Kevin Rudd and I disagree on China or China's place around the world. I don't think it's as scary as Rudd presents it. Obviously, he's a former prime minister of Australia. Of course, he has this kind of attitude. But at the end of the day, he has, at the very least, studied contemporary and ancient Chinese history and has a direct and personal involvement with the development of the People's Republic of China, and he understands why China became this behemoth that it is.
The first is, I've read enough of Xi Jinping to conclude that he is a convinced Marxist dialectician. What do I mean by that? Because it's not a term that we bandy around at Starbucks much here in New York. But it's important we understand how the other person thinks. But more importantly, their methodology, their epistemology, the way in which they reach conclusions about
this
that
is
which
very
is
important. I agree.
Real and that which is not, that which is true and that which is false. But when a dialectician, which sounds like a horrible word, comes from Hegel, the German philosopher, adopted by Marx and Engels. And it is essentially a view of history that there are two fundamental sets of forces changing historical developments over time. One's called dialectical materialism, and the second is called historical materialism. So what the hell is that? Dialectical materialism is a worldview by Marxists, which says that change in society, the economy, and politics occurs between this constant push between progressive forces and reactionary forces, which they ultimately describe as the forces of the working class versus the capitalist class. And ultimately, one pushes hard against the other, overturns the other, and creates a new synthesis, which ultimately is a communist state. And so that's dialectical materialism. And the Chinese Communist Party says...
Basically, the inevitable historical engine that pushes through the capitalist state to communism.
That's true. And through the agency of what they call class struggle or just struggle. By the way, one of the things that Xi Jinping has rehabilitated as a term in China's political discourse today is struggle, 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 a term which largely disappeared during the Deng, Zhang, and Hu period. So bear with me for a moment. This is turgid stuff, and I apologize to your listeners.
This is a safe space for turgidity.
This is seriously turgid.
They know what to expect.
This is seriously turgid, and I've had to read this stuff, and I wouldn't recommend it to any of you unless you're suffering from deep insomnia. And I can give you the relevant chapters of my book, which will send you off to sleep. But historical materialism is the parallel discipline which asks Marxist historians this question: where are we in this current historical moment, in the evolution of this inexorable struggle between progressive and reactionary forces, between working class and the capitalist class, between working class nation states and capitalist nation states, in producing this final resolution through struggle of an evolution towards a socialist and communist society. And where they say, through historical materialism, China has reached, is that they are now moving out of what they call the primitive stage or the primary stage of socialism into something higher than that. And that the role of the Chinese Communist Party under Xi's leadership is to further accelerate that.
I mean, this is reductive, but ultimately it is far above and beyond the average Western analyst. One must ask the question why this kind of platform is being given to this kind of thought in this very moment by even the likes of Ezra Klein. The reason why this is happening is because it's undeniable. It's undeniable that China has a greater presence on the global stage. It's undeniable that their growth has given them tremendous economic leverage over the Western world, over the entire world, certainly over the United States of America. At some point, they even bring up the fact that China defeated Donald Trump and his tariffs agenda. Out of every Western analyst you listen to, I was probably one of the very few people that told you exactly what was going to happen with Liberation Day tariffs, at least with our relationship with China. There is a reason why I, a person that they call a radical, a person that they call silly and stupid, got that right. It's not because I have unbelievable foresight. It's because I'm intellectually curious and also honest. Okay? That's it. If you were in here when Liberation Day was happening, what did I tell you? I told you that Liberation Day and all these mass tariffs that Donald Trump is trying to position as he forcibly tries to decouple the rest of the world from the grips of Chinese manufacturing, this design that we placed together, this design that we created for the international markets, which we no longer want. So we're just basically trying to wipe the board clean because of our now over-reliance on Chinese manufacturing, was not going to work. It was not going to work in the short term. It was not going to work in the long term. And the reason for that is because China has a monopoly on rare earth and the procurement and refinement of rare earth minerals, critical minerals that are necessary for national defense and virtually everything else. If you knew that, as I did, you would recognize that that is a massive point of leverage that China had over the United States of America. Okay? So a lot of these people that still turn around and say, oh, Hasan, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why were you wrong then? Why was I a stupid guy? Why was I right and you were wrong? How did that happen? Same thing goes for Chinese ghost cities. If you are so ideologically blinded by the notion that housing is simply a speculative asset and that no one could possibly build housing to shelter folks, no one could possibly build housing for any purpose other than economic activity to show the Western world, than to improve their GDP. If you cannot comprehend that China was simply building housing with a long-term shelter attitude in mind, then yes, you would read those articles about the ghost cities of China and you would laugh and you would think to yourself, oh, look at these silly guys. They're just trying to build housing to make it look like they have tremendous economic activity taking place in the countryside, and not realize that there was rapid urbanization that was taking place. There was rapid development taking place. This is what I mean when I say do not underestimate your opponent. If you consider China to be an opponent, you should still try to understand where they're coming from. Okay, where have you been? I've been looking for videos on if you were banned or something. I ChatGPT'd, I grokked it. They said you were planning stuff in burnout. Wait, what? You ChatGPT'd why I was gone? That's crazy. Anyway, let's get back to the Sean Hannity conversation now.
Actually died under Mao, many due to starvation. Many more died in political prison camps or at the barrel of a gun lined up against the wall. Now, this is what democratic radical socialists want to bring to America. Now, Jon Stewart, he's all smiles, kicks and giggles, laughing it up with New York City's communist mayor. Take a look.
You know, being a Muslim democratic socialist, I thought it would be pretty straightforward.
You just saw like, well, what if I label myself something that scares people the most? I'm a Muslim democratic socialist.
If you scare them twice.
And I'd like to run your public transportation system.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What happened to the free buses anyway? And now, according to Jon Stewart, there's no need to panic over the rise of socialism. It's just a populist economic movement. Apparently, Jon Stewart is thinking that the left doesn't actually support the radical policies stated in the DSA's own charter. Take a look.
We're in that same place now where all these new ideas, suddenly the Democrats are, these democratic socialists, they're crazy. And you're like, well, but that generally their crazy ideas aren't where the energy is. The energy isn't around like, we shouldn't have prisons or borders. The energy is around a belief that they're economic populism. And when you call it socialism, I think it's a misnomer. Like in the same way that if you call Social Security socialism, that's kind of a misnomer. It's about strengthening a safety net for a country that has suffered too long overvaluing capital and money and undervaluing labor and work.
Now, the energy is about open borders, defund, dismantle, no bail laws, reimagine the police.
He's such a lib. I mean, yes, they are. Americans are self-identifying liberals, okay? For the most part. This is something that we have to understand, okay? What do I always say? In order to build a mass movement, which is what socialism is, you have to speak to the masses. You have to speak to the struggles of the masses. You have to speak the language of the masses, and you have to go to where the masses are, okay? That's it. And after almost a century of liberal monoculture, liberal capitalist dominance, of course, a lot of people are self-identifying liberals. And yes, someone like Jon Stewart is very much a social democrat, a liberal who still finds the moniker, the identifier of socialism to be far too radical or dangerous or whatever. So these are baby steps that they need to take, reformist baby steps that I think a lot of orthodox Marxists consider to be dangerous, because this is from their perspective, this is like the Bernstein revisionism that initially destroyed the international left, the socialist or the communist movements all around Western Europe. Okay, what they fail to recognize is that the situation has changed. Okay, industry has advanced. The same productive forces, the productive forces in the West do not look the same any longer. Okay, so our tactics have to change as well, especially in a country like the United States of America, where we have to penetrate collective consciousness and we have to rip apart the previous setbacks born out of a century of Red Scare propaganda, born out of a necessity for capital to dominate the masses, to make the masses forget that they are a part of the working class. This is the first step. It's not the last step. If it stops here, then that's a problem, okay? We do not want simple, modest reforms, okay? We want to change the entire system, but you have to understand it's not bad enough for people to come to terms with their class position. Contradictions worsen, okay? Contradictions are as bad as they have ever been in the last 50 to 60 years. It's nowhere, but it's not as bad as it was in the 20s, right? Technological advancements, the sedentary element of social media and all of the treats that we can consume that are at our disposal. These are things that make people feel as though their lives have materially improved. And in some respects, they have, right? If you were to look back at the 60s, for example, the luxury items that we have, the average worker, and the luxury items that they are capable of receiving, that they're capable of holding on to, are the exact opposite, okay? Now we look at housing as a luxury, but at the same time, we can fly around the world, right? You can get a little bit of disposable income if you're lucky enough, if you've saved enough to go and fly anywhere around the world. You can have a massive TV. You can have a refrigerator in your house that's much nicer than the refrigerators that used to exist. If you look at the actual cost of a television in like the 70s and 80s, it was far higher than the average cost of a TV now. But at the same time, if you look at the price of housing, whether it be rent or whether it be housing that you can purchase, it was endlessly affordable in comparison to now. Take it one step further, go all the way back to, I don't know, the time when kings existed. Like the average worker is now capable of experiencing things that were only readily available to lords, kings, demigods. Okay? That is important to identify. It's all topsy-turvy. It's flipped on its head. We can no longer afford housing, but we can afford all of these treats that genuinely improve our lives for sure. The price of commodities have gone down, specifically, things that would have been considered luxury items, luxury goods have become endlessly affordable, but things that are necessary for survival, things that are necessary for upward social mobility, healthcare, housing, and, a college education, those are the three things that have become endlessly unaffordable in the process. And depending on your perspective, those things are either inelastic goods or inelastic like services that have inelastic demand, or are necessary for upward social mobility. But as long as the price of groceries remains relatively cheap, which, by the way, it's not, it's getting less and less affordable as time goes on. Okay, but as long as those commodities are relatively accessible, relatively affordable, the material conditions will not deteriorate to such a degree that people are living through the roaring 20s again.
Of energy on all of those topics. They do support these extreme goals. They do hate America as we know it. They do want to upend our Constitution. They do want to replace capitalism with socialism, communism. And so far, 35 DSA-backed candidates now have won primaries all across the country ahead of a very important midterm come November. And none of these candidates have made a move to the center for the primary. In fact, they're very honest about wanting to upend the American system. When someone tells you who they are and what they plan to do, my advice is you may want to believe them, or maybe you could just listen to President Trump. Take a listen.
Communism is a loser. The concept, the policy, it's a loser, and it always has been, and it always will be. And, they want to give everyone everything away. You want free rent? You want free house? What they don't say is that a year from now, there'll be absolute squalor, turmoil, and death. And that's the way it's happened all the way. It goes back thousands of years by different names. But that's the way it happens all the time. It's squalor, it's poverty, it's death, it's destruction. And that's why we declare again today that the United States of America will never be a communist country. America is back. It's stronger than ever before. And I'm telling you, it's only going one way. It's going up. As long as we keep our current thinking, our current system, it's going up. If you go the other way, nothing ever succeeds. I made the statement once, with communism, everything turns to okay? It's true.
It's true. All right, so where are all those courageous Democrats who care about the Constitution, the rule of law, the American way of life? They seem to be few and far between. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with me, Sean Hannity.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we have seen the way that the Republicans operate. We have seen the way that the Republicans operate for the last decade, especially post Donald Trump. Republicans have always behaved this way. Donald Trump is just a logical conclusion of reactionary propaganda, reactionary politics in general. But the idea that Democrats need to join hands with the Republicans to fight against their common enemy, communism, is insane. Okay? Any Democrat that leans into this shit has to be a cynical actor. They have to be. Because it's very clear that these people have no respect for the Constitution. They have no respect for improving people's lives. They have no interest in improving people's lives. They are genuinely using the last vestiges of this once powerful country to steal as much of the productive resources, the productive output, and your money as they possibly can to enrich themselves, the pedophilic Epstein class, and their close associates and their fail sons. Okay? It's clear. It's clear that there is a plunder taking place right now. And it's clear for most people in the working class. It's even clear for the likes of it's even clear for some in the Republican side. They still associate themselves with Trump and Trumpism because, you know, they've deployed too much. They've invested too much into this movement. So it's tough for them to see that this movement has failed them. But if there are liberals out there who think that this is going to be a beneficial allegiance and not one that ends up harming them in the long run, they're delusional. Okay? Stop collaborating with fascists. They do not have your best interest at heart. They were calling you a pedophilic communist vampire last week. What makes you think things have changed now? It's unbelievable to me.
To President Biden. Michael, lay it out there for us.
This guy is a classic example of this, right? Establishment Democrats that are running to cooperate with fascists in order to attack their left flank.
Is blue MAGA?
Well, I have no idea. I mean, the article said it in the New York Times said it was sort of anything for what anybody wants it to be. This is the first I've heard of it, actually, and since I read the New York Times piece.
It's catchy.
What's that?
It's catchy.
It's catchy, clever play on words. I give him credit. But look, if being blue MAGA means you want to avoid losers as candidates, like Graham Plattner or anybody who had a Nazi tattoo, or nominating Democrats with toxic positions like abolish ICE or defund the police, or banning private health care insurance, then sure, fine, call me blue MAGA, I guess. Those are not winners. Those are not winning issues or winning positions.
All right, here's what Hasan Piker told the New York Times. He said, blue MAGA is about cult-like loyalty to the Democratic Party, but unlike MAGA, it isn't centered around one person. It's centered around the image of a party that consultants and lobbyists have carefully curated. This obviously
Cooked. Excellent. Excellent take from that guy. I don't know who that guy is. He has a beard. Different guy than me, but kind of agree. Kind of help. I hear that and I think to myself, wow, that guy is going places. That guy is correct.
obviously becoming the new ding on the party establishment. Folks like Nancy Pelosi who have spent their careers raising, I don't know, hundreds of millions of dollars for candidates.
Why is Fox News defending Nancy Pelosi's honor? Why is Fox News defending Nancy Pelosi's honor? When have they done that? Why are they doing that?
Yeah, and look, I understand a frustration with sort of the groupthink mentality sort of at the top. And I spoke out in the last cycle when I was, kind of sending some warning signals about President Biden's challenges and his vulnerabilities, and just even acknowledging that problems existed within the polling. And I lost friends. I was blacklisted from other networks. I was called a traitor or a bedwetter. I was called a lot worse than a.
Yeah, that's why now I can only go on Fox News to complain.
blue MAGA. But I'm also not going to take advice from somebody who has no idea what he's talking about. I mean, this guy makes a living being a provocateur, saying provocative, offensive things. I'm glad he has a political science degree from Rutgers, but he knows nothing about government, politics, public policy, or anything.
Well, we appreciate you here, having you, enjoy talking to you on the program. I want to ask you about this while we have you. New York Magazine reports, like it or not, Kamala Harris.
Is he saying that you were in support of Biden? I mean, I was in support of Biden, reluctantly. I in 2019, if you go back far enough, you'll see, in 2019, while the primaries were just beginning, I said, if we elect Joe Biden is going to set back any kind of progressive movement in this country. He's too old, and everyone can see that he's too old, and he is going to be a one-term president. It is a major mistake. But once past the point of Super Tuesday, when it was very clear that Joe Biden was going to be the candidate, unfortunately, when the establishment Democrats consolidated their support behind him, shouts out to Barack Obama for that. It was obvious that he was going to be the winner. Unfortunately, I reluctantly lent my support to Joe Biden. I did. I told my audience to plug their nose and vote for him. Okay. Joe Biden won, and change didn't come. And people were even more frustrated. They saw negative real wage growth for a year and a half under the Biden administration. That was hugely frustrating. And the Biden administration was absolutely, utterly incapable of defending against the barrage of reactionary attacks, saying that Joe Biden was opening up the floodgates of migration from the third world, all this stuff. One of the few good things that Biden did was pull out of Afghanistan. Everyone endlessly critiqued him for it. His reputation never recovered. There was a uniparty approach, different time. And then, Biden's crowning achievement for his devastating term, was the complete advancement of Israel's genocidal project and genocidal ambitions over Gaza. And he will forever be remembered as the guy, as Genocide Joe. Yeah, this is back in 2020. I said, one truly wild thing that we haven't really talked about is Biden's stated interest in being a single-term president. Like, we're just going to throw away our incumbent advantage because Joe's going to be a vegetable by the end of his presidency. Truly incredible stuff. And at the time, the same centrist forces were yelling at me and saying, you're wrong, because that was a false rumor. Turns out it actually caused the Democrats to lose a tremendous amount of credibility amongst the base, because they could see personally that Joe Biden's mental faculties had deteriorated. Okay. And they lost a lot of trust.
Harris is the front runner for the next presidential election cycle. Quote, she's been listening to the American people and really trying to figure out what's impacting them and how she can be of service to them. Right now, we need leaders that can take us in a different direction and bring us back together as a party. This from a longtime Democratic strategist who ran the DNC that nominated Harris in 2024.
Well, she's been a public servant for 37 years. I don't know why she's still listening. She needs to stop listening and start leading. People want to hear what she has to say. And the problem is that people want that new car smell, as Barack Obama once said. They're not going to give Kamala Harris a third at bat. There is no appetite for another Kamala Harris candidacy. And I hope that her consultants are only as good and they're only as useful to you if they tell you the truth.
Oh my God, I don't want to even hear this. There's Welcome more. Back. Will Kane, former DSA member, reveals what the organization is really like. Oh my God, they got infiltrators. It's awesome. So most of the commentary is just like DSA is ruining the party. DSA is ruining the party. Hasan is ruining the party. Real ever-present danger to. I mean, now that we got infiltrators, former DSA members coming out and being like, this is why I left the party. They got too radical after October 7, all this shit. Just know that there is a lot of motion in this movement. There's that one, the thumbnail is just you next to Mao. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, why I left the left, why I left the DSA. DSA is bad. Growing pains, everybody. It was inevitable that we would get our moment in the spotlight. And of course, the lights are going to get too hot. And I hope people can learn from my valuable experience in this field. I've had the spotlight trained on me as a tank for a decade almost as someone who has been propped up as the singular vestige, singular arbiter of all things left on the internet. Now mainstream outlets are doing the same to DSA and myself as well. Okay? It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. This is a good thing. We just have to be more disciplined than ever before. We have to do away with sectarian infighting, or even if we have constructive critique for one another and self-critique as well, we have to still remember what this movement represents. Yeah. Deets on DNC's latest challenges. DNC used to own building. DNC uses own building as collateral for its biggest ever off-year loan in 2025. Per previously unreported docs, Ken Martin was the subject of an HR inquiry after throwing a phone near an aide. Yeah, no wonder the DSA is making such inroads right now. There isn't a Democratic Party to speak of. There isn't. The DNC has fallen asleep at the wheel, but this presents an opportunity for us.
It's a question we've been asking all week. What does a future under democratic socialism look like? Well, my next guest spent years as a member of the DSA until 2022. And he says the direction they're going in is, quote, utopian. Joining me now is a former DSA member, Jake Altman. Jake, that's an interesting.
So Jake Altman been dropping your name 3 months ago? Yeah, no, his whole... what the fuck? El Sayed ally supports Hezbollah, defends pedophiles. What the fuck? Amir Makled lost the key union endorsement. I don't think he's talking about me. I think he's talking about Amir Makled. But even that is bullshit as well. But regardless, Jake Altman's entire point is I'm a former DSA guy and I hate the DSA. They're too radical. Okay.
Word, because I would imagine that's considered a compliment in DSA circles, a utopian vision of the future.
Yeah, I think they probably think that. But the reality is very, very scary. At this point, a majority of the governing board is controlled by people who are explicitly communist.
So, yeah,
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Are you telling me that a socialist organization that has the word socialist in its name has socialist in its leadership structure? Hold on. Guys, what the fuck is going on? I'm confused. I'm scared. I've been a lifelong Democratic Socialist of America member, and this is causing me great panic and great distress. A socialist organization with socialists? What the hell is going on? I think this isn't a bad thing. I think this is a good thing. This is an important way for, even more radical elements of the Democratic Socialists of America to get more mainstream recognition. They will try to do everything in their power to say, this is radical, these guys are radical. This is an important moment for the DSA left and the DSA right to unite, okay? It's very important. If DSA right turns around and uses this as an opportunity, uses this kind of like sectarian infighting as an opportunity to gain even more power within the organization, they're silly and they're dumb and they should not do this, okay? This is how you destroy a larger big tent socialist movement. I don't think it'll happen regardless, because even the furthest right elements within the Democratic Socialists of America obviously were very critical of that one person who just came out of nowhere and was like, that one person on Twitter who was like, I joined DSA finally. And then a week later was like, I'm leaving DSA because the DSA needs to purge all of its tankies. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? The fuck? The fuck do you mean? The fuck are you talking about? You can't just join an organization and immediately be like, we have to clean house. What the hell are you talking about? I guess the trash cleaned itself out. The fuck?
Our vision, that would be pretty dystopian. Why does that come as a surprise to you, Jake? I mean, if you remember the DSA, did you see some midway point between democratic socialism and...
Yeah, and the New York Times immediately put the beat on DSA as well. They found the person and interviewed them. Yeah, I saw this. The fact that Lefty Winter joined DSA 2 seconds ago and is already getting interviewed by the New York Times for an anti-DSA hit piece says everything we needed to know. That's a plant. Yeah. Can't believe I'm doing an interview with a former AOC legislative aide with the New York Times who left DSA because of how they treated her. My New York Times call just ended and it went very well. The three of us talked for over an hour, talked about what DSA could be doing instead, why we think DSA should split, AOC for president, electoral politics, our stories in the 2024 DNC speech about AOC and the online response. We talked about the ultra left. Really happy how it went well. I don't know when the article will be out since he's trying to contact DOC's folks and also other DSA folks who are on our side. We'll see. Plus, there's DSA convention coming up that this reporter will be attending. It'll be interesting. Let me tell you something, okay? She's not a plant. She's just goofy. I mean, plant or not, this is wrecker behavior, okay? This is what it is. The moment that you collaborate with a mainstream organ of propaganda in their hit piece against the Democratic Socialists of America is a moment where you become an op. You move on from useful idiot to opposition. That's just how it works. I've given plenty of interviews to the New York Times. I have interviews coming out with the Wall Street Journal, numerous other organizations, numerous other mainstream platforms, and you will never see me fucking shit on the Democratic Socialists of America. It's totally ridiculous. This is opposition. People using what kind of, like, people using the fractional experiences that they have within the Democratic Socialists of America, or the longstanding experiences they've had. Like, is this guy Altman? He was a part of DSA for a much longer time than this other person, right? Like, he just didn't like the direction that the DSA was going, which is become successful, okay? Become a real powerhouse within American politics. He didn't like that. He didn't like the organization was growing and becoming actually a successful organization. So he left, and now he tries to make a living off of shitting on left mobilization in this country.
Communism that you hoped that they would land on?
When I joined 10 years ago, or more than 10 years ago at this point, when I joined, it was a cozy, they were advocating for Scandinavian social democracy, right? And then over a 10-year period, we saw the organization just...
Oh, yeah, I was a social democrat, and I didn't like that democratic socialists were actually democratic socialists. Okay, got it. So much of the disagreements amongst the American left also revolve around American foreign policy. Anti-imperialism is, unfortunately, one of the biggest dividing lines within left movements. That's one of the biggest issues. And that extends to all matter of American exceptionalist thought, whether it be, what do we do about immigration? You know, these dirty third world masses are coming in to ruin the country. Like, that is an attitude that the right has, and that is a reactionary sentiment born out of white supremacist thought that maybe even some people within the ranks of socialists in the country also share some kind of like mutual resentment towards the masses that are coming from undeveloped countries, right? And the same goes for obviously principled anti-imperialist thought. Many people do not want to see a world where America is not the hegemonic superpower. Many people do not want to understand what that requires, okay? Obviously, while I, on the one hand, talk about building a big tent movement or a mass movement, on the other hand, I also understand that you have to have some fucking principles, okay? You have to have some goddamn principles. We must always say the truth. We must always seek truth from facts, and we must always say the truth, okay? You do not have to compromise on your values. You can obviously entertain a more appropriate message, especially given the medium that you're occupying. But ultimately, you don't cast aside your values. You don't cast aside your moral compass.
Become more and more extreme and move from that cozy Scandinavian social democracy to really something quite frightening. They're advocating for communism in their latest platform they've released.
Yeah. You know, I'm old enough to remember that as well, Jake. I remember when people openly talked about Scandinavian countries as the model. You don't hear that anymore. You hear, about open embrace of communism and honestly, this weird as well embrace of Islamism.
What? Communo-Islamism, the open embrace of communism and Islamism is fucking awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think some people in DSA are out with the whitewash brush right now, trying to tell people, trying to sell this line that it's just cozy Scandinavian social democracy. But the reality is very, very different. And yes, it's true. They have this alliance with extremism, right? They are extreme, and they have an alliance with very, very extreme pro-terror voices. And frankly, it's quite frightening.
So we've reported on that, what's been called the Red-Green Alliance, which is definitely a short-term arrangement between Islamic fascism and socialism. So you wrote, by the way, in the Free Press, I witnessed a rise in extremism ranging from the...
Islamic fascism and socialism? Dog, you are literally a Christo-fascist. You are a Christian fascist network. The movement is Christian fascism. That is the real movement. There is no Islamic fascism growing in this country. I don't even know what they mean when they say Islamofascism. They just assume that like Zoran Mamdani or even someone like myself are actually trying to implement some sort of like Salafist regime in this country with Sharia as the law of the land. You know, it's fucking racist ass Islamophobic tropes.
Eagerness
Bullshit.
to collaborate with Leninist groups to growing animosity towards the United States and the West. My final departure was prompted by the DSA statement that attributed Russia's aggression against Ukraine to American imperialist expansionism. Jake, would you say that this change in the DSA, and we've had other people report on this, and it's moved towards both communism and the embrace of perhaps some radical Islam as well, belies just an underlying hatred of the West and America?
It absolutely does. I think these people have never met an enemy of America they weren't willing to fall down apologizing for. And we've just seen that again and again. We've seen that with Hamas. We've seen that with Russia. We see it with Maduro. We see it in Cuba. All of these authoritarian regimes, they are ready to apologize for them again and again and again. But it's America that they view as fundamentally evil, and it's just wrong.
Jake, do you look back on your time with the DSA now and think it got hijacked, or do you now look at it and say, really, there was no ideological break once you started moving towards socialism, and it was inevitably going to run into the hands of extremists? By the way, Jake, just like it has in most countries around the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think we do see that either in situations like this, you either move in pragmatic direction towards pro-capitalist, social safety net, Scandinavian social democracy, which has a high degree of economic freedom. Or you move in this incredibly authoritarian way, right, where you get secret police, people being rounded up and brutalized. And I'm afraid that that's what we're seeing in DSA right now.
In America. Yeah. Well, Jake Altman, thank you for talking about it, and
yes.
thank you about sharing that with us here today.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Do you understand why that
more than a decade?
Do you understand why that allegiance is ridiculous? By the way, why that commentary is ridiculous? They're talking about how the DSA wants to build like secret police, right? And they're gonna be Leninists. They're gonna do secret police. We already have secret police right now, and Fox News covers it on a daily basis and talks about how wonderful that secret police actually is. That's the issue. We already have it. We just have a fascist secret police. It's called ICE. Okay? That's what they're doing. We already have mass surveillance. You talk about China. You talk about Chinese mass surveillance. We already have it. Flock cameras. Okay? The problem is the West is taking some of the worst elements of Chinese governance and none of the good stuff. Okay? That's the issue. That's the problem. They choose to define China by some of the more repressive elements of Chinese governance, and they say that they oppose that, while simultaneously they do it here, just under a fascist moniker. Do you understand? And it's also, it's unbelievably silly to say, oh, the DSA wants to both abolish police and also simultaneously have secret police. Which is it? Are they deeply unserious? Do they want to abolish? Or are they very scary and authoritarian? Are they anarchistic or are they authoritarian? Which is it? Very stupid. None of it makes sense. This is a train wreck for the Democratic Party. Victor Davis Hanson complaining about it as well. I mean, Sean Hannity promoting James Carville, socialist nightmare, more and more. Every damn night they're talking about DSA is scary, Hasan is scary, AOC is scary. Let's look at one of the establishment. Let's look at establishment Democrat railing against their socialist counterparts. It's the same fucking nightly show, day in, day out. We just have to keep pushing through this. And like I said, we have to become undeniable. Just do not back down. Do not actually concede on your opposition's framing on this issue. Do not. Okay? Support your comrades. Support your friends. Support those who are ideologically closest to you, whether they are to your left or to your right. Okay? Do not concede. We have to be unbroken. We have to be unbowed, and we will become undeniable.
Of his life, obsessively hating all things President Trump, washed up Democratic.
Going back to what you were saying about Biden, you called the shit back in 2020.
You're a phony and hypocrite.
I criticized Barack Obama throughout his entire presidency, and I criticized Hillary Clinton as well. I am not a hypocrite.
We're gonna.
What the fuck? This just bricked my PC. This TikTok bricked my PC, dude. What the hell is going on? Uh-oh.
You look like you're a phony and hypocrite.
I criticized.
Okay, here it is. Larry Elder. This is from my debate with Larry Elder. Here, this is all the way back in this debate is from, I think it's from 2019, 2018.
Barack Obama throughout his entire presidency, and I criticize Hillary Clinton as well. I am not a hypocrite.
We're gonna
afraid.
We're going to talk about another issue now,
Medicare for all.
which
Are you
is
kidding me?
which is the
you're a libertarian.
Which is
you want government to control medicine?
Let's talk about another issue, which is
that's insane.
Which is the issue of the Democratic primary now. This week we found out who are the 20 candidates that are going to be making it up onto the debate stage. This is a list of all 20 of them. By the way, all of them that have come on the issue are on the debate stage. So just candidates, good idea to come on the show. Sadly, for the candidates that are goose eggs, Steve Bullock, Mike Gravel, Wayne Nessum, and Seth Moulton, none of them met
I
criteria. I know many of our viewers are crying over that.
They will be missed.
Mike Gravel is an entertaining guy.
Where do you guys see the state of the race? Because I think you both might agree on something. Neither of you like Joe Biden.
Well, I'm not a fan of any of them.
Yeah.
Me either, except for Bernie. Maybe
do you like Elizabeth Warren?
Maybe I'll vote for Elizabeth Warren, but it's definitely the second best.
So if
option.
Joe Biden got the nomination and is running against President Trump, you would not vote for him?
I don't know. I've honestly considered moving up into the mountains and living an anarcho-primitivist lifestyle if Joe Biden becomes the Democratic nominee. I think Trump has a chance of defeating Joe Biden. But worse than that, even if Joe Biden wins, I think we go back to business as usual politics here in America. And next time around, it's not going to be Donald Trump. It's actually going to be an ideologically minded fascist, not a proto-fascist who kind of succeeded somehow. And
you have to remember, this is predating COVID, by the way. Yeah, this is before COVID. Obviously, the calculation shifted after COVID. But so it's not, it's pre-COVID. But the point I made remains. And I was right. I just thought it wouldn't be Donald Trump, but Donald Trump came back far worse than ever before.
So if Joe Biden got the nomination and is running against President Trump, you would not vote for him?
I don't know. I've honestly considered moving up into the mountains and living an anarcho-primitivist lifestyle if Joe Biden becomes the Democratic nominee. I think Trump has a chance of defeating Joe Biden. But worse than that, even if Joe Biden wins, I think we go back to business as usual politics here in America. And next time around, it's not going to be Donald Trump. It's actually going to be an ideologically minded fascist, not a proto-fascist who kind of succeeded somehow and fooled Americans for long enough to get into a position of power.
Yeah, people yelled at me at the time because I said I would become an anarcho-primitivist, which is obviously a fucking joke.
But an actual terrifying leader.
Oh, my goodness. There was just a poll in Gallup, and they looked at Donald Trump ideologically. 17% believed that he was too conservative. 18% thought George W. Bush was too conservative. 38% think that Donald Trump's views are just right. 36% thought George W.'s views were just right. 39% thought both of them were too conservative. So the people perceive Donald Trump and George W. Bush to be almost mirror images ideologically. But I hear all this stuff about Donald Trump has changed the Republican Party, turned it into a party of cult. It's not true. People perceive them to be ideologically identical.
I agree with you on that. I 100% agree with you. I think and we talked about this outside, Donald Trump is a perfectly sound Republican, but also George W. Bush was a war criminal. So I don't like George W. Bush either.
All right, let's take a break.
War criminal.
Let's take a break. Let's let everybody cool down a little bit.
Remember?
Up next, we're going to talk about another issue that brings people together, the issue of homelessness here in California.
Yeah, it's cooking even back then, baby. When is your face going to grow back? I miss it already. Just get used to it, okay? You will get used to it eventually. If you close your eyes and listen to that guy Glaze Trump, it deadass sounds like Rubio. Denying Bush being a war criminal is insane. You mean saying Bush is a war criminal is insane, right? Because that's what he was doing. Because I said George W. Bush and Donald Trump are aligned in many respects, and that's a bad thing because George Bush was bad and he was a war criminal. I think you were wrong about the Trump cult part. What do you mean?
Strategist, my old pal James Carville, has now discovered a much more pressing matter in his own front yard. Take a look.
These people are paternalistic, and it's a bunch of overeducated little white turds who think they know more than other people know.
He's literally talking about himself here. It's so funny. This is what establishment Democrats are. Overly educated, paternalistic white turds for the most part that masquerade as though they're like they masquerade. Yeah, this is the bed that James Carville sleeps in with a Dick Cheney operative, by the way, his wife. He literally sleeping with the opposition. That's number one. Number two. I don't know why he's just doing these from a increasingly more ridiculous outlet. Looks like he's in a casket already. Who's the skeleton? Is James Carville, Bill Clinton advisor, campaign manager.
And they know what's wrong. And they're going to go and then you got, they're talking about indicting Netanyahu. And that the problem is you have a candidate, a DSA candidate, New York, saying we should be against interracial dating. Let me tell you something. These people, and these are to all my black friends and people like me, they think they know more than you do. They think their history is more glorious than yours. They think that Lenin was a more glorious human being than Martin Luther King or Frederick Douglass. That's what they really think.
Where's this James been, by the way?
What do you mean, where's this James been? He's always been this fucking right-wing asshole. What the hell are we talking about? So with MLK, he was a DSA, he was a Democratic Socialist, so he definitely was somewhat anti-communist, even though he was pro-Ho Chi Minh, okay? As far as Frederick Douglass goes, I wonder what Frederick Douglass is, I don't know what his opinion was on the growing, because the Republican Party in its formation at its inception was created to abolish chattel slavery in the South and wage slavery in the North. So the Republican Party in its formation was far more radical than its contemporary example. Obviously, they fought to abolish slavery and won. But the Republican Party in its initial formation was certainly not what the Republican Party has become now. And this is something that people often forget. So, or they kind of don't even think about this at all. And of course, Karl Marx was very fond of Abraham Lincoln. What is this? Well, United States of Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Marco Rubio promised him that he will destroy the International Criminal Court for him. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about that too. Oh yeah, I had this link ready to go as well. Frederick Douglass and Karl Marx on the Paris Commune and the labor question in the United States. I mean, I don't really care about James Carville shitting on the left again. Who gives a fuck?
Good evening. Hope you're having a
dude. This guy, fucking John Fetterman. The question you got to ask yourself. The question you got to ask your liberal, self-identifying liberal family members, your neighbors, your friends, is this: who do you feel closer to? Zohran Mamdani, AOC, Democratic Socialists of America, or the likes of John Fetterman? Okay, it's that simple. I'm skipping Fetterman too. I'm not going to cover this. I'm going to get to
Oliver Larkin.
This is a Oliver Larkin piece that's short. We'll cover this because it's good, because I want to give a little bit of a highlight to our boy Oliver here. He finally got some Fox News coverage, but basically, virtually every liberal despises John Fetterman. So you should always present the question to these self-identifying Democratic establishment figureheads why they are repeating on Fox News half the time the things that John Fetterman says. Okay? That's the question I have for a lot of the establishment loyalists. Onion person asks the same question. Do Democratic establishment loyalists that hate people like Jesse Waters ever take a step back and think about why they don't really hate establishment Democrats as much as they pretend to? Yeah, Jesse Waters. I kind of like her.
Mark from Erie, Pennsylvania, that Stick It To Him ladies, Michigan's version of Tampon Tim. I don't know, I kind of like Stick It To Him lady. I don't know, there's something about her. It's not that bad. Andy from Floral Park.
Yeah, of course he likes Stick It To Him lady. Why do you constantly refuse to acknowledge? What is this? Young Hassan was more based. There I said it. I'm tired of pretending young Hasi didn't soften his takes and said it like it is. Why do you refuse to acknowledge reality? What? Make Hassan young again? Okay, dude. 1959 Republican Party platform. Yeah. Provide federal assistance to low-income communities, protect Social Security, provide asylum for refugees, extend minimum wage, improve unemployment benefits system so it covers more people, strengthen labor laws so workers can more easily join a union, ensure equal pay for equal work regardless of sex. For the record, the reason why this was the Republican Party platform is because this predates the Reagan era. Okay? This is still the tail end of the New Deal Democrats, New Deal democracy, basically like running and dominating American politics for decades. Okay? That's why the Republicans were so conciliatory to the left message. That's why it feels like it's an entirely different reality. Okay? This doesn't mean that the Republicans were good. It's just that they had a far more progressive platform because they hadn't dominated American politics. Of course, past the point of Ronald Reagan, America does this right-wing neoliberal pivot. Bill Clinton obviously starts off with welfare reform, with like an incredibly right-wing platform, and we're still living in that environment right now. That's why there's tremendous growing pains. That's why there's tremendous growing pains right now, because there are forces in the opposition. There are forces in the opposition that are our movement. We are trying to do everything in our power to force back an opposition party to genuinely present a popular platform, a broad popular platform based around universality that will force the Republicans' hand by winning, by winning elections, by pushing for this agenda that is associated with democratic socialism, that causes people to really reconsider what socialism truly means, and that it's not this scary force in American politics, but one that actually seeks to address some of the material inequalities.
Tired of a set of people on the very far left in the Democratic Party, my party, telling us that in order for us to be progressives, we now have to believe ideas and support ideas that are completely nuts.
You got a set of defunding, decriminalizing, open borders. We have run that play and gotten our butts kicked. We don't need to do it a second time to see if it turns out, if the movie turns out any different.
Prominent Democrat voices pushing back on the growing influence of the Democratic Socialist candidates they say are ultimately going to hurt the Democrat Party. So let's talk about it with the national co-chair of the Democratic Socialists of America, Megan Romer. Megan, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, Shannon.
Okay, so there's this growing conversation about whether you can exist within the party, whether you want to upend it for your own purposes, a totally different platform. The Daily Economy quotes you saying this at a DSA convention last year. We will win by making conditions so intolerable for the ruling class that they would rather give in to our demands than continue to live with the disturbance we cause until we are able to fully seize power ourselves. Is that aimed at the Democrat Party?
It's aimed from the working class to the ruling class. So the two-party duopoly, the two corporate parties, it is aimed at both of them, and it comes from the working class.
So should Van Jones and Rahm Emanuel and James Carville and all of the establishment Democrats be worried about DSA plans from within their tent?
The establishment Democrats should be worried about the voters and about what the voters think and about what the constituency thinks. And right now they have not been delivering, and our candidates are and have been, and it's resonating with voters.
So Jamie Harrison, who was the DNC chair, after you guys had such a big night in New York City and knocking off some of those incumbents and having success with your candidates in the congressional primaries, he said, if you hate the Democratic Party, then don't run for our nomination. Don't use our resources. Don't rely on our volunteers. Don't use our infrastructure. Focus on building the party you act.
What's really funny about that is what infrastructure, what volunteers. We have the volunteers. We have the door knockers. You don't. You don't have any resources. Everything that the only thing that the Democrats can say that we're utilizing is Act Blue. That's it. It's just a payment processor. That's it. And I guess Van too. And there are alternatives in the works there too. So it's not. There is no infrastructure that we are relying on. If anything, you are relying on us. You are relying on our door knockers, our organizers, the people who actually do want to make change in this country, that reluctantly go and campaign for do-nothing Democrats over and over again, right? That's it.
Actually support. Other Democrats out there saying this is a separate party, the DSA, you don't belong within the party. How do you respond to his statements there?
Yeah, I mean, the two parties have over years and decades created a system where ballot line access is
For the record, even Van and Act Blue has material benefits when the DSA uses it, right? Because when you actually have Democratic Socialist door knockers and canvassers utilizing the Van system, that updates the system with new data. And that's part of the reason why the Democrats would never kill the access that its insurgent left flank has to these established this software that DSA uses as well. And the same thing goes for Act Blue. There's processing fees and things that we pay into that is beneficial for not only the DNC but the existing software and the payment processors to begin with. So even on that front, it's a mutually beneficial relationship, at least for the time
extremely
being.
difficult for third parties. I also have been told a lot of times by Democrats, don't vote third party, it's wasting your vote. So we run on the Democratic ballot line where it makes sense. We run independents sometimes where that is a viable possibility, but it's a ballot line. And what matters is what the voters think. And the voters are overwhelmingly choosing our candidates.
They certainly did in New York and in other places, Colorado and others. It's not just a big city phenomenon or just a blue coastal phenomenon. Sure. Okay, so we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform. And I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate.
True.
Okay, replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then let's go back through some of those then. Abolish the Senate. There are people who are in the Senate now who are very supportive of DSA. They lose their seats?
Well, the Senate is an anachronistic institution. It comes from the British House of Lords. It is made to protect power for, the Senate was part of the system that was made to make sure.
I think the fast and easy answer to this is like Texas has the same level of say as Delaware. Why is that appropriate? Texas is a powerhouse, it's a red state. The Senate structure is unbelievably undemocratic. Its design is unbelievably undemocratic. We just want every state to have more of a say, including the populous red states, not just the populous blue states, but populous red states as well. That's it. Because there's plenty of big red states that are hubs of economic activity like Texas that you can compare to blue states that are not, right? If you're going on Fox News, you can make that argument. If you're going on MSNBC, you can make the opposite argument. California has, more Republicans and Democrats than numerous other states combined, and yet they have the same level of influence within the Senate. It's not necessarily Senate abolition per se. It's more so just making a more democratic and more representative process. But once again, we can have disagreements on this stuff, but you're just trying to present this as like unbelievably silly. What's the benefit of abolishing prisons law? Great question. The current carceral structure is not designed around benefiting or okay. The question is this: what is the purpose of prison, right? The purpose of prison theoretically is supposed to cordon off bad individuals that have violated the rules and broken some fundamental rules in society so that we can all continue living in society in harmony, right? Guys, stop. I'm explaining it to a normie and you're like, it's fucking slavery. Yes, just shut the fuck up, okay? Just stop for 1 second. Jesus Christ. Thank you. The entire purpose of prisons in theory, okay? The entire purpose of prisons in theory is to create a more harmonious society. Societies have rules and regulations. There's a social contract. When someone violates those contracts, when someone violates those rules, we have to punish them. We have to cordon them off of regular society. And ultimately, the goal is supposed to be to rehabilitate them, because prisons are not supposed to be permanent. Like the purpose of a prison system is not to like permanently cordon off someone from society, unless they've done, you know, a heinous crime and it's virtually impossible for them to rehabilitate. But that's not the North Star, right? The whole point is when someone does something heinous, we take them away from civilized society so they can't continue doing harm. And the ultimate purpose of this is not to permanently torture these people, because it's not supposed to be about vengeance, right? It's supposed to be about justice. And justice is about ensuring that these people learn their lesson and they never commit the same wrongdoing ever again. So if that's the actual theoretical purpose of the prison system, how can you look at the American carceral system and say that this has been successful when we have an unbelievably higher recidivism rate in this country than all other civilized nations, all other developed nations, all other OECD nations? This means that the current carceral system in the United States of America has been disastrous, because our current carceral system in the United States of America cares little about ensuring that the rate of recidivism is lowered. What I'm talking about when I say recidivism, for people that don't know, is people who reoffend. They go to prison, they come out of prison, and they reoffend. People in the United States of America that like the current structure, that sometimes even have a financial investment in the continuation of this current torturous prison structure, say, oh, well, our rate of recidivism is terrible in this country. That means we just need to be more cruel. Okay, we need to be more ruthless in our prison system. This doesn't solve the problem at all. Look no further than Nordic-style democracies, okay, where their prison system is far more humane, and therefore they have a much lower rate of recidivism, of reoffending, a rate of reoffense in those countries. Okay? Well, I am not a prison abolitionist. I understand where prison abolitionists are coming from, and I believe that they're closer to the truth than the normal position in American society, which is like we need to throw away people and lock them up and torture them endlessly. That is insane. That is inhumane. That's incompatible with civilized democracy. And that's not something that other countries, even our Western allies or counterparts, actually are on board with. But if I were to steel man the prison abolitionist position, as someone who's done a decent amount of reading on this subject matter, from Angela Davis and onward, what I would say is this. Prison abolitionists believe that the overwhelming majority, if not damn near entirety, of all crime, even crime born out of antisocial personality disorder, is the root cause of all of that crime is material conditions. So if you solve the underlying material inequities, there will no longer be any need for the current carceral structure. Okay? That's it. Prison abolitionists do not believe in ending all prisons tomorrow. Prison abolitionists don't believe that. I'm not a prison abolitionist, but you have to be honest about what they believe. Prison abolitionists believe that we need to move to a healthier society where there is no more need for prison. Okay? That's not true. Okay. What's the prison abolitionist position then? I think that's a pretty fair assessment.
That the people didn't have too much of a say. So we want to expand Congress significantly, but make it a unicameral legislature.
Okay, and without the presidency and Supreme Court, so abolish ICE, would there be any enforcement of immigration laws, or with abolishing the border, we're not enforcing immigration laws, they go away?
Yeah, so again, this is part of this longer term plan, and part of it
But if you
includes,
can get there.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get to the place where the U.S. is not destabilizing countries in order to mine them for resources, there will be significantly less migration.
What do you say to those, though, that would potentially destabilize the U.S.? Because there's only so much the economy can bear, and when you have a flood of people coming in, it might not work out economically, according to a lot of analyses, if you just open up the borders and there's no enforcement at all.
Well, we're not saying open the borders tomorrow. We're saying rebuild an economy and a society that works for everyone And the open borders is part of a longer-term international plan that involves us stopping destabilizing countries. Most people who are coming to this country are coming as economic refugees, and we destabilized their country. We did that.
Well, a lot of, if you look at data, the Center for Immigration Studies says right now the households here in the U.S. that are headed up by people who are here illegally, nearly 61% of them are on some type of government or welfare program here in the U.S. Can we afford to do that? I mean, at some point you run out of resources.
Well, right now we make it very difficult for people to participate in society.
That's bullshit. Center for Immigration Studies is an insanely white nativist outlet. It's an unbelievably racist shop, and their numbers are always wrong. Remember, outside of Cato and Brookings, most of the think tanks that hyper focus on immigration are just like super white nativist and objectively lying all the time. Okay. The thing that they complain about as far as welfare goes is American citizens. They're just cordoning off American citizens that happen to be children of either undocumented migrants or tourists or, legal permanent residents as undocumented migrants themselves. Is fundamentally at odds with birthright. Those are American citizens. Undocumented migrants can't take advantage of the social safety nets. We already have an issue with social safety nets in this country. We don't really have a bountiful social safety net here at all. The strain that undocumented migrants put on the American social safety nets is negligible. It's not real. It's bullshit. It's made up.
In such a way that they can avoid using services. So we want people to be able to work and live and go to school and actually participate, which means contributing to society and also getting what they need from society. It's a collective choice we can all make.
So if we talk about abolishing prisons, then does that make society better? I mean, is there anybody that should be incarcerated? I mean, rapists, child predators, murderers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the long-term plan, when we think about most people who are in prison, they are mostly in prison for crimes of poverty.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the really, the murders and rapists of the world.
So when we get rid of this need for crimes of poverty to exist, when we get rid of that destabilizing force that creates so many people who are living in desperate situations and doing desperate things, that brings those numbers down to very small numbers, and then we can collectively decide what we do with those people. I suspect it won't look like the prison system as we know it today.
Okay, but you do think some people need to be locked away from society?
Some people are not able to be functional members of society. That's true. But what does that look like to keep the rest of us safe? We're talking about safety. We're not talking.
Yeah, I think this is where my ultra instinct kicks in, where I'm like, oh, I want to put people in prison. I do. Prison is about rehabilitation. It's supposed to be about rehabilitation. Unfortunately, in this country, it's about enacting some sort of false draconian sense of vengeance. Having said that, however, I mean, I'd put a lot of people in prison. I'd put a lot of Trump, the Epstein class. There's definitely a lot of hucksters and fraudsters and charlatans that are currently being defended by Fox News that I would love to put behind bars. We have to live in a society with law and order. I'm a firm and committed believer in law and order, baby. I would put 10 CEOs poisoning the water supply in exchange for the one mother who had to go to prison for stealing $14 so she could pay for her son's diapers. Currently, in American society, that's who we jail. We jailed a little guy. We jailed a working class stiff. We jailed a dispossessed who's gotten fucked over and over again. Meanwhile, the real criminals at the tippy top get to design the rules and get away with violating the same rules that they wrote anyway. Those are the people who should be in prison.
About punishment, we're talking about making sure that we're safe, everybody's safe, everybody maintains their dignity, and everybody maintains their humanity.
Okay, so much more to discuss. I hope that you will come back, especially as we figure out what the party does with respect to you, meaning the Democrat Party, in your role in it, and in 2028 especially. Megan Brummer, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Prison is a construct, right? Not a place is different than jail. Whatever, man. I'm using prison and jail interchangeably and colloquially. Okay? I know. I want long-term involuntary commitment for financial criminals. Okay? Put them in whatever the fuck you want to call it. I think it says a lot about our priorities, who we choose to jail and who we choose never to prosecute at all.
Arkin is challenging Florida Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz next month in the August primary in Florida, and he joins us now. Oliver, thank you very much. Good to have you with us.
Thank you so much for having me on, Martha.
So one of the things that we just played in the tease was your comment about Prime Minister Netanyahu, and this is relevant, obviously, because of what's going on in Iran, and also because he's expected, and the president has said he's welcome here for a visit, and then he'll be back in September. He's coming next week, then he'll be back in September. It was a little bit embarrassing for Mayor Mamdani, I think, because he had to admit that he doesn't have any jurisdiction to arrest the prime minister of another country in New York, and the NYPD doesn't have that kind of power at all either. Any regrets about sort of jumping on that bandwagon, that idea that he should be arrested?
No regrets, and not necessarily bandwagoning. I'm just following what the International Criminal Court has assessed, that Benjamin Netanyahu has committed war crimes in Gaza, and I believe that the United States, any federal or otherwise law enforcement entity that has the legal jurisdiction to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu for his war crimes, that should be enforced. The United States needs to abide by the law, both our own laws and international law, and the horror in Gaza has now extended to include the deaths of 18 U.S. service members and over 500 who have been injured in this illegal war with Iran. So we just want to de-escalate the situation and bring this killing to a close.
Well, you're grouping a lot of things together there in terms of what's going on with Iran as well. But, you know, not to get too deep into the weeds.
Great messaging. Yeah, tied back to Benjamin Netanyahu's contributions to dying American soldiers on Fox News. Brilliant strategy. It's not only correct, but it's a connection that Fox News viewers should be able to make and could potentially make. Of course, for the ultras, they would be like, why did you go on Fox News and not say that the America Nazis were murdered and that's a good thing and you should be pissing on their graves or something? Because they're fucking stupid. Okay? You know, I think it's good. I think it's good to message like this. One, because it's true. It is true.
Is on the ICC, but the United States doesn't recognize the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court. Neither does Iran, by the way.
Yeah, we recognize it for Vladimir Putin, though, sometimes.
You know, do you think that the Iranian leaders, for massacring tens of thousands of people in their streets, should they face some kind of International Criminal Court justice as well for their massacres?
I certainly support the International Criminal Court's enforcement of anyone that's accused of massacring civilians. And my most proximate concern right now, running for United States Congress, is the crimes that are committed by the United States. The bombing of a girls' school in Minab that killed 120 school-aged girls, as well as dozens of civilians. On the very first day of this war, there must be accountability. And primarying an incumbent Democrat who was very supportive of the Biden administration, supporting Benjamin Netanyahu in the early days of this genocide.
Look. Notice when the left goes on Fox News to criticize a centrist. Do you notice that there is a major difference here? One, the host is, of course, in disagreement, sometimes in utter disbelief of the things that he's saying. Two, he is criticizing the Republicans first and foremost, and then offering criticism or critiques to Democratic counterparts that are conciliatory to the Republican agenda. When centrists go on Fox News, they agree with Fox News. They agree with Fox News and attack their left flank. When a leftist goes on Fox News, the leftists will attack the Republicans, the leftists will attack Trump, the leftists will usually attack MAGA, and then the leftists will pair that critique with those in the ranks of the Democratic Party that are conciliatory to the MAGA agenda. That's the major difference. That's what you're supposed to do.
I have a very strong core critique of both political parties that have been party to this endless war. After my entire life seeing $2 trillion spent on wars with Iraq and Afghanistan, I fear very much that the United States is continuing down this path.
The Iranian regime has killed thousands of American military members around the world, really, over the last 47 years. So they've been attacking us for many, many years and killing our people.
That's not true.
I'm sorry, Oliver. We got to go to the White House right now because we have a live event. But I hope you'll rejoin us because it's a really important conversation that Americans are having right now. And I thank you for your time today. We've got breaking news.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
I am tired of
All right, we already watched this.
After
Bernard went on Face the Nation, CBS, and cooked Rahm Emanuel a clinic. I got to pee, but it's very exciting stuff.
13 straight days of U.S. bombing, U.S. strikes were halted over the weekend. Regional sources tell CBS that talks between Oman and Iran on reopening the Strait of Hormuz appear to be headed in a positive direction. Although, caution, more negotiations are needed. As oil prices rose again last week to their highest level in more than a month, a new CBS poll finds 2/3 of Americans believe the U.S. should end the conflict with Iran now, while just 1/3 say it should continue until Iran makes further concessions. Only 35% approve of President Trump's handling of the war. Meanwhile, the Pentagon is asking Congress for additional funding as the costs of the conflict mount. We begin this morning with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. Welcome back to Face the Nation, Senator.
Good to be with you.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told Congress he needs $67 billion on an emergency basis to help pay the troops, to help restock munitions. I know you object to the war, but we're in this thing now, and I know you want to help the troops. So how do you do that without providing the funding?
Well, Margaret, we need $67 billion to build housing, to make sure that all of our people have health care, that we deal with climate change, that we deal with a middle class, a working class in this country that is struggling. The war in Iran is unconstitutional. It is illegal, should never have been started. We need to sit down, negotiate, end this war as quickly as possible.
So our polling that we just referenced there show that the president does have low approval ratings, but when it comes to Democrats, they actually fare slightly worse on this. When they were asked by CBS who has the better approach to Iran, 32% say Trump and the GOP, only 30% say Democrats. So what should the solution be here? Is there an affirmative vision from Democrats on how to get out of this?
The solution should be and by the way, both the House and the Senate have voted for war powers resolution that makes it clear what Trump is doing is illegal. But given that we are where we are right now, let's sit down, let's negotiate with them, let's stop the killing, let's stop the devastation to our economy, which is raising gas prices all across the board. That's what we've got to do. Sit down, negotiate, let's end this war.
Just cut the losses where they are.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we are 100 days out from the midterm races. I know you've been working, going around the country to help boost some of these progressive candidates. Maine is a state that could flip control of the Senate. Yesterday, 600 Maine primary delegates replaced scandal-ridden Graham Plattner with Troy Jackson. He's a logger. He's a progressive. He had been allied with Plattner before he called on him to wake out in the wake of those sexual assault allegations. I'm wondering, with 100 days out, can Jackson play catch-up here?
I think he can. I think what Troy, and I've known Troy for many years, what he understands that the people of Maine are sick and tired of a rigged economy in which the billionaire class is getting richer and richer, where we have more income and wealth inequality today than we've ever had in the history of this country, while 60% of our people, including in Maine, including in Vermont, all over this country, are living paycheck to paycheck, trying to put food on the table, trying to pay for health care, for housing, put aside a few bucks for retirement. Troy understands that. He's a working class guy. He's from the working class. He is very articulate. I think he stands an excellent chance to win. The problem that he has, and the problem that we have in Michigan and Minnesota right now, we have candidates Abdul El Sayed and Peggy Flanagan, is that the oligarchs, the billionaire class, are throwing unbelievable amounts of money into these campaigns to protect the establishment candidates. And whether we can overcome that, that remains to be seen. But in Michigan right now, the super PACs, billionaire super PACs, spending $50 million against El Sayed.
Well, you were an early supporter in Maine of Graham Plattner. You helped him rise. Do you regret not acting earlier to call for him to drop out, given the warning signs? Would that have given you a leg up here with Jackson?
No, I don't think so. When we heard the serious allegations made against them, I wanted to get on the phone. I wanted to talk to him. I did. I asked, along with virtually all his supporters, that he should get out of the race, and he did.
But you are
Kaya,
confident that
where are you
with
going?
your endorsements, these other
Kaya,
candidates have been fully
come
vetted?
here. Well, look, I think,
Kaya,
there
come
are
here.
hundreds of candidates. I
What
don't
the
know
hell?
who has been, quote unquote, fully vetted.
Well, you just mentioned
all
two
I
of them.
know is the candidates. Well, all I know is, Margaret, that the candidates that we
What the
are
hell?
supporting are standing up for the working class of this country. And at a time when so many people are discouraged, deeply discouraged, whether you're Republicans, Democrats, Independents, about not only a rigged economy, but a corrupt campaign finance system in which billionaires are buying elections. I think the candidates that I and other progressives are supporting are generating enormous grassroots excitement and enthusiasm. As you indicated, I was in Michigan, Minnesota. We had large rallies for El Sayed and Peggy Flanagan.
There is, as you know, though, concern within Democratic circles that these inter-party primary fights are draining resources and sort of, pulling away from what should be a unified message. Rahm Emanuel wrote in the Wall Street Journal, the Bernie...
Yeah, this is bullshit. Because, as I've said time and time again, there's a real simple solution to not draining these resources, which is to run better campaigns that don't require the establishment to dump any resources whatsoever. Also, look at Bernie smirking because he knows he's about to get a slam dunk off here. Perhaps no better person that they could have asked about to Bernie Sanders than Rahm fucking Emanuel. Okay? Bernie, in some respects, is like the perfect foil to the politics that Rahm Emanuel represents. Rahm Emanuel is responsible for a lot of these failures. Bernie is responsible for this new movement that's growing. But ultimately, as I was saying, when they complain about this stuff, when the establishment Democrats complain about this stuff, they're complaining, they're crying to the referee, right? They're like, oh, you're forcing us to actually run campaigns. You're forcing us to run campaigns. How dare you? How dare you force our record into broad daylight? How dare you make the voters choose a better option? That's what they're complaining about. Because if you were capable of defending your seat because you've great constituent services, that you're not like an establishment cutout, then it would be impossible. If you were a diligent fundraiser on your own, it wouldn't be an issue. I don't think the Democratic Party should spend that much money, or any money at all, on defending these seats. If you're a fucking 4-year incumbent, or if you're a 4-term incumbent, your seat should be impossible to take out, okay? Unless there is tremendous outside money coming in, which is ironic because I don't remember the Democratic Party defending Cori Bush, nor do I remember them defending Jamal Bowman, nor do I remember them defending AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. So why won't they treat the establishment Democrats in the same way? Those people had to fight for their own seats. Some of them lost because there was tremendous outside money. Okay, you understand? There have been attempts to unseat incumbent Democrats in the House of Representatives. I just gave you some prominent examples, many of which failed. They did not get help from the establishment. They did not get help from the coffers of the House of Representatives, the Democratic Party. They had to do that on their own. And there were those who lost because there was one redistricting that took place with Jamal Bowman and a tremendous amount of outside expenditures coming from AIPAC. And the same thing happened with Cori Bush. Again, tens of millions of dollars coming from AIPAC. The Democrats did not defend them. They did not defend those incumbents. I'm sorry, whining about popular grassroots candidates wasting AIPAC's resources, the most spiritually Israeli shit. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's hear what Bernard had to say.
Bros could spoil Democrats' midterms. He said the DSA and others are saddling the party with nominees who, as he put it, wildly unpopular positions will protect Republicans from having to pay the price of Donald Trump's corruption. He said it was the socialists who led the charge to defund the police, open borders, abolish prisons. He's saying those are losing messages that are going to hurt the party overall. How do you respond?
That is what Rahm Emanuel is saying, who no doubt has the support of millions of working class people. Look, this is an argument. There's no debate. There is a strong division within the Democratic Party. You have an establishment like Rahm Emanuel, who are dependent on billionaire campaign contributors who want to maintain the status quo. Then you have a progressive movement, which, by the way, what is getting these guys nervous is we are winning all over this country. It's not only Mamdani in New York City, it is in New Jersey, it's in Ohio, it's in Colorado. People are sick and tired of the Rahm Emanuels and the Democratic establishment and the Republican establishment. They are asking simple questions, Margaret. Why in God's name are we the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Pretty simple question. Canada does it. Europe does it. Somehow we can't do it. Why do we have an economy in which one man, Mr. Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom half of American society?
Yeah.
Why do the economists tell us that in the richest country in the history of the world, our kids will likely have a lower standard of living than their parents? The American people are tired of a rigged economy, a corrupt campaign, finance system. They want real change. They don't want Rahm Emanuel and the establishment maintaining the status quo.
But in the meantime, I hear
Cooked. I mean, this is so perfect for Bernard. This is literally his stump speech for 854 years now. So 854 years strong. Oh my God. Yes, bro. Yes, I've seen Bernard shooting fucking hoops. Okay. Jesus Christ. Here. All right, you got it. He still got it. Old man still got it. Okay.
hear you on the message that you think is resonating on the, you know, the tactical planning here. Do you think in the state of Michigan that you were just talking about with Abdul El Sayed, he's a public health official, he's a populist, but he's running against a moderate Haley Stevens. Do you really think that in a state like Michigan, it's going to be a progressive Democrat who could beat a Republican in November? This was a state Trump narrowly won.
I hate this argument, man. Yes, Trump won because he was anti-establishment. Michigan is not supposed to be a purple state. Michigan is a blue state, a deep blue fucking state. The problem is the Democratic Party is no longer deep blue. That's it. Or rather, what a lot of people in the media and what a lot of people in the Democratic Party are claiming is deep blue is actually associated with like some of the sillier things that people greatly exaggerate, right? Stuff that they're doing to the DSA platform right now. Oh, they want to make sure every cop goes to prison, blah, 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 all this shit. Like, no, that's not the point, man. We want accountability, okay? If you run a left populist candidacy in Michigan, you're going to do incredible numbers. And Abdul is going to prove that. He is going to show the rest of the country that Michigan is not a fucking purple state. It's not a swing state. Michigan is a stronghold for left flank populists. But what kind of left flank populism? What kind of left flank politics are we talking about? Is it better things are not possible, incremental change, or is it broad, sweeping, radical agenda items that are not so radical to the average person, to the working class, to the working class folks? Medicare for all, ending our endless militarism overseas. These are not radical ideas. They are radical in DC. They are not radical in Michigan. That's it. This is from the beginning of July. They wrote about me and Abdul.
Absolutely. Whether it's Michigan, Minnesota, Vermont, or any place else in this country. The point I'm trying to make, Margaret.
Say Wisconsin, burn dog.
And the polling indicates this. The people are sick and tired of the status quo.
Yes.
We are the richest country in the history of the world. We should have the highest standard of living for all of our people, not massive income and wealth inequality. And by the way, we should not be continuing to get involved in genocidal wars with Israel in Gaza or getting involved in the destruction of Lebanon. People want change in foreign policy and in domestic policy. The status quo is not working.
But for Republicans who are looking at this, they're saying that's great. Is Bernie going to tell his supporters not to show up, for example, if Haley Stevens wins out in Michigan? Or will you say it's...
Oh, my God. I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme.
I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme.
It's literally the same meta. It's 2016 permanently. It's permanently 2016. It'll never be a different year. 2016 politics, Bernie bro politics, will forever follow all of us around. It is so fucking unbearable, dude. I hate it. I despise it. I hate it with every fiber of my being, folks. It is unfucking bearable. Oh, will you support Haley Stevens? Like, what is this conversation? What is this conversation right now? Why are we having this conversation right now? What is the necessity? Why change it worked twice? Yeah, I know. It did. Except this time, Bernie has the backing of the public, so he can turn around and say, yeah, this conversation is exactly why Michigan was lost twice. Both to Hillary Rodham Clinton and then to Kamala Harris. We can't repeat this same mistake. Haley Stevens promoting George Will is a good window into how our campaign is basically an amalgam of never Trump Republicans like Will, very pragmatic Republicans APAC, and the soon-to-be the Democratic Party left me for Hasan Piker Republicans. Yeah. Gretchen Whitmer and Gary Peters are not soon-to-be Republicans. They're soon-to-be civilians looking for their next down payment on a lake house. True.
In the end, the Democrats have to unify.
Margaret, the Republicans, and maybe it's the Republican establishment, maybe it's the billionaires who own the Republican Party. Your working class Republicans are not going to say that. They can't afford to pay for health care. They can't afford to send their kids to college. They can't afford decent retirements. And more than a few of them, by the way, will be voting for Peggy Flanagan in Minnesota and Abdul in Michigan.
You talked about the cost of living. When we look at polling, it's healthcare costs that are the public top economic worry, according to KFF. Out in Vermont, you've got the most expensive ACA premiums in the entire country. I'm hearing from Republican senators now that they want to make changes to health care.
Gretchen Whitmer is personally antagonistic towards non-paywalled healthcare. She is the daughter of a big healthcare executive. That's part of the reason why she endorsed Abdul El-Sayed's opponent, Haley Stevens. Gretchen Whitmer is also very clearly trying to farm as much corporate goodwill as she possibly can, as we've seen her go out to bat for data centers. And yes, she is still a fairly popular governor, but I don't think she is so popular that she will dramatically alter the trajectory of this race. But the fact that Gretchen Whitmer is still going out to bat in this regard shows me that the establishment is scared. She entered a governor's race for the express purpose of running against Abdul. As I told everyone, they were inexplicably hyping her up. Yeah, Whitmer is the daughter of her former longtime CEO of health insurance giant Blue Cross, and she's been bankrolled by Blue Cross. Her endorsing against the pro-Medicare for all candidate Abdul El-Sayed is extremely on brand. This is corporate power trying to protect its power. I will say this, though. I think Gretchen Whitmer a couple of years ago would have been a devastating force in Michigan politics to reckon with because she was objectively popular. I think the Trump stuff greatly diminished her credibility. That's number one. And number two, the whole Trump debacle greatly diminished her credibility with her base. And the second thing is the data centers. She is in the pocket of big corporate spenders. She is allowing data centers to be built in the state. People fucking despise these goddamn data centers. So that's something to consider. Here's another great take. Josh Shapiro is much more popular than Whitmer in his state, and his endorsement against Raab didn't go anywhere. I don't think Josh Shapiro made a big show of his endorsement. Did Josh Shapiro endorse against Chris Raab? I might be misremembering. I think he leaned. He might have like leaned into. Yeah, he angled behind the scenes for Sharif Street, but I don't think he came out with a full-throated endorsement. There's a difference there. Of course, as far as the Haley Stevens endorsement of Gretchen Whitmer endorsement of Haley Stevens, does anyone know if this is real? What is this?
President Trump is fighting to build more data centers to grow our economy and strengthen our national security. But liberals like Bernie Sanders and AOC want to shut down American innovation. I will be pushing for a moratorium on the construction of data centers. Shutting down data centers strengthens China and makes America weaker. America can't afford that risk. President Trump is fighting to build more data centers to grow our economy and strengthen our national security.
I mean, this looks like a promo for Democrats, but also at the same time, if Trump comes out strongly for data centers, I think a lot of the dumb fuck Republican cultists will probably also run with that. Yeah, here, going back to Gretchen Whitmer, here is the hot mic moment. Governor Whitmer with Oracle CEO Clay McGurk talking about data centers.
We're used to people saying, I'm doing it anyway.
Anyone that can live through a winter like you did.
Yeah, she says, we're used to people saying no and doing it anyway. Ha, 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 ha. We used to call Kevin Rudd Kevin747 because he was always on a plane, probably to China, finding nympho. Yeah, Kevin Rudd. He's got a great take. On China. This growing behemoth, the growing dragon of the global manufacturing giant, China. Spent my life learning about China, and it's time to put that knowledge to test. I'd like to get Kevin Rudd on the stream How many people do you know, after they were prime minister, they went back? After they were prime minister, they went back and learned further, went to Oxford Uni, mate, and decided to study further, learn more about China. Kevin Rudd thought to himself, look, these guys are building a lot of bridges, building a lot of high-speed rail. I need to learn more about how they did it. I'm going to die. Please, not the Aussie accent. Why not? Wait till he has a book release. He'll come on and stream to flog his wares. Yeah, turgid. Very turgid stuff. If you ever have insomnia and you want to be put to sleep, you should read different chapters in my book about China. You sound like a New Zealander. I know, but to Americans, it sounds great. You're making Kevin sound like a yokel. True. Like a gammon. Like a guy who slags off and drinks a fucking VB long neck in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Spot on. He sounds a lot like a bogan, not a gammon. Sorry. A bogan. A fucking bogan. How much longer? I don't know. Go high pitch and you'll sound Maori. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, that's Gretchen Whitmer. She's a corporate stooge herself.
To your chair on the Help Committee, you have been championing change. Why aren't we seeing any traction in Congress if this is the #1 issue? Why can't you guys work on a bipartisan basis here?
Margaret, that is a great, great question. And I have to tell you, the answer has everything to do with money and politics, that the function of the current healthcare system is not to do what other countries are doing around the world, guaranteeing healthcare, quality healthcare to all of our people as a human right. The function of the current American healthcare system is to make billions of dollars in profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies, and they are spending huge amounts in campaign contributions to make sure that that happens. So when we talk about a political revolution, when we talk about a grassroots movement, one of the things we're talking about is we have got to join every other major country through a Medicare for all single-payer program.
Is there a single-payer program in this country that you think actually worked? I mean, Vermont struggled with it when your state tried it. Is there a model for what you're talking about?
No, Vermont, no, there is not. But 50 miles north of where I am talking to you right now, they are spending half as much per capita as we spend, and somehow or another, they manage to guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child in that country. You go to the hospital for a month, you come out, there is no bill. Is it a perfect system? No. But we are the only major country that does not guarantee health care to all people. That is what we have got to do.
You are the ranking member on the Help Committee. The CDC has been without a Senate-confirmed leader now for nearly 11 months. The FDA doesn't have a chief going on 2 months now. There's no Surgeon General. Under questioning, Dr. Erica Schwartz, President Trump's nominee, was repeatedly asked if she would resist political pressure. I know her answers did not win your vote, but do you think that she even has enough support to make it out of committee and ultimately to get confirmed?
Look, I liked her personally. I mean, she has a very strong background in public health, in the military. She's an attorney as well. Very impressive resume. But when you're dealing with the Health and Human Services Department agency, the issue is whether people will stand up to Bobby Kennedy, Secretary Kennedy, and his conspiracy theories regarding.
Did you hear Zoran praised Mao? Zoran didn't take too well to what you saying LKY. Lee was more radical than him. Check my logs. Wait, he did not praise Mao, dude. Zoran Mamdani would never fucking praise Mao. Are you kidding me? That's so funny. At most, he would do like he would do maybe a subtle nod, and then the entirety of the media would go crazy over it. Check PFP. No. Oh, sure, why not? Yeah, he'll quote Gramsci and people go crazy over it.
Vaccines, et cetera, et cetera. She did not impress me as somebody who, in fact, would do that.
You don't think she will ultimately make it through?
I don't know that she will or not. She may gain Republican support. I won't vote for her.
You do have bipartisan support from the Maha caucus for a bill to require warning labels for ultra-processed foods and to try to restrict marketing to kids. Doesn't the FDA kind of already do that with all the disclosures on packaging that tell you the ingredients? I mean,
nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough. Look, we have a problem, a really serious crisis in this country in terms of obesity. I think 1 out of 5 children in America is obese, and that translates into diabetes, which is, as you know, just a terrible illness impacting our country and very expensive to deal with. We're spending about $400 billion a year dealing with diabetes. So what I want to see, and I think a lot of people want to see, is strong labeling. You know, so if a mom goes to a grocery store and the kid says, hey, I want that Coca-Cola, understand that a 20-ounce bottle of Coca-Cola has 15 teaspoons of sugar in it. Bad stuff. And it's not just Coke. Obviously, it's all these sweetened drinks and all kinds of processed foods. So what we are trying to do is, A, have strong labeling, and B, ban TV advertising of junk food to kids.
Well, you do have some Republican support for it. We'll keep an eye on it. Senator Sanders, thank you for your time this morning.
All right, now we're getting to Michigan. We're putting our crosshairs, we're setting our sights on Michigan, a pivotal race that will most likely define 2028, the future of the Democratic Party, and perhaps the future of American democracy. That's right, the stakes are unbelievably high, which is precisely the reason why CNN is sending their best guy, John King. Okay? CNN is sending John King down there to take the suit off, roll up his sleeves, and to find out what's going on in the state of Michigan.
You're Chuck Schumer, damn right I'm dangerous. We don't need lip service. Look, I'm not a celebrity candidate.
El Sayed versus Stevens, and so much more.
Outsider.
I'm gonna be honest, I fucking despise the yokel shtick that Haley Stevens does. Okay, I'll say it. I've been saying it already. I need people to see what I'm seeing. Every time she does the hemmed up, like, this is how I talk. This is how Michiganders talk. She's tuning it up. She's tuning it up. I was, at first, before the wave, I had said she was growing on me. Okay, the accent was growing on me. Now I see it as something entirely different. I see it as something unbelievably indecent. Because I realize that I, too, was duped a little bit by the character. Okay? It's the George W. Bush method. George W. Bush is not as much of a yokel as you would think he is, but he always presented himself as such. It's a facade. It's very disingenuous. Her politics are no different than the likes of J.D. Vance. Her politics are no different than the classic corporate Democrat, a bicoastal elite. Okay? But she tries to tune up her frequency to make it seem like, oh, everyone's actually criticizing me because I'm from Michigan. I'm from Michigan. I love Michigan. Oh, I'm just a yokel, don't you know? Okay, that's what she does. Okay, and under that veneer, under that yokel veneer, the lovable Michigander veneer, lies the most toxic, the most repulsive version of American politics, one that places corporate interests above the interests of the working class, one that has lost the state of Michigan twice to a fascist. Okay? I don't like this shtick at all. Here's a moment where she really leans into it like, oh, I'm just a yokel. Oh, these caucus on the internet. Don't you know? These are bi-coastal elitists, don't you know? I'm so glad that the Democrats have their own fucking Sarah Palin, okay?
Okay, some of you have seen, there's those cool kids on the internet. They're doing the cool kid chatter. Some of them might be the coastal elites making...
Oh, they're just attacking me, don't you know? I just want regular folks. Look at me, I'm wearing my jean jacket. Oh, I'm just a Michigander through and through. Devoid of policy, utterly devoid of policy, utterly devoid of a vision in the affirmative, utterly devoid of what she is going to change about the way things are going in Michigan and for Michiganders, and also at the federal level, because the Senate is a federal position regardless. It's all phony bullshit. And the faster we identify this, the easier things will be. We got 10 days remaining. Okay? We don't have a lot of time.
Fun of how I talk. Not okay, says my governor. But let's be real. They're making fun of Michigan.
They're making fun of yous. We all talk like this. The amount of people that I have in my community from Michigan that have been losing their fucking minds about how her Yooper accent doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever for the Rochester neighborhood that she comes from has been unbelievable. Okay? Yeah. Not okay. It's not okay. Don't you know? This is how we all sound. All right? I'm a leprechaun now. A Michigan leprechaun. This is how we speak in the Midwest. All right? You bi-coastal elites don't know how we sound. Me lucky charms. Top of the morning.
They're thinking they're better than us. And what they don't know is I am your voice. And their jokes and their criticism only makes me fight harder.
All right, don't you know? I'm a Youper. Even though I'm from Rochester, I'll never tell you about my politics. You won't hear about it. Don't ask me a question about Israel, which...
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
That's right.
Some of you...
Anti-establishment is exactly what we need right now.
I'm very frightened by what I...
As a Michigan person, I know several people from Upper, and they hate it the most. We can't tell it's that fake down south. They can. To them, it's like if you were trying to do your Scottish in Scotland, that bad. Yeah. I'm a Youper, and I pray I don't sound like that. Wow, go have a pasty. I mean, the Youpers say she doesn't sound like them. And people from her neighborhood say she definitely doesn't sound like that. But ultimately, every conversation that we're having about her accent is a conversation that we're not having about her financial backers. AIPAC, DTE. And yes, she is actually savvy. She's a lot more savvy than we give her credit. It's odd that the establishment could throw tons and tons of money to try to buy elections, but can't find better candidates than Andrew Cuomo and Haley Stevens. Elliot says something like, no man without convictions can write good prose. And that may have something to do with this problem. The right has convictions, often loopy ones, but they're convictions. The center, nada. Yeah. Yeah. The reason why they can't find good candidates other than like Andrew Cuomo or Haley Stevens is because most people that are willing to take the bag like that, they are going to be unbelievably uncharismatic. They're going to be the ones who need that bag to get into a position of power. They can't win it on their own merits. Okay? That's it. Yeah. Haley Stevens seems to be Matt Dusk clocks her ass, by the way. Ah, yes, the cool kids on the internet versus the cool out-of-state billionaires propping up her campaign. Haley Stevens seems to be taking a page from Republican Senator John Kennedy, dramatically paying up folksy regional accent to appear more populist instead of having actual populist policy ideas. The problem for Haley Stevens also is what happens when AIPAC no longer funds her candidacy. Because from the position of AIPAC, there's no difference between Mike Rogers. As a matter of fact, Mike Rogers might even be seen as a more reliable pro-Israel vote than Haley Stevens. So what happens when AIPAC goes, yeah, we're not going to fucking spend the same amount of money to make sure that the Democrat wins here. The Democratic Party is already turning on us. What then? Because she's gotten $54 to $60 million in outside expenditures so far from a litany of different corporations. And from AIPAC. AIPAC is responsible for 34 million of that. Okay? More than half. What happens when AIPAC no longer funds her candidacy? If she wins the primary, God forbid. What then? Is she going to carry the Youper accent against Mike Rogers? Is that what's going to work? Yeah, she'll stand around and go, what gives? Especially at that point, many people who already were discouraged by the Israel influence in the previous election are probably going to feel discouraged once again. It's cooked. It's cooked.
I see going on in the Democratic Party.
A Democratic family feud.
You can't keep going in the same direction if you keep losing.
A must-win Senate seat and a big battleground state.
It's a valid argument, but it will not help Abdul win the primary. First of all, Abdul will win the primary on his ground game, on his integrity, and most importantly, on his policies. Okay? That's how Abdul's going to win the primary. But the reason why I'm bringing this aspect up is because the tool that the Democrats have at their disposal that they weaponize against the left is always electability. My argument is when I bring up electability, I'm not bringing up electability because I think it's like the most important concept. I already know Abdul's electable. The reason why I'm bringing up electability is because it neutralizes the commentary from the Neeratandas of the world, the center-right forces within the Democratic Party that constantly say, Abdul's not electable, Abdul's not electable, Abdul's not electable. It's fucking bullshit. Okay? It is Haley Stevens who is not electable, and I need everyone to know that. Which of the two candidates is not electable? The one that actually gets small dollar donations, or the one whose candidacy is entirely propped up by every fucking corporate entity in the country? If Haley Stevens was electable, she would not need $54 million with zero ground game. If Haley Stevens was electable, Gary Peters wouldn't have had to come in the last second. Gretchen Whitmer wouldn't have had to come in and endorse her in the last second. Keep your eyes on the prize, folks. Haley Stevens, in common parlance, is an industry plant. Okay? She is an industry plant style candidate. She has no real value. She has no moral conviction. She will never place Michiganders nor the working class at the heart of her politics. She is bought and sold, a corporate stooge through and through, what is perhaps the worst element of the modern Democratic Party. Okay? She's a goddamn sellout. So she can base boost her yokel shtick till the cows come home. Okay? But at the end of the day, she is a puppeteered by corporate donations. That's number one. Number two, Haley Stevens has a much tougher shot at defeating Mike Rogers. Do I believe in my heart of hearts that Haley Stevens could probably also defeat Mike Rogers? Yes, I do. But the margins of victory for Abdul Al-Sayed will be far greater than Haley Stevens. Because Abdul Al-Sayed has the fundamentals. He has the on-the-ground enthusiasm. And there is already plenty of evidence to suggest this. That's why these pivotal endorsements are coming in at the last second from people who said they would not even endorse against any of the candidacies. The reason why they're doing that is not because Abdul is likely to lose. The reason why they're doing that is because they're terrified of Abdul winning. Okay? They're terrified of having a strong advocate for the working class in the Senate. That's it. There's no other reason. Same with Zohran Mamdani. They were not fearful of Zohran Mamdani's inevitable defeat or his inevitable failure if he won the mayoral race and became a bad governor or a bad mayor who would then reflect poorly on the National Democratic Party. It was actually because he would be great. He would be successful as he has been so far. And it would reflect poorly on the National Democratic Party from the eyes of the base that would demand more. That would ask the question, why can't you be like Zohran? Why can't you fight for us? Why can't you accomplish your clear-cut, easily defined agenda, piece by piece? That is what they oppose. Okay? That's it. That's it. There is no great argument for why one must vote for Haley Stevens. She is an unremarkable candidate, a corporate stooge through and through, not very charismatic, doesn't have anything redeemable to her, which is precisely the reason why her candidacy has revolved around attacking Abdul Al-Sayed. And we know that the on-the-ground enthusiasm is very real. Why do we know that? Because Abdul Al-Sayed has been showcasing internal polls that show him up sometimes 14% above Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens, on the other hand, has not sent any internal polls. Do you think that the Stevens camp is not conducting internal polls? Of course they are. So why have they refused to reveal the results? Perhaps it's because they know that the internal polls look alarming, that their internal polls that are supposed to be the most positive numbers that Haley Stevens will ever see are actually disastrous for her, where she's underwater. And that's precisely the reason why she's getting these key endorsements to try to carry some weight. Jim Clyburn, Gary Peters, the outbound senator, leaving this seat. And last but not least, Gretchen Whitmer, who is an objectively decently popular governor, nowhere near as popular as she once was, especially as of late. One of those people, is Farmington School Board member Angie Smith. This is what she had to say.
Yeah, so we're here with Angie Smith, and you're from Farmington.
Hi, I'm Angie Smith. I'm from Farmington Public Schools. Top vote getter for Farmington Public School Board. Been on the board 11 years. I am supporting Haley Stevens because she's that candidate. We need someone that can represent all of us, not just one race, but all races. Haley has done great work in Farmington and in Farmington Hills. She knows what she's doing. And anytime you can go to a Democratic convention and be booed and walk from behind a podium and stand there while you're being booed and things thrown at you, that's our person. So let's vote August 4th for Haley Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you. When you say, not just for one, what do you mean by that? Do you feel the other candidate is...
The other candidate seems to be he doesn't work a room. You have to know how to work the room. Don't come out speaking only Arabic. Don't come out with your Arabic music on. Represent everyone.
Boomers, man. Fucking boomers. I swear to God, I try to stay away from generational politics because I think it's reactionary, but every day, every damn day, black, white, Hispanic, doesn't matter. If it's a boomer, they're booming, okay? Every damn motherfucking day of the week. Boomers got to boom, baby. That's it. It's got to be the lead poisoning or something. Again, this is like insane. This is obviously insanely racist, okay? Like saying that Abdul represents Arabs with their Arab music. I mean, this is, hearing it from someone in Democratic Party politics in the state is extra gross, considering that the school board that she sits on most likely has a decent percentage of Muslim students as well. And one of the things that I always have to remind people, is that this is not like anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, Islamophobic sentiment in the black community is not a real thing, okay? These are establishment boomers that are trying to defend their entrenched power with incredibly racist politics, but it's far from commonplace. I will always repeat myself, but 1/3 of black people in the state of Michigan are Muslim themselves, okay? 1/3 of African Americans in the state of Michigan are Muslim, okay? So that's number one. Number two, there are a shit ton of Muslims and Arabs that live alongside the black population in the state as well. And last but not least, number three, poll after poll after poll has consistently shown that black voters, the demographic of black folk in the United States of America, are the most woke in comparison to every other racial demographic. What's really frustrating about this is that you have boomers in entrenched power that are representing some of the most odious aspects of American politics, some of the most toxic versions of American politics, racism, xenophobia, sometimes white nativist sentiment, ironically enough. And what's frustrating about it is that the voters themselves do not reflect these realities. And yet, the representatives will say, no, this is how we as black folk feel. It's bullshit. No group of individuals are monolithic, but if you were to look at the black voting bloc or black people who are polled consistently in this country, they are far more quote unquote woke, far more liberal, far more open-minded, far more progressive than every other demographic in this country. Okay? That's it.
Saying that.
Pat Braxton says the Northwest Detroit has been flooded by mailers showing former President Obama with Stevens. A lot of people are not aware. She says Stevens' support of Israel is wrong.
Saying
as a black woman from an oppressed people in the United States, I can't stand behind that.
that your peers are going to vote for Haley. Is that what you're hearing from your peers?
Community that I live in, Northwest Detroit, O'Hare Park, a lot of people are not aware. And I personally sent 65 flyers, text to people with the difference between the two. And the thing is that Haley Stevens was not endorsed for Barack Obama. However, our community in Northwest Detroit has been flooded with flyers. Every day I get one in my house. It shows pictures of her with black people, her at churches. I said, where was she all this other time? We never saw her. And what she did 10 years ago, what is she doing now? Is the question. What has she voted for? And when you look at her record, she's voted for genocide in Palestine, in the Gaza Strip.
This is far closer to the common sentiment of black Americans than anything establishment Democrats say. Okay? It's nasty business. It's just the truth. AIPAC has almost completely captured the Congressional Black Caucus, not in its entirety, of course, but a lot of the older members that want to hold on to their seat of power desperately rely on unlimited donations from AIPAC and other subsidiaries. And that's part of the reason why they have a attitude that is directly opposite to their base of support. Now, it still doesn't matter because as far as a reliable voting bloc goes, the reality of the matter is there's, of course, a lot of established credibility and trust that comes with this entrenched power. That's why Jim Clyburn doesn't have the capacity to do hypnosis to his base of support. He is just a popular figure because he is well liked and he's trusted because for years and years of sitting in his throne of power in South Carolina, he's been able to fund a lot of initiatives from HBCUs to church groups. And therefore, he has a phenomenal relationship with a lot of black leadership all around the country. Okay? That's it. Jim Clyburn is who I'm talking about right now, the kingmaker of the Democratic Party in some respects, who also endorsed Haley Stevens. But to assume that Jim Clyburn speaks for all black Americans would be wrong. He's also 86 years old. Why has the establishment been so late to consolidate around these candidates? These endorsements could have been much more helpful immediately after McMorrow dropped out. Abdul and Hong has really confused me with what they're doing. I don't know what their calculation is. I can't know what's in their heart. I have no idea. But I suspect they know that leaning in to a particular candidate is possibly burning a lot of credibility. Many of them already burned a decent amount with Andrew Cuomo, which Jim Clyburn endorsed over Zohran Mamdani, if you recall. Now, a lot of people don't remember that, luckily for Jim Clyburn. But part of the reason why establishment candidates don't consolidate around certain candidates, certain establishment operatives, is because they don't want to burn their credibility. Because if Abdul wins in the primary, all of a sudden, that says something about how much social and political capital Gretchen Whitmer has, how much social and political capital Jim Clyburn has. This changes the calculation for 2028. If you no longer have the same influential capabilities, then you won't get the same level of financial aid. You won't get the same amount of money. People start reconsidering how much power you truly have. South Carolina Dem Party Chair Shane Goldmacher, if Nevada gets elevated over South Carolina, it would be because of their Latino votes. So you would then be telling black voters you matter less than brown voters. And I refuse to believe that our party wants to send any type of message like that. I mean, this stuff sucks. It's so stupid. This is about the whole fight that took place where South Carolina is going to be the first primary. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. By the way, I have some controversial opinions on that, but we'll get to that in a second. This party is so chock full of disingenuous insiders who weaponize the most toxic and phony identity wedges to mete out political factional posturing. The reason Nevada should go before South Carolina is because it's actually in play in the general, why South Carolina should never feature as some major primary. Everyone's just afraid to say it honestly because Clyburn will exert himself to put his own grip on the party above the country's best interests, and nobody wants to be on the record saying something honest when they might have to pretend South Carolina should be a hugely decisive state. Yeah, there are plenty of states that have even more black voters than South Carolina does. Georgia is another one, for example. Why is Georgia not going first? Georgia is Georgia is far more important for Democratic Party politics than South Carolina is. This isn't to say we should let go of South Carolina, okay? Like, we should not give up on the South. I am not ever going to make that argument. It's actually one of the main criticisms that I have for the Democratic Party. Ironically enough, the South is very black for the Democratic Party's base of support is very black in the South. And that's part of the reason why it's often overlooked. South Carolina is also overlooked, except for the fact that Jim Clyburn gets a lot of money as he plays a pivotal role in the establishment that defends entrenched power. And that's why he gets decent amounts of resources, but then he distributes those resources to his machine, right? It turns into a little fiefdom for Jim Clyburn. That's just how he is operated. And most people don't want to say it out loud because they'll get yelled at because the same like toxic politics plays itself out again. The identity, the shallow identity politics of like, oh, you're attacking Jim Clyburn, which means you hate black people. Jim Clyburn is not the singular figure that is representative of all black people. Far from it, as a matter of fact. That's why I keep repeatedly saying black people are not conservative by and large, okay? They are the most progressive demographic of voters. They're the most progressive people in the country, okay? Not only as a voting bloc, but also as an entire demographic. There are a shit ton of polls to show the exact opposite. Black people consistently rate socialism with higher favorability than all other racial groups in the country. Same with progressive values, same with economic populist agenda items. It's ridiculous. This is a major generational divide. The generational divide that ends up benefiting entrenched power in the party, so they just keep browbeating people over the head and claiming cynically that you're racist if you oppose an 86-year-old man, being the kingmaker of the Democratic Party. This was something that I saw from Jim Clyburn that I could not believe. Here it is. For the record, I want to make sure that people understand. This isn't a carte blanche approach to shitting on black political power in this country and to start, sounding off on Jim Clyburn and all this other shit, because that only forces black political power to close up their ranks, because they've heard this a million times over from not only the Republicans and the racist reactionaries, but racist Democrats too. So it's unfortunately too somber of a reminder for a lot of black political operatives to hear this kind of criticism from a guy that looks like me, especially now that I shaved and look, objectively less Muslim. Okay?
You take from the Biden administration? Like political lessons. Like, was there any political lesson you think there is to take from an administration whose central goal was to stop Donald Trump's return? And here we are.
And he stopped it.
I mean, you stopped it and enabled, I think some would argue.
Well, when the white vote turned out 71% 2 years ago, and the black vote turned out 59%, you tell me whose fault that is.
I guess
only 59% of African Americans went to the polls 2 years ago.
It's tough. For me personally, to blame black voters for the last election more than it is to blame President Joe Biden.
That's the fact. It wasn't Joe Biden on the ticket. It was Kamala Harris on the ticket.
For 107 days after he decided to...
The thing that also annoys me is the racism. I'll say this as well. The racism coming from white establishment Democrats that will then say, oh, this is the sage wisdom of an ancient black man. How dare you criticize him? Like, he's just a fucking boomer, man. That's it. He's old. He's old and out of touch. He's 86 years old. There is no sage wisdom here, okay? Shut the fuck up. I hate that, like, Neera Tanden and so many white Democrat consultants, white Democratic Party consultants that are also just as invested in defending entrenched power as Jim Clyburn is, will then turn around and say, like, no, this is the sage wisdom. You're racist for saying that, just so you understand, okay? It's this weird, like, otherizing of black people when they agree with your position, I guess, when you're like, no, you don't understand. He knows better than everybody else. You're otherizing. You're cynical. You're being fucking racist. It's ridiculous, dude. This take is ridiculous. It's the voters that are at fault. What a ridiculous statement. The fuck do you mean it's the voters that are at fault? This is inherently anti-democracy, okay? There is a democratic process, which means you have to fight like hell to win voters over, okay? That means your agenda sucked. We have to go back to the drawing board. It's so totally ridiculous that Kamala Harris failed to activate the base, the black voting bloc that is the most reliable voter bloc for the Democrats. As a black woman, we have to look back at what failed. We can't just sit there and be like, oh, you just didn't vote hard enough. Fuck you. That's crazy. That's crazy. The fuck do you mean it's the black voters that are at fault? What are you talking about, man?
On the ticket.
I guess I just wanted to see.
It's so funny that Isted laughs in his fucking face, by the way.
Harris on the ticket.
For 107 days after he decided
to... on the ticket.
I guess I just wanted to see if there was a clear political lesson you took from that moment and whether you think something applies in this kind
He's like, nope. No lessons to be learned.
of larger Democratic rethink after. But I hear you. You're saying that you think it was a media problem. It was a branding problem. It was a candidate problem?
I didn't say that. The media had nothing to do with that 59%. If that 59% had been 69%, she would have won.
I guess, so is the argument that black people let Kamala Harris down?
Oh, in many instances, absolutely. If you don't show up to vote, what are you doing?
Is there no valid reason why black voters could not have felt heard by the last Democratic election? Is there no valid reason that they would have?
There might be. I'd like to know what it is.
No, you don't. No, you don't. As a matter of fact, you definitely don't. That's why you're saying is black people at fault for Kamala Harris losing. Adam Johnson says there's no other sales job, and make no mistake, campaigning and politics is sales, where you get to consistently fail at winning people over and you get to blame them for not buying your wares. Voter scolding has 0% success rate, but it's all the calcified establishment has. Always. Kamala Harris was like a cop, pop prison pipeline lady. I can see that being an issue. No, that wasn't the 107 days is valid. The other problem is people are disillusioned. They don't want to fucking vote for either party. There's a generational divide taking place in the black voting population right now that many of the older establishment figures are oblivious to. I've been literally calling this out for the last 2 cycles now. Okay? There is a big generational gap. The black voters who can remember, or are at least like one generation removed from the last time Democrats expended social and political capital to ensure that they have the right to vote, will then go and reliably vote for the Democrats. Younger black voters, on the other hand, do not recall such an experience. All they have known is nothing. Okay? All they have known is harm reduction. All they've known is nothing at all. So for them, for the younger voters, there's no reason to go out and fucking vote because they're like, oh, what am I supposed to do? Okay, one side is like openly racist. The other side is not as racist, but like it doesn't, I still got to go to work every morning. That's it. Because democracy comes down to this fundamental principle. What will you do for me? Or what have you done for me lately? And if the answer is nada, if the answer is nothing, if the answer is just, oh, well, we won power and therefore Republicans didn't get to shit on your life even further. Sure, in the end point of that 4-year experience of living under a racist, white supremacist Trump administration, there will be more people that'll be excited to go out and vote. But that's not enough for coalition building. That's not enough to win elections, especially if the opposing side is capable of drawing turnout from an increasingly agitated base. Yeah, he said, this is absolutely crazy. He exonerated the political class and media and blamed black people for Harris losing. I think he's also severely overestimating the political appetite for this lesson as a stick. There are massive generational and class breaks within the broader black electorate, and this reheated lecture isn't winning people over who don't feel like they have any buy-in. Yeah, this was also, there was another thing. It was the Obama method. Obama even did this, which was crazy. Obama did this too when he was like, oh, I guess a lot of black men are just misogynistic. Which is, what a crazy fucking thing to say. What a crazy thing to say. Just fucking using and abusing a voter block as nothing but a reliable vote with no expectations of delivery whatsoever. And also greatly overemphasizing the idea that like black voters are leaving the Democratic Party and like voting for the Republicans when that's not even true. Out of all of if you look at the racial breakdown, once again, black people still overwhelmingly vote for the Democratic Party. Look at fucking white people. Why are we otherizing and singling out black people in this country when we talk about like misogyny, homophobia, shit like that? That stuff pisses me off to no end. There's never a calculus about like the toxic politics of whiteness in the same degree by liberals, especially. Like we understand that whiteness is the default. So we can look at some white people as being right-wing and reactionary and other white people as not being, in that same category. But when it comes to black people, it's all, because it's a minority population, they're all the same. Okay? They're all the same. They're all, homophobic. Homophobia is a black person problem. Nobody says homophobia is a white people problem, And it would be ridiculous if we broke it down like that anyway. Yeah, he worked with the Republicans. How James Clyburn protect his district at a cost of black Democrats. I know. He's just very selfish, man. I'm sorry. It's just, that's it. He's very, very selfish. As the rest of these fucking boomers, man. That's it. That's it. He is a goddamn boomer. What do you want? He's 86 years old. And before people say Bernie Sanders is a boomer too, I agree. Bernie is also a boomer. Except Bernie has been trying to build an actual fucking movement that is trying to unseat entrenched power. Jim Clyburn is using his last years on God's green earth to basically solidify his position, to never offer anything to the voters. Oh, yeah. Democrats love to trot out mummies like Clyburn because it allows them to cloak themselves in the moral authority of the civil rights movement on behalf of Israel and insurance companies. But another huge benefit is they can turn the racism dial all the way up. Yeah, this person, I guess, deleted their fucking take because it was insane. Okay? This lady literally was like saying, don't you feel like Abdul is kind of like a rapist ex-boyfriend? It's like, no, I actually don't feel that way. You just have a new permission structure, I guess, by claiming that, this scary Muslim man is like a rapist woman hater. Can you imagine if a Republican leader had worked with Dems to gerrymander against more Republican seats? It's legitimately impossible to imagine. Yeah. All of the elaborate debates about whether Democrats should adopt 5D chess, ultra-pragmatic, heterodox social conservatism, or electorate transforming socialist leadershipism will always be hilarious when this is actually who runs the party. Back in the 1800s, both of these sides would have considered themselves a part of the larger reform bloc and won. But now the so-called pragmatists think that they and only the people they see on their phone are the only ones who exist, so that they just whine and go on Ezra Klein and lose. Yeah. Yeah, this is what Blue MAGA was doing. Is it just me, or is Abdul El-Sayed like an abusive boyfriend who gets far more unpredictable and dangerous when he realizes you might be leaving him? If he wins, I have a feeling that there would be some skeletons revealed. As for now, it's clear that Abdul El-Sayed is just not a fan of treating women with respect, which is a major reason why he needs to lose. Kamala was an intelligent, experienced, professional black woman, but she was average as fuck. The hardest thing is getting some older black aunties and unks to accept that we cannot settle for average with any politician, and especially not one that supported a genocide. It's frustrating for them that subpar average white man can win, but not a qualified black woman. But it's not the relevant issue at hand with Kamala. It's the genocide. I mean, it's the genocide, but it's also the lack of charisma as well. The lack of the lack of change. Like Kamala Harris anchored herself around a dying candidate, like literally a dying campaign, the Joe Biden reelection campaign that died. And she was supposed to be the replacement. And instead of charting a different path forward, she leaned into it, which was fucking ridiculous. If you're going to be the young, vibrant, black American alternative to Joe Biden, you have to show that, okay? You have to show that. If you run around and say, no, I'm just like the fucking old guy who you guys opposed so much that I, in this totally unique set of circumstances, became the actual presidential nominee, you can't anchor yourself with that dead weight around your neck and then expect to win. It's funny to complain about mediocre white men and have the entire Democratic establishment go to war for Biden's nomination. The definition of a mediocre white man, I agree. But that mediocre white man won, okay? Here's another example of an accomplished white woman, Hillary Rodham Clinton. She had the pedigree. She had the endorsements. She had the media backing. She was the reasonable candidate as opposed to the mania represented by Donald Trump. If you simply look at that, don't say barf. It's just on paper. Who do you think would be a better president on paper, guys? Hillary Rodham fucking Clinton, who was the Secretary of State, or Donald Trump, who was a rapist real estate developer? What are we talking about? Of course, on paper, if you look at the fucking resumes of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, yes, Hillary Clinton was clearly the better option. But people don't make those decisions in the same way that the establishment Democrats want them to. Okay? Same goes for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was a far more accomplished stateswoman. Okay? She had the background. She had the prosecutorial background. She had a brief stint in the Senate. Doesn't really count too much, but she was vice president, right? She was accomplished. But it doesn't matter. Being accomplished is not going to carry you across the finish line. When you call her young, you insult the actual young. Harris is 61. Yes, that is young, unfortunately, for modern American politics, modern American politicians. She didn't have a good policy platform. She didn't have a lot of charisma, and she was all over the place. That's partially because she is a little bit of a chameleon. she ran in 2019 as like another Bernie-crat style candidate that none of the Bernie-crats actually believed in because it was fake. Exactly. On paper, Kamala was far superior to Trump and many other candidates, but she was average in every other way, so it wasn't enough, and especially when you tack on the weight of being pro-genocide. That was my whole point. Yeah. And then she pivoted to the right as well, which was a disaster, because why would you go for the diet soda when you can get the full-strength soda from the Republicans? Adam Johnson responds to Jeb Fain, House Majority, former Dem spokesperson, the Triple C, classic establishment Democrat. It's a satirical post. This is about the Abdul Al-Sayed fake post. Abdul Al-Sayed handshake Mike Rogers. Florida Republican Mike Rogers endorses Abdul for Senate. She made like a fake campaign poster using the Abdul font, duping voters into believing that the Republican opposition had endorsed Abdul Al-Sayed. Nate Bluen said, AES, Abdul Al-Sayed should file a cease and desist or something. Ripping off the campaign branding is problematic and misleading. Jeb Fain said it's a satirical post mocking Al-Sayed because Mike Rogers told his own donors that he'd rather run against. All the dramatic freakouts these leftists have over normal campaign tactics. It's almost like they never experienced a competitive general election before. Just going to keep harping on this, but this is factually false. Rogers never told his donors he'd rather run against Al-Sayed. He was specifically asked about a strategy against Al-Sayed and projected confidence he would win, which is what one does when talking with donors. Without knowing how he handicapped the race against Stevens, this out-of-context quote is utterly meaningless. This is an outright lie, a falsehood. At no point in any of the donor call clips does he express a preference for either candidate whatsoever. Jeb Fain then responds with, sure, man, keep pretending it's some mystery who Republicans would rather run against. If you spent any of the last decade in reality, pretty obvious it's the far-left Bernie bro who's on record backing defund the police and campaigns with America Deserve 9/11 podcaster. Right, so this is just an assertion, not evidence. To make claims, one needs evidence. Al-Sayed has 10,000 plus highly motivated volunteers. Stevens has hundreds and is propped up by 30 million in AIPAC money that will disappear the second she wins the nom. I'd much rather run against the latter. Finding different ways to throw out scary Muslim terrorist defund Hasan Piker is not an argument and is not evidence. I'm sure Rogers sees strengths and weaknesses in both candidates, and most important of all, he has given zero indication who he'd prefer. I can't believe these guys still are repeating the whole like, oh, dude, it's going to be really bad that Abdul ran with Hasan Piker. People in Michigan do not know who the fuck I am, okay? Or the ones that do know who the fuck I am are already door knocking for Abdul's campaign. You know, some of which are in that 10,000 door knockers volunteer army that he has. Okay. If the Democratic position in the general is we want to give you health care, we want to end the endless militarism, we want to give you housing. And the Republican position is this guy fucking hung out with American podcaster Hasan Piker. The Republicans are coming in, diving headfirst into a losing argument. You know who did that back in the day? The fucking Democrats did. Oh my God, you're going on the Joe Rogan experience. Oh my God, don't you know Joe Rogan is a scary podcaster? And you know what happened? You know what happened in the aftermath of that? Republicans won. And Joe Rogan became more popular than ever before. So shut the fuck up. The Democrats have trotted this idiotic narrative out every single time. They've been like, oh, dude, fucking Zohran Mamdani loves 9/11 and loves the podcaster that loves 9/11. It didn't fucking work. Time and time again, this has been trotted out over and over again, deployed over and over again. It has been a failed message. Why is it a failed message? Simple. Because number one, most Americans don't know who the fuck I am. Okay? They don't know. Why would they know? Why should they know? I'm a Twitch streamer. Okay? And the ones that do either hate me or love me. A lot more who love me than hate me. Okay. Now, after the unlimited barrage of attack ads from Fox News, that number might change because, there's a lot of Republicans who despise me for sure. But those guys weren't voting for Abdul anyway. Okay. The other thing is, I am utterly immaterial in the grand scheme of things. Politics are about what you can do for your voters, what you can do for your constituents. Okay. It is incredibly fucking stupid to try to turn the political rat race into anything but that, to try to turn that into this silly ass, like, which podcast did he appear with? Which guy did he campaign with? Do you disavow the comments? Do you disavow the comments of this guy who endorsed you? This game does not need to be played. You know who doesn't play this game? Donald Trump. That's why he's partially very successful. So if Democrats actually go, oh my God, we're so sorry we hung out with Hassan Piker. How dare we do such a disastrous thing? Then yeah, you'll allow Republicans to win. But if you say, what the fuck are you talking about? This guy's a goddamn Twitch streamer. He has a big army of fucking door knockers. Yeah, I'm going to go on his platform. I'm going to try to win over the disillusioned voters that are worried about the future of America because they're American citizens and they're my constituents too. I'm talking to everybody. I'm talking to Republicans as well. As long as you say that and you stand by your positions and try to reframe the conversation back to Medicare for all, you're good. Your opposition will automatically look silly for constantly trying to frame the conversation around minutia, whether it be transgender athletes, whether it be something even dumber than trying to position people against transgender athletes, which would be a fucking Twitch streamer, right? Anyway, here's Matty Iglesias, Egg Boy on Pod Johns, complaining that moderate Democrats don't have any enthusiasm on their side and won't actually and don't do enough to generate enthusiasm for their moderate candidates and their moderate policies.
There's a group of moderate Democrats, but they need to give some voice to, like, what do we think? Who are we? Why are we the good people? And I give incredible credit to Bernie Sanders, who has been tireless about trying to promote politicians who he likes. And I hear so many other Democrats, and they're mad that Bernie is promoting these people and that the people who they like aren't getting promoted. But it's like, well, who's going to promote them other than you?
Yeah, that's what actually bothers me a lot, is that they look at the insurgent candidates on the left and sort of the progressive outsiders with like umbrage. It's basically that's like the main feeling, like, how dare you? And my candidate works really hard and has been just doing, this is sort of like the Haley Stevens stuff has gotten better. I think the argument that people are making for her, but originally it was like, well, she's been there just working hard and give her credit for being there and working hard. And it's like, okay, I'm sure that's true if you know her, but like voters don't know that. And so they're going to need a different kind of story there.
Well, and also I know so many Democrats who want her to win this primary, but who don't want to fly to Michigan and campaign with her because it'll be embarrassing if they stand with her and she loses. But it'll be embarrassing to Bernie if Abdul loses. And like, he has he's doing the work, right?
Yeah.
And there's no alternative to that in politics. And that's like part of my message to the more moderate Democrats out there is like, don't just give up hope, but also don't just assume that we can keep endlessly staving off the left.
Yeah, he's stuck between party borders now. Stuck between borders, Norway and India, but also stuck between party border, stuck between ideological border. This is his life, man. At least he got to meet Erling Haaland. That was cool. That was cool. When he met Erling Haaland, I was like, good on him,
And, pulling more rabbits out of the hat. Like, somebody's got to run a campaign. Somebody's got to make the case. You've got to actually, like, articulate some daring positions on the issues. And if people yell at you, you have to explain why they're wrong. And, like, you got to go on Crooked, and you probably got to go on Hassan Piker and, do some interviews from people who don't agree with you and stand your ground. And that's because that's how it's always been. There's no like magic trick. Like,
it's so funny because he's just straight up describing campaigning. Like, the attitude from establishment Democrats is, no, of course I have to be in this position. What the fuck are you talking about? This was ordained to me by God. This position was given to me by God. Are you out of your dang mind? How dare you oppose my power? This is my fucking fiefdom. And that's not how politics works, man. We don't live in that kind of universe. Maybe you want to live in that kind of universe, but that's not the universe we live in. We still have some semblance of theoretical democracy here. And therefore, you just have to do shit that you don't want to do. You have to present your ideas. You have to defend those ideas. And you have to win. It's just so fucking annoying. Let's not forget what Maddie thinks are toxic views of the left. Yeah, I know. False. Leftists like Plattner and Abdul Sayed are less woke than mainstream Dems and have no electability penalty. True. The most toxic views, affirmative action, deference to teachers' unions, gender weirdness are shared by establishment and the left, so electability gap is modest. Dude, Matt Iglesias is so crazy because he just says the most toxic views are affirmative action and deference to teachers' unions. Teachers' unions are literally some of the most popular institutions in this fucking country. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, gender weirdness gets into a territory where you're in the wrong, but at least you can make an argument that it's like politically toxic nowadays, partially because Democrats just never really defended it, partially because Democrats don't have like a platform that people want to join for certain things that they might get. And therefore, the only platform that they hear about is oppositional framing on gender-related issues, right? And the opposition frames you as like silly and hyper-focused or invested in the genitals of transgender people, that you want to give everybody a bottom surgery or something. Like, it sucks, but that is what has dominated discourse in this country, and that's partially, once again, the fault of the Democrats, okay? It is kind of wild that he's openly saying how reactionary he is, though. Even the centrists are like, what's your evidence for teachers' unions being politically toxic? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this was also crazy. He posted this like strike on Karg Island AI video Donald Trump did, which we'll be getting to in a second with our situation monitoring. But here, let's watch the Michigan Civil War.
Honestly, don't know right now.
Do you think it's hypocritical to support defund ICE but not police? Great question. No. I mean, if you were to ask me, I'm in favor of taking away resources from police departments that have inflated budgets and one, forcing accountability upon the police departments, and two, making them actually do the work of like solving crimes and things of that nature. But the reason why I don't think it's hypocritical to support the abolition of ICE and not like the abolition of police, for example, is because policing as an institution has existed in one way, shape, or form for far longer than ICE has. ICE has been around for 23 years. It's a paperwork violation for the most part. Policing as an institution can at the very least be pointed to dealing with, you know, very emotional cases, like very violent cases like rape, pedophilia, and the like. Whereas with ICE, they try to masquerade this as a law enforcement agency that is tasked with dealing with pedophiles. But the reality of the matter is, one, it's 23 years old at this point, or not 23 years old, sorry, 23 years old at this point. And two, the previous formation of ICE was INS, which once again, for the most part, like its law enforcement mechanism is about paperwork violations, right? Also, policing as an institution is like unfathomably popular, unfortunately, amongst Americans. And that's a whole different story to get into. But yeah, but that's the reason. Those are some of the reasons why I don't think it's hypocritical.
A packed church basement on a steamy summer evening.
All right, friends, money out of?
The insurgent keeps...
Also, if you're asking me like about defunding the police, I'm in favor of it. So I don't know why, I've been a long advocate for, I don't say defund the police, even though I defended it, and we should have explained it better instead of attacking it immediately, which many people did. And I think if there was plenty of defense of what defunding the police was at the time, then people would have a very different approach to it. And I am in favor of taking away some of these exhaustive resources that we've given. We should demilitarize the American police departments 100%. And not only that, but we should also use some of those resources to tackle crime at the root cause of the issue, which is, once again, socioeconomic factors, right? It's unfortunately a lost cause at this point, at least for the time being, because Americans were so unbelievably polarized against this, because many business owners freaked the fuck out. The Democratic Party in its entirety freaked the fuck out on the movement. And they positioned themselves in this like very reactionary place from the start against defund the police. And that's part of the reason why it's an objectively unpopular slogan now, even if it actually makes sense when you explain it to people. And the greatest evidence I can give you is Zohran Mamdani saying he's going to keep the police the same head count, and he's going to try to figure out a way to cut down on overtime and focus on building some of the city resources, which, again, that is what defund the police was, right? So That's what defunding is. Most people don't understand that. The problem is, while most people find it to be an agreeable position, if you explain it to them, that's not how this discourse works. If every outlet is saying, oh, you want to fucking kill cops, you want to throw cops in prison, you want to abolish the policing, you want rapists to roam the streets freely, which they currently do, ironically enough, with the current funded police departments, that becomes a lost cause, a lost argument, unfortunately, especially when it's channeled by even Democrats, right? Even supposed allies. What I will say about this is that I'm in favor of making policing work for the people rather than protect and serve the interests of capital, because I also understand fundamentally, as many like police abolitionists do as well, even the most rugged anarchists will tell you that there has to be something that takes the place of policing, even if it's like a democratically organized system. So, you know, I always say I just want them to do their fucking jobs, because cops don't do their jobs at all. It's very frustrating to me. They basically live in Nordic style social democracy in the United States of America, and they're exurbs. They drive around in their fucking lifted F-150 pickup trucks. They come into the cities and brutalize teenagers. That is when they're even fucked off to do their jobs at all, if they're asked enough to do their jobs. For the most part, they don't do shit. They collect paycheck, overtime pay, hazard pay, and the like. They have unfathomably strong unions. It sucks. It's genuinely one of the, I guess, cushiest jobs you could have. You're this like unaccountable mass assaulter who doesn't ever have to do anything. And I believe that the role of policing in the modern world is a very important one. Okay? A very, very important one. Protecting the presence of law and order with your presence, even if their current presence is lawlessness and disorder, unfortunately. And also refusing to do your fucking job, like your very important job of, you know, solving crimes. That's what my anger and resentment stems from about modern policing and policing in general. What is this? Sadly, there's another clip with what? I have no idea what you're talking about. What? Harris economic policies will give some money to some people in some situations. I was legit worried they'd hang Platinum over Bernie, but he kept pushing and everyone did. Another clip of what? They'll just lie. Okay, I don't know. It's simple.
That one again. Money out of politics. Money in your pocket. Medicare for all.
And he pulls no punches.
8-pack shouldn't be able to dominate our politics. Corporations shouldn't be able to dominate our politics. Chuck Schumer should no longer be Senate leader for anything.
Abdul El Sayed is 41, the son of Egyptian immigrants, the former Wayne County health director.
You know, I don't pay my taxes thinking, man, I can't wait for Israel to get another tank.
Bro, they're going to cut it and go, he doesn't pay his taxes, we got him. They're going to clip chimp him.
I can't wait for Egypt to...
Zoran also froze budget increases, which is technically a defunding as well, since the budget has to grow to meet raises, inflation, etc. By not increasing budgets, you're technically defunding. Yes.
Get another set of bombs.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Another church meeting hall, also just across the Detroit city line.
This is the best of Michigan.
Haley Stevens is 43, in her 4th term in Congress. Before that, worked for President Obama's Auto Industry Task Force.
The work that I was a part of when it mattered. You know, the work that we cannot forget.
No talk of revolution here. It is, yes, old school.
Big old rallies are nice things. I want to see who's in the neighborhood. I want to see who has pastor on speed dial, mayor on speed dial.
Promises to take on Trump, tax the rich, lower health care costs, but also talk that sometimes compromise brings progress. And a reminder, this is Purple Michigan. Stevens flipped a Republican-held seat to get to Congress.
I became the first
Okay, CNN. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ.
pro-labor, pro-power of the people Democrat since before the moon landing to hold that seat.
The roots of this fight don't go back quite that far.
Michigan had a huge role in the first round of this insurgent versus establishment battle in the Democratic Party. That was a decade ago. The fight card
right now and a giant defining issue in this race. Walter Robinson Jr. lives in neighboring Dearborn Heights. Its population, 40% Arab. Affordability is by far Robinson's top issue. He is voting El Sayed because he's a union guy, and he trusts the United Auto Workers endorsement process.
There's a lot of people that feel like that the union shouldn't tell them what to do or how to vote. But like I said, connecting the ballot box to your bread box is vitally important.
Robinson doesn't agree with al-Sayed on everything, but he compares his constant attacks on the Democratic establishment to Donald Trump's insurgent takeover of the GOP a decade ago.
You have to do something different, and this might just be enough just to shake things up.
What's your favorite spot you've visited in Michigan so far?
Jade Gray is 22, just a year out of college, but she's worked as a Democratic organizer for 5 years and helped her first campaign at age 12 in 2016.
I think we're seeing two paths emerge for the Democratic Party, and this is going to be one of a few examples of where we're really headed.
Gray is from northern Michigan, Trump country. She predicts al-Sayed will do well in the primary there.
We are seeing the most engagement from Democrats than we've ever seen before in that area. Maybe this progressive mindset, this Medicare for all, money out of politics, isn't so radical and could work for us.
Gray takes al-Sayed's side of the Israel divide.
One is an AIPAC-backed candidate who is, unapologetically pro thank you Israel, and, Abdul is against that.
She's very critical of Netanyahu.
John, what the fuck? Brother, give me a fucking break, dude. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, brother. What the fuck? Dude, this feedback is unbelievable. It's like, well, Haley Stevens hates Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, come on. Are you there to poll the people? Are you there to stump for Haley Stevens? Dog, she got $34 million from AIPAC. It doesn't matter what she's saying about Benjamin Netanyahu. What the fuck are you talking about? It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. Can we weigh things evenly? What do you think matters more with her decision making when it comes to Israel? $34 million from the Israel lobby, or what she once said about Benjamin Netanyahu when she's also said this?
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
It's so fucking stupid.
Right, she's critical of Netanyahu. I appreciate that, but who she's funded by, I don't think walks that walk. I like seeing a candidate who's, unapologetically anti-Zionist.
Let's go.
You got it going.
Rob Lippitt is more than patient with a pickleball novice. And he is more than anxious about this primary.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Creating litmus tests, suggesting that Israel shouldn't exist, or being unwilling as al-Sayed is.
Dude, John King, ZNN. Oh my fucking lordy lord. Bro went to the pickleball court in this dude's backyard to talk about how fucking anxious this guy is. That scary Muslim man could potentially win the election. Will he push back on Mr. Pickle? Will you push back on Mr. Pickle? I want to hear if John King has a similar approach to this.
To affirm the idea that Israel has a right to exist as a state doesn't move us closer to peace.
Lippitt sees al-Sayed as part of a broader troubling...
Wait, Johnny baby, why didn't you fucking be like, well, Abdullah Sayed has talked almost entirely about AIPAC funding. Does that not concern you? Really? No response. No response to Mr. Pickle. No response to Mr. Pickle. No pushback to Mr. Pickle. Why is Mr. Pickle getting zero pushback? Yeah, 2 UAW Abdul supporters and a millionaire Stevens supporter.
Democratic shift.
The socialist drift of the party and the hardline and somewhat radical positions that they take are not good for the state or good for the country.
He loathes Trump and wants a Democratic Senate. But Lippitt says he and many other Jewish voters will face a painful choice if al-Sayed wins the primary.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. This is... Oh, God, I hate this shit so much, dude. I hate it so much. It's not a fucking painful choice at all, man. You either hate fascism and you hate it unconditionally, or you care about fascism in the country only to a certain degree, as long as it still allows fascism to take place in Israel. Okay? That's it.
I think there are a lot of people that won't vote for al-Sayed.
Are you one of them?
Probably. I don't feel like
Why is this shit never treated like Bernard supporters, by the way? Oh, you're saying you don't want to vote for blue no matter who? How come if you're pro-Israel, you get to be as critical as you want of the Democratic Party's choice? If your guy or your gal, your Israel firster, doesn't get the fucking nominee, you're not going to vote for Abdul al-Sayed? You're going to allow Republican fascism to take shape in this country? How is this? Why is it that this is always just the Bernard brothers whose votes are taken for fucking granted? But when it comes to people who actually destroy the vote blue no matter who, I'm going to withhold my vote. I'm going to withhold my support in the general if the scary Muslim wins, is not treated with the same like racism, is not treated with the same critical lens that this is like unbelievably fucking racist. Yeah, it's crazy how quickly the center killed vote blue no matter who as soon as they started losing primaries. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone now. It's over.
The Democratic Party is a safe space.
Traverse City is along the spectacular Lake Michigan, population 16,000. Northern Michigan is mostly rural, in every way a long way from Detroit and its suburbs. Ashley Ayala lives in a town of 1,500 people, works for a nonprofit conservation group.
There we go.
These goats working one section at a time to clear rural land. What do you want from the Democratic Party? What's missing?
Oh.
That's an anti-data center voter right there. I'm clocking it. Don't know where this goes. Don't even care what she says. I know him when I see him. Okay? That right there, no matter what she says to John King, no matter what made it to the editing floor, what made it out of the editing floor, I know for a fact that's an anti-data center voter. Like, that's her primary focus.
I mean, there's a list of things. Where do I start?
We got all day.
Oh, diabetic healthcare.
Healthcare and childcare costs are her biggest stresses, and she likes what she hears from El Sayed there. But Stevens has appeal too. Ayala thinks her experience might help get things done. Sometimes thinks her more moderate views might help in November.
Oh my God.
Especially in rural areas like this.
When it comes down to pen to paper, it'll end up being who has a better chance at winning.
Yes, Abdul al-Sayed is that guy. Abdul al-Sayed is that guy. Haley Stevens is not that gal. Consultant brain, by the way. Consultant brain once again. Well, I really like Abdul al-Sayed, but what if other people don't? Well, how about we just vote for people we like going forward? How about we do that? Because if you like something about him, other people are probably going to like the same things about him. It's just that you have been broken down, okay? You have been broken down and intellectually brutalized for so many years. You've been duped into believing that other people don't agree with some of the qualities that you like about a particular candidate. They do, okay? They do. That's why Abdul has 10,000 volunteers and Haley Stevens has 80. Not 80,000, just 80, okay?
You're not sure who that is right now.
I don't. I have no clue.
Do you see yourself as kind of a referee, one of the referees, the voters, in kind of a democratic civil war or family feud?
I've always been a referee my entire life. Yeah.
Ayala knows it's a giant choice for Michigan and beyond. And there's just a bit more time to chew it over. John King, CNN, Maple City, Michigan.
Yeah, debate night tomorrow, by the way. Debate night tomorrow. Meanwhile, Donald Trump. All right, we're getting to finally the thing that all of you have been waiting for excitedly. Okay? Situation monitoring. But before we do that, here's Adam Carlson's take. Michigan is a must-win race if Democrats want to take back the majority, stall Trump's agenda, and block his judicial nominees during his final 2 years in office, and build towards a Democratic trifecta in 2029. If you are a prominent Democrat and you refuse to back the nominee just because your preferred candidate lost in the primary, then it's abundantly clear that you care more about your petty grievances than actually helping the people who are suffering the most in this country under the Trump regime. It means you are myopic, selfish, and unserious. This applies to El Sayed supporters if Stephen wins the primary. This applies to Stephen supporters if El Sayed wins the primary. There is truth to that. Ultimately, you can't expect people to fucking vote. I say this about the people who have postured vote blue no matter who, as long as the Democrats also maintain a pro-Israel attitude, and now they're changing their calculation when there are some Democrats who are not pro-Israel unconditionally. Okay? Ultimately, you got to win over those voters. You got to win over those voters. If you are a Democrat, though, if you are a prominent Democratic Party politician saying this shit, well, then you're fucked. You should be fucked. Bernie has never done this. Okay? Bernie's never done this. And at most, the one Democrat who had every right to do this for Kamala did not speak out. And that was Rashida Tlaib. As a Palestinian as a Palestinian woman, she watched her people get slaughtered by the administration whose party she was a part of, and she just sat it out. She didn't say anything, right? She was pro-uncommitted movement, which is, I obviously respect that in the primaries, and she didn't say anything in the general. I think that's pretty valid. What is this? The cracks in the grift are showing. Butt face fanny slammer. 20,558 people are not doing enough to help the cause while watching the stream. If any of us really care, we close the stream and go out and do something. Grift alert. Just trying to keep it real, mate. You're right. Famously, we don't do anything about making necessary changes in the world of American politics. Thank you for calling us out, chatter. If we weren't doing shit, Fox News wouldn't be welcome. If we weren't doing shit, Fox News would be complaining nonstop. Y'all humping on the tour? What is this? Am I insane, or is the dry humping fans on stage trend so fucking weird? I told you Alfiran lie was a bad idea. Yeah, we're dry humping. Yeah. You could say that about a lot of like online political communities, but this is probably the one community you can't really say that about. But I'll chalk that up to you just simply didn't know. Chatter, who had this complaint. I'm just going to assume that you didn't know. All right, let's get to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is very upset. Situation monitoring the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. And the Bab el-Mandeb Strait is also partially closed as well. The Ansar Allah movement is pummeling the Yanbu port that Saudi Arabia is currently utilizing to transit oil tankers through the Red Sea. Their route was going through the Bab el-Mandeb around the African continent, and now they are not able to do so. And on top of that, their refinery is on fire. The Ansar Allah movement struck back against Saudi Arabia by hitting an Aramco refinery, and the situation is becoming untenable. In the process, Donald Trump said that he would punish Iran more viciously than he's ever done so. And yet, after 13 days of tit-for-tat strikes, back-and-forth strikes, Donald Trump mysteriously paused the American operations on Iran for 2 nights in a row. Oh, it's this guy, unfollow. Strange. Don't understand why people follow, forget that they followed, and go, fuck, man, it's time to unfollow this guy. It's terrible. Maybe he didn't recognize me without the beard. Perhaps that's the case. Anyway, Netanyahu, of course, in the brief pause to the strikes against Iran, has decided to come and meet with Trump amid the war in Iran.
For now, after 2 weeks of trading lethal strikes back and forth overnight, U.S. and Iranian weapons were quiet, but tensions remain high in the region. U.S. Central Command saying it boarded a ship Sunday in the Arabian Sea on suspicion of violating the U.S. blockade of Iran, before ultimately letting that ship go. And in the nearby Red Sea, the Houthi rebels, Iran's proxy group in Yemen, opening up a new front, targeting Saudi oil exports, claiming they hit state-run oil operations in the Saudi kingdom. This week declaring a maritime blockade on Saudi-linked shipping in the Red Sea's Bab el-Mandeb Strait, a vital trade route. Saudi Arabia releasing this video of what it says are their patrols, the Saudi military carrying out attacks of its own on Houthi targets inside Yemen. President Trump meeting with his national security team on Friday to discuss next steps, saying this week he's considering a massive attack on Iran.
There's 2 ways. I mean, it's you can just keep doing exactly what we're doing and take them apart piece by piece. We could do it in a more rapid fashion, which we might do, or we can negotiate with them, which we're also doing right now.
This all comes just days before Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu heads to the White House Tuesday to meet with President Trump. Their first face-to-face since his February visit, where he argued for the joint U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran days before the start of the war.
So just how much we should read into this pause in the fighting remains unclear, but what is completely clear is that this entire region remains on edge. Gio?
All right, Matt Rivers, thank you so much for your reporting there.
Joining me now in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is the man himself.
All right, the real president is back, and he's ready to chirp at the bullshit Americans who aren't doing enough to defend Israel's interests.
Minister of Israel, Benjamin.
The real president of the United States of America is back to demand that Americans die at Israel's behest. Not enough Americans have died yet. More Americans must die so that Israel can take out a major player in the region. But before we do that, I'm sure it's just a coincidence that Trump restarted this Iran war right after Mossad's new chief visited Washington. This was, of course, new reporting that came out earlier this week. The new director of Israel's Mossad spy agency, Roman Goffman, visited Washington 2 weeks ago for talks about the war in Iran and the Iranian nuclear program. He met with CIA Director Ratcliffe and White House officials.
Netanyahu. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good to be with you, Maria.
So, Prime Minister, you just heard what Zoran Mamdani had to say. He's calling you a war criminal. You're not welcome in New York City. We, of course, also heard from President Trump on this and many others who said this is absolutely not happening. But what are your plans? Are you still going to come to the UN General Assembly? Are you concerned about coming to New York?
No, I'm not concerned, and I certainly intend to do so. I've appeared just about every year, not every year, but almost every year in my prime ministership, unless there are security conditions. But barring that, and I don't expect that to be the case this time, yes, I do intend to come to New York.
The International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for you and your former defense minister for genocide. What is your response to this?
Well, the one who promoted that was the ICC, the International Criminal Court prosecutor, who has since been completely exposed as a criminal. He himself was accused, was going to face charges of sexual harassment by 2 women. He knew that. And he was going to come to Israel, and he spoke warmly about Israel's judicial system and the fact that there has to be an extensive investigation before any conclusions are gone. And on the day that he was supposed to visit Israel, he canceled everything, called a news conference, and accused me and the former defense minister of war crimes. Now, we learned why. Because a few days before that, he was basically confronted by his chief of staff, who said, you know, these 2 employees of you, female employees of yours, are going to charge you with the sexual.
Wasn't Khan appointed by Israel? Yes, Khan was presented by Israel as a reliable substitute. But, of course, once he started doing his fucking job, immediately, he's a rapist. He's a rapist. Yeah, for the record, okay? I'm sorry. If you believe any of this shit, if you believe this to be anything but a honeypot operation, you are the biggest sucker of all time. If you were to come around and try to tell me at all that there is even remotely any fucking explanation here beyond Israel 100% honeypotted the living fuck out of Karim Khan for prosecuting Israel, I'm sorry, you are the most delusional rube of all time. Okay? Look, there are situations where there are credible sexual assault allegations, credible sexual harassment allegations. Okay? I'm sorry. Go ahead, do your fucking girl boss feminism on me. I am not entertaining this at all. Sorry. It's fucking bullshit. Okay? It is fucking bullshit. There is 0% chance. And if you think this is not an exceptional case, if you think this is like, oh, you're not taking rape seriously here, they're not taking it fucking seriously. They're literally taking victory laps over here. Okay? I'm sorry. It's fucking bullshit. And there will be more information that comes out about how fucking bullshit this is in some time. Yeah. Khan was removed for his misconduct, which jeopardized the important effort to prosecute Netanyahu and other Israeli officials. The International Criminal Court needs a credible chief prosecutor, not Khan. It's important not to give up on the ICC, but to ensure that no litmus test is applied to the new chief justice candidates. We don't want anyone who will do the equivalent of immediately stopping the investigation of Bush-era torture in Afghanistan or to slow walk the investigation of Israeli officials until Israel's genocidal response to October 7 made that no longer possible. Please, Khan was removed by diplomats casting a political vote in contradiction of the judges who found no misconduct. They seized an opportunity to remove a thorn on their side. They will not select another thorn now. This case was hijacked by the states, and some were okay with that. Okay? Do you know something we don't? I guess I have brain cells that you guys don't have. Okay? I guess I have brain cells that you guys don't have. They have been actively spying on the previous ICC prosecutor and they sanctioned the previous ICC prosecutor. What are we talking about? For fucking investigating Israel, okay? Are you insane? The previous ICC prosecutor was a woman, so they went after her husband, okay? They didn't get to honeypot her. They didn't get to fucking be like, oh, she's a rapist or anything, but they very clearly spied on her. We know this, okay? They spied on her. They spied on all of her communications. They intercepted all of her communiques, and they were designing prosecutorial cases in Israel specifically around the what's the word? Complementarity? No, I'm using. There's a word for when the ICC steps in when normal democracies, which Israel is seemingly a part of this concept, but when normal democracies don't actually prosecute their war crimes, complementarity, under the binding agreement of complementarity, when Israel does not prosecute its own set of war crimes, the ICC has to kick in. Okay, so what Israel would do was they infiltrated and intercepted her communications, and whatever issue that she was investigating, like let's say there's a rape case in the West Bank, right? Let's say there's a rape case in the Israeli occupying forces against the Palestinian prisoner, right? And when she would investigate that stuff and she would be on the phone asking questions about it, Mossad, which had intercepted her communications, would go back to the Israeli government and say, this is what they're looking into. We have to prosecute this. An example of this already took place with the pro-rape riots in Israel. The reason why Israel actually went after the 6 Sde Taman concentration camp guards for raping prisoners to death, sometimes in front of CCTV camera footage, was specifically so that they could kick in complementarity, so they could say, this is not in the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court because we are clearly prosecuting ourselves. Okay? That's it. That's what complementarity is, where normal democratic Western countries, as long as they prosecute their own war crimes, the International Criminal Court can't prosecute them. But because Israel is so unaccountable, Israel is so used to behaving with impunity, they don't give a fuck. So they try to use complementarity as a shield to prosecute internally some of the war crimes that the ICC is looking into. This is what they did with the previous ICC prosecutor before Karim Khan. Then they also got Trump in the first Trump term to sanction the ICC prosecutor. They've done this with ICJ prosecutors as well, International Court of Justice prosecutors, and they've done this with ICC judges and prosecutors as well. Okay? So I'm sorry, but if you were to look at that guy who is tasked with one of the most important criminal prosecutions of our generation, and magically all of a sudden he's considered a sex pest out of fucking nowhere. I think it was like one of his staffers or something that he may or may not have had a consensual affair with. I'm not entirely certain about the details, but it doesn't even fucking matter. Okay? If you think that he just out of the blue became a rapist the moment that he fucking started prosecuting Israel, you are the biggest fucking rube of all time. Okay? You are the biggest fucking rube of all time. There is not a single person in any international criminal court or in any international organizing body that hasn't been fucking destroyed by Israel. It could be Francesca Albanese, for example, who's responsible, the special rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territories. Francesca Albanese has been openly sanctioned by banks, debanked. Her husband and her children have been kicked out of their fucking schools and shit. And you're going to sit here and act like this is a real situation, is a real story? Get the fuck out of here. And his own judges did not find anything, okay? His own judges did not find any misconduct, but they still removed him nonetheless. But the reality is, if there were issues with the OIOS fact-finding, then the correct course of action was to send it back to the OIOS and make a new legal determination. But that took too long. States needed to get rid of him now. And so this charade of a vote was concocted. I do not see this as due process or as justice for anyone involved. It is a bad precedent for future cases of sexual misconduct because now a bunch of diplomats can clear someone guilty at the last minute, just as they remove someone who was cleared now. It's also a bad precedent for Palestinians whose case was obviously tampered with. Israel has pretty much admitted involvement in building a coalition to remove Khan, and will now likely slowly die. Pretending the ICC will now find a super prosecutor with lots of teeth and grit does nothing. It won't. The ship has sailed. If this has gone back to the OIOS, the judges re-examined and concluded misconduct, then this would have been a legitimate process. Khan would be to blame and would have to answer to the Palestinians for his actions. That is not what happened. Others will have to answer to them. Is this being talked about in Real News or only Twitter posts? I mean, Real News covered it. Real News covered it because, of course, they're rejoicing. This is a huge blow. ICC judge admitted she was pressured. Oh, this is the former ICC chief. Yes, Fatou Bensouda. This is the lady I was talking about, Fatou Bensouda, who led the international body from 2012 to 2021, said that two men with ties to Israel came to her house in The Hague after she opened the investigation in 2015 in order to intimidate her. I felt left alone. I felt unsupported. Bensouda also said that Mossad repeatedly pressured her to drop the investigation during official meetings with the chief of the Israeli spy agency. What was clear was that he didn't want an investigation on Palestine to go on, Bensouda said. Also, there are even authorities of some countries that have appealed to me. You really need to stop. This is going very far. You could be harmed or you could be killed or family members could be harmed in some ways. But to me, it was out of the question, Bensouda added. And yes, Karim Khan was the U.S. and Israel pick in 2021. They lobbied for him to get the job, and in return, he dropped the U.S. from his investigation of war crimes in Afghanistan and deprioritized the Palestinian topic. As soon as he dared to go after Netanyahu, the ICC got sanctioned by the U.S. Even their handpicked guy was like, enough is enough. We have to do something about this. And that was too much. That was a bridge too far. So they just fucking branded him as a rapist with fucking false allegations. And then the judges themselves found no fucking misconduct, okay? But it didn't matter anyway because they pressured enough of the diplomats to fucking remove him from his position. And then they also celebrated it. They took credit for it too. Here's, to no one's surprise, the Wall Street Journal is rejoicing in the removal of Karim Khan. This glee comes days after the Wall Street Journal ran Marco Rubio's piece, Why We're Dismantling the International Criminal Court. I do wish Khan's vocal detractors would just be honest about the context. After months of burying the accusations of more than 2 years of dithering, the International Criminal Court has at last fired its prosecutor, Karim Khan. Israel taking credit for Karim Khan's removal. Against the backdrop of the dismissal of the International Criminal Court prosecutor Karim Khan, a senior Israeli official tells me that Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar played an active role in the efforts to advance the move. According to the official, Sa'ar oversaw a dedicated task force and employed intensive diplomatic efforts aimed at securing Khan's removal from office. What is this? The AIPAC Power Rangers? What the fuck is this? Yeah, whatever. I don't care about this shit. I'm talking about something bigger now. Mark Ruffalo says, just because you lobbied to have the man who issued the war crimes taken down doesn't mean the war crimes disappear or guilt is assuaged. You will not outrun justice. You will not lobby history. You are a murderous maniac, Benjamin Netanyahu. You will always be remembered as such. Yeah. I welcome the decision supported by overwhelming majority of countries to remove Karim Khan, the prosecutor of the ICC. The decision exposes the truth. Karim Khan was accused of sexually harassing women who worked under him. It was precisely as these allegations emerged that he canceled his planned visit to Israel, abandoned his previous commitment to thoroughly examine Israel's independent judicial system, and suddenly moved to pursue arrest warrants against me and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. He did so to divert attention from the allegations against him and to rally Israel's enemies around him as a political shield. That shield has now been torn away. It is fucking bullshit, okay? It is fucking bullshit, and you are a goddamn sucker and a goddamn rube if you entertain this even for a fucking brief moment. That's it. That's it. They don't even like the whole of the ICC. The fact that they're focused solely on him is strange to me. No, because he's the one with the credibility. He's the ICC prosecutor. He was going to prosecute the fucking case. That's why. Yeah. Sarah alleged inappropriate behavior of another senior ICC official, also investigated and cleared before moving on to complain about Khan. The independent judges panel in Khan disciplinary found no serious misconduct. The ASP vote is political. Yeah. I am a firm and committed believer that this is an Israeli operation. That's it. There's an Israeli and American operation at play here. They 100% set this dude up to be like, they not only him, but anyone else that dare oppose Israel will be branded a fucking rapist or a murderer. They're just going to always tie you up with shit, and it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? This is gangsterism through and fucking through. Yeah. And of course, the vassals fall in line. Bizarrely, the Rubio State Department has made its war on the ICC a priority. The benefactor is Israel. The first countries that will surrender to this pressure are the vassal states. And of course, one of them is the interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, who also cleared this decision. The U.S. welcomes the decision by interim president Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela to withdraw from the ICC and the new Venezuelan government's partnership on American-led efforts to dismantle the corrupt and worthless ICC. They put the guy with some dirt on him to lean into later. This was intentional. I think it's fucking bullshit because the quote-unquote dirt is not even substantiated. You understand? Like, there's dirt, and then there's whatever this fucking thing is, okay? Yeah, the ICC now has two paths before it. Has only two paths before it. Either it will demand that the ICC states immediately take action individually and collectively to execute the warrants for Netanyahu and Gallant, issue the additional warrants for other senior Israeli perpetrators, add to the additional charge of genocide, and act under Article 70 to punish U.S., UK, Israeli actors that have obstructed justice, or the court will fizzle out like a damp wick and cease to exist. Yes, it will take courage. It's going to fucking fizzle out, by the way. There's far too much pressure from the United States of America and all of its fucking dumbass vassals to piece up and destroy the International Criminal Court. Okay? That's it. And it's not like China is going to fucking back it. Okay? Who's going to back the ICC? Who's going to back international stability, rule-based international order? Who is going to be the card carrier, the banner carrier of the international rule-based order if America, which is the architect of this order, is not defending it? All of a sudden, when it impacts an American ally, a key American ally like Israel, no one is out there to defend it. Yes, it will take courage, but no other course will now salvage the court's legitimacy. The U.S.-Israel axis wants them to fall. Will the ICC stand Will the ICC stand and fight or walk silently to the gallows? There are no other choices. Is now or never. Right in time for fucking World War III. It's great. Yeah, if you can't win in the courts, attack the prosecutor and make sure it never gets to the courts is how you get around the justice system. Trump did it in Georgia with Fani Willis. Now Netanyahu's doing it with the ICC. I mean, this is gangsterism. I do want to add that Venezuela leaving the ICC likely does not have much to do with U.S. control. They've been under investigation for crimes against humanity under Khan and Bensouda, but they have never been prosecuted. I suspect Rodriguez is concerned the next prosecutor may finally open the prosecution, so jumped out before they could. I mean, I think that pressure still stems from America. It's a nice little cherry on top. It reasserts American dominance. It shows that Venezuela is completely captive to American interests. Just in case you missed it, but this message describing the U.S. is no longer standing for human rights and that no one listens to her anymore was posted by official French government account. Yeah. Kenneth Roth has his next victim after pushing for Khan's removal for months and months. Volker Turk. Ken Roth's next target is Volker Turk, who will receive the Ken Roth treatment. Roth's campaign for Israeli impunity continues. Ken Roth will destroy anyone who even considers prosecuting perpetrators of the Zionist genocide. Yeah, former Human Rights Watch executive director. Now that the ICC member states have done the right thing by dismissing Karim Khan, UN member states, by the way, Professor Kenneth Roth is a professor at Princeton University, former Human Rights Watch executive director since 2022, celebrating the decision that Karim Khan was ousted. Then says UN members should not let Antonio Gutierrez railroad through the reappointment of Volker Turk as the High Commissioner for Human Rights without a proper public debate, not just quiet consultation with governments, but also input from civil society. No High Commissioner has ever served a second four-year term. It's a badge of dishonor that Turk's first 4 years have been so timid that governments are willing to have him back for another 4. I cannot believe that these like serial blackmailers get to do whatever the fuck they want. And I guess, it's America, so it's America's attack dog, so everybody gets to do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, thankfully, Volker Turk survived the push against them for the U.S., Israel, Russia coalition. The only states that voted against them were client states. Yeah, speaking of which, Haley Stevens also voted to sanction the ICC, just so you understand. Voted to sanction the ICC. Haley Stevens, Abdul al-Sayed's opponent in the Senate race, literally sanctioned the motherfucking ICC, voted to sanction the ICC, the International Criminal Court. Disgusting. Do you think Netanyahu is guilty of any of the charges against him at the ICC? All adults, 45%. Democrats, 67%. Independents, 46%. 18 to 29, 49%, 30 to 44, 50%, 45 to 64, 44%, over 65, 39%. Not that it matters. The public opinion and the public approval obviously don't fucking matter. What is this? Not everyone is American? And if we're talking complicity, everyone's getting called out? I mean, between China and the United States of America, really, like, there's a level of complicity that you can point to. I do all the time. China is a major trade partner to Israel. China offers Israel surveillance technology that they use on Palestinians in the West Bank. These are all real things, but it's like One is the United States of America that has entirely propped up Israel. The other one is just a major global power that is trying to invoke stability without disrupting American empire too much. You know, they could be doing a lot more. They have a lot more power to pressure. They're not utilizing that power. I do agree with you on that. But, you know, they're not the ones who are fucking piecing up the ICC. They're not the ones who are sanctioning the ICC judges and shit. There's no country on this planet that offers Israel the level of support that the United States of America offers. And as a matter of fact, I'll take it one step further. If America didn't offer Israel this level of unlimited fealty and support, the other countries wouldn't either. China and the rest of the world treat Israel as a vestige of America, as an extension of America. That's why they treat Israel with kitty gloves. That's it. The moment that America withdraws support, the rest of the world would pounce on Israel.
Crimes. So he thought, how am I going to divert my criminality to something that will protect me? And the best way, he thought, was Israel bashing and, frankly, bashing me, and thereby getting the envelope, the protection of all the anti-Israel crowd. And that's basically what he did, and it worked for a while. But then the truth came out by various organizations, including the left-wing newspapers, The Guardian. And as it came out, he lost his job. He thought, if there's an indictment, I'm going to have a job. There was an indictment, and he lost his job because he was removed by a vast majority of nations who knew that he was a con job. So his name is Karim Khan. He pulled a con job on the international community with these bogus charges of war crimes on us. Now he's going to be in the dock. And I think that tells you that the whole thing that the mayor of New York is basing himself on, this criminals, bogus charges, that's what he's using. And look at what he's doing. He's fomenting hate. He's supposed to be the mayor of all New Yorkers, Jews, Christians, Muslims, everyone. But he's trying to turn one group against the other, and he's foisting hate and fear. I speak to Jewish Americans in New York, and they're afraid right now. And I don't think it's accidental that after he made this hate speech against Israel and against me, the next day, a Jew is stabbed coming out of a synagogue. I think, and with a cry of Allah is Akbar, Allah Akbar. And you know what that means. So I think that it's shameful. This thing is very bad for New York. I think it's very bad for peace. But the answer to your question, I intend to come and speak the truth, speak for Israel and for the Israeli-American alliance from the podium of the United Nations.
Well, this is a very important point that you're making, though, because this rhetoric from Zoran Mamdani is more than just talking about Israel and a personal fight that he's having with you. I'm wondering if you believe that this rhetoric is making Jewish New Yorkers unsafe. And is that what's behind so much upset and this anti-Israel sentiment raging across the country?
Well, I do think that Jews feel very uncomfortable because I speak to quite a lot of my friends, and they say, look, it's like a different...
Yeah, I wonder who's responsible for anti-Semitism skyrocketing, Benjamin Netanyahu or the guy who's objectively more popular by wide margins amongst American Jews, Zoran Mamdani. Like, American Jews hate AIPAC, hate Benjamin Netanyahu, love Zoran Mamdani, okay? The idea that this is like, the idea that the main guy who's responsible for maximum enmity towards the international Jewry, not just American Jews, but like Jews all around the fucking world, by constantly associating all of the death and destruction with them, is over here being like, oh, it's the people that are calling me out that are responsible for anti-Semitism. It's actually anti-Semitism to call me out. But Hassan, the U.S. supported the apartheid government in South Africa even till there was a UN agreement. They still voted against liberation. Why are they needed now? Please don't yell at me. It's because there was a lot more pressure, and Israel existed far beyond. Israel's apartheid existed far beyond the apartheid in South Africa, and they learned very important lessons from how the apartheid was destroyed in South Africa. Israel and apartheid South Africa were close allies. Israel actually aided and abetted apartheid South Africa, spied, the ADL, the Apartheid Defense League, literally spied on American Jews that were anti-South African apartheid, black student movements, trade unionist movements that were protesting against apartheid South Africa. Israel actually, by way of the ADL, spied on these people for South Africa, okay? The problem is when the apartheid ended in South Africa, Israel, which was maintaining its own apartheid, realized that there were some very important lessons that they could learn from this. So they got back to work. The same initiatives that existed that actually reached a critical level of success against apartheid South Africa have been outright criminalized in this country. Boycotts, divestments, and sanctions is not a movement that was invented against apartheid Israel. It was initially deployed against apartheid South Africa to great success. Cultural boycotts, academic boycotts against apartheid South Africa also played a formative role. Okay? Israel learned from the I guess, quote unquote, mistakes that they made, apartheid South Africa made, in terms of continuing its unjustifiable and illegal structure of apartheid. That's it. I think there's also, I guess this is more spiritual, but there is like, given that there was already existing, I guess, guilt amongst some of the more progressive forces in the country about America's own history of anti-black racism, it was an easier message for Americans to understand. And also, a lot of black movements instantly were obviously on board with the abolition of the apartheid in South Africa. Whereas, again, where does Israel spend a lot of money? In the United States. We talked about this earlier. A lot of progressive black movements that are inside of the Democratic Party are funded in large part by AIPAC subsidiaries and big donors that are pro-Israel. That's part of the reason why, while the black population overall is not supportive of Israel at all, a lot of the establishment Democrats, a lot of the spokespersons for black Americans on mainstream media are very pro-Israel. They are directly at odds with their own base. The attitude that Americans have towards Jewish people in general, and they see Israel as the Jewish state, is shame because of the lack of support during the Holocaust, like, turning away Jewish refugees from the United States of America. A lot of this played a formative role in the design for why the American state played a big role in defending Israel from the start. It's this interesting dichotomy that exists for Jews in Israel as the majority group, as the dominant group, as the in-group of power, versus Jews in America that have been historically undermined. Okay? Historically undermined as a minority population. Not anymore. There's no real systemic discrimination against Jews in the United States of America in 2026, but historically there was discrimination against Jews, systematic discrimination against Jews.
Different world. We're afraid to go into the streets. We certainly do not want to wear yarmulkes or any clothing that would give away that we're Jews. But yes, they feel frightened, and I think that's part of this incitement language that is sweeping.
Yeah, the anti-apartheid movement in the U.S. was also not long after the civil rights movement. It was kind of seen as an international thing, the fight against Jim Crow, even though you could say the same about anti-apartheid in Palestine. It's been a while since the civil rights era. Yes, but there's also a 20-year barrier between any kind of civil rights movement, international or domestic, and the global war on terror, which basically universalized Israel's enemies as America's enemies, the Muslim hordes in general. That is a big part of the reason. There is tremendous amounts of Islamophobia in American public, and that is what keeps Israel, that is what allows Israel to operate in the violent ways that it does, because ultimately the average American still goes, yeah, these Muslims are kind of scary and weird and dangerous, and I guess, like, the average American looks at the situation and goes, yeah, Jews are fighting against Muslims. It's like their own religious battle. I think the average American probably thinks like, yeah, Jews control the media, but I like Seinfeld. And Muslims I am fearful of because they did 9/11 and they want to do it all the time. So they just lean on one side over the other. Most people were uninitiated pre-October 7, and they kind of had this attitude over it. Super simple, but that is what it is. Jews control the banks, but they're good with money. And Jews control the media, but I like, the media. And that Muslims are scary terrorists. Like, the average American doesn't think deeply about this stuff. That's how they operate. It's the boomer philo-Semitism, the type of anti-Semitism we hear from Donald Trump, for example, like, oh, Jews make good lawyers, Jews make good money people, that kind of thing, is what causes a lot of Americans to basically lean on the side of this, like, religious conflict that they designed in their heads as one being over Jews and Muslims. where they sided with the Jews over the Muslims. Oh, bro, just fed the out of context Clippers for the next 1,000 years, Lamau. I mean, it very clearly, this is not my position. I'm saying that this is what the average American thinks, which, again, if they were to clip, most people would look at that and go, yeah, I agree with that. Actually, he nailed it.
A lot of circles with anti-Semitism, a lot of circles in the West, in the United States, and unbelievably, in New York City, which has the second largest Jewish population in the world after Israel. And I think it's wrong. The whole thing is wrong. And what are they doing? I mean, what Mamdani is supporting, his wife, his family, he celebrated October 7th massacre, the worst massacre against Jews since the Holocaust. He's basically supporting, or he tries to say that he doesn't, but he's supporting the Hamas murderers who raped our women, then beheaded them, burnt babies alive, slaughtered our men, took innocent people hostages, 251 men, women, children, babies. That's who he's supporting. And they're the ones who are responsible for genocide. They would have killed, as their charter says, and as they themselves proclaimed, they would have killed every single Jew in Israel and every Jew in the world. So the genocide charge belongs to our enemies. What we're doing is try to fight this genocidal terrorist organization that embeds itself among civilians, prevents us from moving the civilians out of harm's way. They use gunpoint. That's where the real criminals are. But Mamdani is aligning himself with the criminals, with these murderers. But the worst thing is that he's tormenting his own citizens, his own voters. No, that is wrong. And I've been to New York so many times, Maria, over the years. I've met all the New York mayors. They all saw themselves as mayors of all New Yorkers, not putting.
Yeah, he's talking about. You can tell Hassan actually despises Bibi. Yes, I fucking hate him. He is disgusting. He's a disgusting monster. Anyone with a conscience should also hate him. And do. Many people do. Even people who are pro-Israel hate this fucking guy. This guy is a demon through and through. Is indefensible. Not gonna lie, is it wrong to say that the average normal person doesn't even think about it? Like, most people have exams and are work going on. Have you talked to any human being in the last 3 years? Like, actually, have you talked to any human being other than just trolled in this fucking chat? Dog, there is no one under the age of 35 that will openly in broad daylight say that they love Israel, okay? Like, most normies have moved far beyond the position. Most normies have moved far beyond the position that Israel is like an ever-present danger. They literally also embody some anti-Semitic tendencies as well. That's what most normies think. We are abnormal. We are abnormal for our criticisms of Israel and our criticisms of anti-Semitism. We are in the tiny, minuscule minority. Most people have moved far beyond shitting on Israel. They 100% go above and beyond. Like, it's not even just like shit that would be, considered anti-Semitic, maybe on the edge, like, kissing the wall memes and stuff like that. All of that stuff is now normalized. Everyone says it now. Okay, everybody says it. When I say don't think seriously, it's mostly memes. Israel is literally a substitute for all things cringe. Israel is a substitute for all things bad. When people fucking hate something, they say this is Israel coded. Like, it's done. It's super done. It's so bad that people literally fell for Candace Owens saying Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Like, there are even people here who sincerely believe this. And I'm agnostic on that, okay? I don't push back on that stuff anymore. I used to, but hey, it's out of my hands.
Pitting one part of the population against the other.
Of course. Mr. Prime Minister, let me move on to the war, where we saw the highest, really, hostilities yet in the last week. What will it take to end this war?
I think it will. What will it take? It will take for Iran to understand, either for this regime to fall, or for Iran to realize that the cost of wreaking economic chaos to the world, murdering its thousands of its own citizens, and shooting at everyone. I mean, literally at everyone. At Saudi Arabia, at Bahrain, at Qatar, at Kuwait, at the UAE, at Israel, at Jordan, every single one. I mean, this is what this regime is doing when they don't have nuclear weapons. So imagine what they would do if they had nuclear weapons. I think when this regime is either toppled or it's sufficiently weakened that it knows it has to end its nuclear program and has to change its course. That's really what President Trump is trying to achieve, and I back his fully his efforts to do so. If he can do so without returning to intense military fighting, that's fine. Why not? But one way or the other, they have to end their nuclear program. And with a deal or without a deal, that has to come to an end.
How far back do you believe Iran's nuclear program has been set back since this fighting began at the end of February?
Quite a bit. I mean, we knocked out 20 of their chief nuclear scientists in the 2 operations that we did with the United States, 20 leading nuclear scientists. We knocked out a lot of their facilities. It doesn't mean that they can't try to reconstruct, but we pushed them back a good few years. That's important. Because just imagine, I mean, what would happen if this regime that chants death to America, that's their real goal, death to America, if they had nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to where you're sitting right now, Maria, to New York or to Washington or to any city in the United States, this would be a mortal peril to every citizen in the United States. And obviously, President Trump and I are both committed to prevent this danger to the United States, to the peace of the world, and to Israel. And I can tell you that we'll pursue all the means to prevent that. So yes, we pushed it back, but it doesn't mean that you can't have the attempt to restore it. And we have to be on the constant watch so it doesn't happen.
And you're getting set to travel to the U.S. to meet with President Trump and then attend the funeral.
Yeah, he's here. He's coming back. He's coming back to check in on his little pawn. It's great.
Services of Senator Lindsey Graham. Prime Minister, what can you tell us about any fresh new intelligence that you may have about that nuclear program that you are about to present President Trump with?
Well, first let me say that Lindsey Graham is a terrible loss. He was such a great friend, such a champion of America and a patriot, and such a champion of the Israeli-American alliance. He believed in the benefits that Israel gives to the United States in terms of intel, weapons technology, and of course we appreciated very much all the help that we got from the United States. So he was an extraordinary American patriot, and we miss him greatly. As far as the nuclear program, we constantly exchange information. Our intel services and yours are working so close together that it's not that I'm going to present new information, but I think it's a good thing to have the opportunity to sit with our good friend President Trump and to hear what he has in mind, because I think in many ways it's his decision. But let me say one thing, and I think I should say it very, very clearly. If Iran attacks Israel, either directly or through proxies, either with ballistic missiles or UAVs or killer drones, it will make a terrible mistake, because our response, Israel's response, will be very, very forceful.
My conservative family saying Trump should be allowed to run for 2028 because only he can stop Iran from developing nuclear weapons. I keep pointing out that Netanyahu has been saying they would build a nuclear bomb within months every year now, ever since they denied him going to the local park with unsalted peanuts and hard-boiled eggs to feed the crows. I don't know what to do anymore, man. I think it's a call. Fuck. God damn it. Bro, I just got off of a fucking almost 20-hour flight to come back home, and I rushed over here. First day back, hit the start streaming button, and y'all got to do me like this? That's what we're doing? That's what we're fucking doing? Support independent media, Piker Broadcasting Service, People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Okay? Fucked up.
Prime Minister, Lebanon is also a key central to Israel's long-term security. I want to get your take on the meeting in the White House with the president of Lebanon last week and your thoughts on whether or not he can be a positive in this fight.
Well, first of all, I think we've already had a positive development, because remember, Hezbollah, that basically holds Lebanon hostage, had taken over the south of the country that borders on Israel. And they were going to invade us like the Hamas did on October 7th. They were going to do it actually with a force a lot bigger. They prepared terror tunnels. They had terror installations along the border. And we pushed them back. We pushed them back by 5 to 8 miles away from our border, destroyed a lot of these terror tunnels. And they were in a position to fire directly anti-tank missiles right into our living rooms across the border. Actually, they did that. So we prevented that from happening. I think we weakened Hezbollah a lot. They had 150,000 missiles and rockets, the greatest concentration of such projectiles on the planet aimed against Israel. We knocked out about 94% of that. So that's good for Israel, good for peace, good for Lebanon, but it's still there. We talked to the Lebanese government with America's good offices in Washington, led by the president and Secretary Rubio, and we got a deal. And the deal says openly, for the first time in decades, Israelis and Lebanese are talking directly to one another. And the deal was, we push back Hezbollah, we demilitarize Lebanon, we disarm Hezbollah, and we make peace. And I think the fact that this deal was put forward is a great advance. It shows that Hezbollah's ability to intimidate Lebanon's government and its president has been sharply reduced. Now, whether or not the Lebanese army can take over the areas that we clear up from.
Damn, did Big Yahoo lose a step? Hasbara isn't hitting as good. He's fucking, maybe it's the ass cancer. But the Hasbara never works any longer. It's just they have to prop it up with bots. Make no mistake, this is war. Every accusation is a confession. The UN is not a safe place to be anymore. It's time to vote in America now. How about Israeli boots on the ground instead of American soldiers? I hope Netanyahu and Trump will have a huge military escort in New York. They will have enemies there. The mayor won't help them. Only IDF posts haven't been censored in the comment section. Praying for wisdom for all our leaders. God bless.
Hezbollah, that remains to be seen, but we're willing to give it a try. And I think that it's on the whole, a positive development and may lead to another peace treaty between Israel and an Arab country.
Wow. Well, that's what I want to ask you about the Abraham Accords. But first, let me ask you this, because many Israelis are deeply divided on what your government is doing in the response to this. What do you want to say to critics who may not understand what you're seeing in terms of this ongoing war?
I think there's a lot more unity in the country than appears in the various statements by politicians. Most Israelis understand we have to fight Hezbollah. We're doing that, by the way, with an incredible ratio of 5 terrorists killed for every civilian killed. That's unheard of. And we do it because we precision target the terrorists. Hezbollah, like Hamas, embeds itself among civilians, but we've been able to reduce that ratio in Gaza because the last thing we want is genocide. In fact, we want to hit the terrorists, not the civilians that they use as human shields. And we're very successful in doing that in Lebanon. Most Israelis understand that we have to keep the security zone that we have now alongside the Israeli border on the Lebanese side in order to prevent a new invasion attempt by Hezbollah terrorists. And most support our efforts to reach a peace with Lebanon. So I would think there's a lot more unity among Israelis than meets the eye. And if I'm elected again, we're going to have elections in a few months, I intend to create a broad national government that will give expression to that unity in the next government.
And Prime Minister, I want to get your take on this Saudi deal over a nuclear deal with the U.S. Israel was concerned in the past about Saudi Arabia's ability to enrich uranium, but President Trump has done this civilian nuclear deal program with the Saudis on the condition that Saudi Arabia join the Abraham Accords. Are you expecting that? And what is your assessment of this
Does he even have electoral opposition? Yes, but they're also they also are in favor of the same shit.
nuclear deal?
Well, first of all, I think President Trump was absolutely right in stating that condition. That Saudi Arabia would get a civilian nuclear program in exchange for normalization of relations with Israel. I stress civilian because the last thing we want, and I'm sure the last thing the president wants, is a military program, nuclear program in Saudi Arabia. Can we have this? Yes, I think it's possible. Remember that we had 4 peace agreements between Israel and Arab nations, brokered by President Trump, with my working together with me. It's a great achievement. Historic achievement, and obviously we'll be delighted if we could extend it to Saudi Arabia and other countries. And I think if we weaken Iran further, we will.
Which countries are you expecting to join the Abraham Accords?
They're playing him out.
The ones that I want to join, I will not. I won't reduce the probability.
What the fuck is going on? They're playing him out. Maria's like, I love you, Mr. President. You're the real president. I can't get enough of you.
Of their joining by exposing them here, but I can tell you that we have, well, Maria, I'll tell you this. You know, everybody says Israel is isolated. It's not isolated. I mean, many countries in Africa, in Latin America.
That's the real president talking. You can't fucking play him out. He can go on for as long as he wants to.
In Asia, even in Europe, many countries are coming to us because they want to share our technology, civilian technology. They want to benefit from our military prowess and technology.
Yes.
And there are now contacts with several Arab countries in the Middle East, but because I want to advance those contacts, I'd rather reserve my answer to a future appearance on your show.
Well, and we want you back. But real quick before you go, Mr. Prime Minister, the anti-Semitism in the Democrat Party, are you worried about losing the Democrat Party? Does it pose a risk to Israeli-U.S. relations? Real quick, sir.
Yeah, I'm very concerned with that, obviously, because I think a bipartisan support for Israel is important, very important for us. But I'll tell you what I'm worried about most. I'm worried about the reasons that leading Democrats have said privately. One of them said it actually publicly, of why they joined the radical fringe. And the reason is that their family has been harassed, that they're afraid of being tailed everywhere and being intimidated by this radical fringe. So I think that's really something that should worry every American. You don't want legislators taking their position because of personal intimidation. That's bad. Yes, I worry about it.
Mr. Prime Minister, good to have you this morning. We so appreciate.
Yeah, only Israel gets to do personal intimidation. Anyway, that's all for today, folks. I'm tired, long travel, but I still wanted to come back strong because there was a lot I didn't get to today, but there's a lot I covered. I'll be back tomorrow with more news, Monday News Day. You already know we got some special guests coming on this week, and then after, in the end of the week, I will be traveling to Michigan and Wisconsin and all over the place. So there's going to be a lot of festivities. Primaries are coming up next week. Tomorrow night, there is a big debate. Abdullah Sayed Haley Stevens debate coming up. Very exciting stuff there. But for the time being, this is all I got. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There it is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinning's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. all these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, that's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait, just you wait.